Welcome to the IESF World Esports Championship 2024 Roadmap. This year, we're bringing together 130 countries to compete in a tournament that defines champions. These are the game titles that will be the heart of the competition: PUBG Mobile, Dota 2, eFootball, MLBB, and CS2, enriched by 2 female divisions, CS2 Women and MLBB Women. The roadmap is divided into 3 stages. Each stage represents a crucial phase of the championship, starting from the national qualifiers through the regional qualifiers, leading up to the World Esports Championship. Let's take a closer look at each stage and what it includes. In the national qualifiers, athletes within each of the participating countries showcase their skills in their chosen game titles. These competitions, organized by the national federations, are where the best of the best emerge as national champions. The champions from each country then advance to the regional qualifiers, where they will compete against other national champions for a chance to reserve their spot. The regional qualifiers are divided into 4 regions: America, Asia and Oceania, Africa, and Europe. The American Regional Qualifier will be an offline event where 21 countries will compete in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Here is the slot distribution for the American region: PUBG Mobile 2, eFootball 21, CS2 4, Dota 2 3, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 3, and MLBB Women 3. The Asian Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage, where 41 countries will compete for a slot in China and the World Esports Championship 24. Here is the slot distribution for Asia and Oceania region: PUBG Mobile 6, eFootball 40, CS2 6, Dota 2 6, MLBB 7, CS2 Women 4, and MLBB Women 5. The African Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage where 22 countries will compete for a slot in Casablanca, Morocco, aspiring to secure their spot in the championship. Here is the slot distribution for the African region per game title: PUBG Mobile 3, eFootball 24, CS2 2, Dota 2 2, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 2, and MLBB Women 2. The European Regional Qualifier will be a fully online event with 43 countries competing remotely. Here is the slot distribution for the European region: PUBG Mobile 5, eFootball 40, CS2 12, Dota 2 5, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 7, and MLBB Women 2. Leading us to the final slot distribution for the 16th World Esports Championship, reserved for the best national team of every region: PUBG Mobile Top 16, eFootball 125 countries, CS2 Top 24 teams, Dota 2 Top 16 teams, MLBB Top 16 teams, CS2 Women Top 16 teams, and MLBB Women Top 12 teams. Now let's dive into the competition structure of each game title, starting from CS2. The competition kicks off with the group stage, featuring 4 groups, each with 6 participants. During the group stage, all teams in the group play against each other, culminating in the top 3 positions advancing to the next stage, known as the knockout stage, played as single elimination. The winner of each group directly proceeds to the quarterfinals of the playoff, while the second and third positions face off in round 1 of the knockout stage. The victor of this match advances to the second phase, where they will face each group's top team. This pattern continues in the knockout stage, with the losing teams eliminated and the winners progressing until they reach the grand final. Dota 2, MLBB, and CS2 Women are using identical tournament formats. The competition starts at a group stage, consisting of 4 groups, each with 4 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-1 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to the next round, where they'll compete in a double elimination bracket. The double elimination bracket initially starts with a best-of-3 match between a group's first-place team against another group's second-place team in the upper bracket. The winner proceeds to play in the upper bracket, while the losing team is given another chance to compete in the lower bracket. If a team then loses another round in the lower bracket, they're out of the competition. This process is repeated in the following rounds until the upper and lower bracket finals collide in the grand final to decide the trophy winner. In the MLBB Women's Tournament, we start with the group stage, divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 6 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-3 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to round 1 of the upper bracket, while the third-place team is placed in the lower bracket and is waiting for a matchup against the losing team from the upper bracket first round. In the lower bracket, if a team loses one match, they are eliminated from the tournament. This is the last chance to qualify for the grand final and win the championship. The winners proceed to the lower bracket final, where they'll face a losing team from the upper bracket final for the second spot in the grand finals to compete for the tournament trophy. The tournament pits 16 teams against each other on the battlefield of 3 maps in a thrilling battle royale format. The tournament is spread across 3 days, with 6 maps per day, totaling 18 maps. Competitively, the action unfolds across the dynamic landscapes of Myanmar, Bangkok, and Arangel, providing a challenging environment for the teams to navigate and conquer. The eFootball tournament format begins with the group stage, utilizing the best-of-2 format, with 1 match at the home stadium and 1 at the away stadium. Following this, the top 4 teams from each group advance to the single elimination bracket. If a team loses a match, they are eliminated. The matches in this stage are best of 3. The winning team progresses, advancing through the bracket up to the grand final. Introducing the point ranking system for the overall champion. With 21 medal-winning teams participating, each gold medal secures a remarkable 100 points. Silver medals contribute 38 points each, and every bronze medal adds 15 points to the tally. Remember, there can only be one country crowned as the overall world esports champion, achieved by accumulating the most medals and points throughout the competition. Who will emerge victorious?
It's time to play.
Welcome to the IESF World Esports Championship 2024 Roadmap. This year, we're bringing together 130 countries to compete in a tournament that defines champions. These are the game titles that will be the heart of the competition: PUBG Mobile, Dota 2, eFootball, MLBB, and CS2, enriched by two female divisions, CS2 Women and MLBB Women. The roadmap is divided into 3 stages. Each stage represents a crucial phase of the championship, starting from the national qualifiers through the regional qualifiers, leading up to the World Esports Championship. Let's take a closer look at each stage and what it includes. In the national qualifiers, athletes within each of the participating countries showcase their skills in their chosen game titles. These competitions, organized by the national federations, are where the best of the best emerge as national champions. The champions from each country then advance to the regional qualifiers, where they will compete against other national champions for a chance to reserve their spot. The regional qualifiers are divided into 4 regions: America, Asia and Oceania, Africa, and Europe. The American Regional Qualifier will be an offline event where 21 countries will compete in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Here is the slot distribution for the American region: PUBG Mobile 2, eFootball 21, CS2 4, Dota 2 3, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 3, and MLBB Women 3. The Asian Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage, where 41 countries will compete for a slot in China and the World Esports Championship 24. Here is the slot distribution for Asia and Oceania region: PUBG Mobile 6, eFootball 40, CS2 6, Dota 2 6, MLBB 7, CS2 Women 4, and MLBB Women 5. The African Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage where 22 countries will compete for a slot in Casablanca, Morocco, aspiring to secure their spot in the championship. Here is the slot distribution for the African region per game title: PUBG Mobile 3, eFootball 24, CS2 2, Dota 2 2, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 2, and MLBB Women 2. The European Regional Qualifier will be a fully online event with 43 countries competing remotely. Here is the slot distribution for the European region: PUBG Mobile 5, eFootball 40, CS2 12, Dota 2 5, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 7, and MLBB Women 2. Leading us to the final slot distribution for the 16th World Esports Championship, reserved for the best national team of every region: PUBG Mobile Top 16, eFootball 125 countries, CS2 Top 24 teams, Dota 2 Top 16 teams, MLBB Top 16 teams, CS2 Women Top 16 teams, and MLBB Women Top 12 teams. Now let's dive into the competition structure of each game title, starting from CS2. The competition kicks off with the group stage, featuring 4 groups, each with 6 participants. During the group stage, all teams in the group play against each other, culminating in the top 3 positions advancing to the next stage, known as the knockout stage, played as single elimination. The winner of each group directly proceeds to the quarterfinals of the playoff, while the second and third positions face off in round 1 of the knockout stage. The victor of this match advances to the second phase, where they will face each group's top team. This pattern continues in the knockout stage, with the losing teams eliminated and the winners progressing until they reach the grand final. Dota 2, MLBB, and CS2 Women are using identical tournament formats. The competition starts at a group stage, consisting of 4 groups, each with 4 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-one matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to the next round, where they'll compete in a double elimination bracket. The double elimination bracket initially starts with a best-of-3 match between a group's first-place team against another group's second-place team in the upper bracket. The winner proceeds to play in the upper bracket, while the losing team is given another chance to compete in the lower bracket. If a team then loses another round in the lower bracket, they're out of the competition. This process is repeated in the following rounds until the upper and lower bracket finals collide in the grand final to decide the trophy winner. In the MLBB women's tournament, we start with the group stage, divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 6 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-3 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to round 1 of the upper bracket, while the third-place team is placed in the lower bracket and is waiting for a matchup against the losing team from the upper bracket first round. In the lower bracket, if a team loses one match, they are eliminated from the tournament. This is the last chance to qualify for the grand final and win the championship. The winners proceed to the lower bracket final, where they'll face a losing team from the upper bracket final for the second spot in the grand finals to compete for the tournament trophy. The tournament pits 16 teams against each other on the battlefield of 3 maps in a thrilling battle royale format. The tournament is spread across 3 days, with 6 maps per day, totaling 18 maps. Competitively, the action unfolds across the dynamic landscapes of Myanmar, Bangkok, and Arangel, providing a challenging environment for the teams to navigate and conquer. The eFootball tournament format begins with the group stage, utilizing the best-of-2 format, with 1 match at the home stadium and 1 at the away stadium. Following this, the top 4 teams from each group advance to the single elimination bracket. If a team loses a match, they are eliminated. The matches in this stage are best-of-3. The winning team progresses, advancing through the bracket up to the grand final. Introducing the point ranking system for the overall champion. With 21 medal-winning teams participating, each gold medal secures a remarkable 100 points. Silver medals contribute 38 points each, and every bronze medal adds 15 points to the tally. Remember, there can only be one country crowned as the overall world esports champion, achieved by accumulating the most medals and points throughout the competition. Who will emerge victorious?
It's time to play.
Welcome to the IESF World Esports Championship 2024 Roadmap. This year, we're bringing together 130 countries to compete in a tournament that defines champions. These are the game titles that will be the heart of the competition: PUBG Mobile, Dota 2, eFootball, MLBB, and CS2, enriched by two female divisions, CS2 Women and MLBB Women. The roadmap is divided into 3 stages. Each stage represents a crucial phase of the championship, starting from the national qualifiers through the regional qualifiers, leading up to the World Esports Championship. Let's take a closer look at each stage and what it includes. In the national qualifiers, athletes within each of the participating countries showcase their skills in their chosen game titles. These competitions, organized by the national federations, are where the best of the best emerge as national champions. The champions from each country then advance to the regional qualifiers, where they will compete against other national champions for a chance to reserve their spot. The regional qualifiers are divided into 4 regions: America, Asia and Oceania, Africa, and Europe. The American Regional Qualifier will be an offline event where 21 countries will compete in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Here is the slot distribution for the American region: PUBG Mobile 2, eFootball 21, CS2 4, Dota 2 3, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 3, and MLBB Women 3. The Asian Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage, where 41 countries will compete for a slot in China and the World Esports Championship 24. Here is the slot distribution for Asia and Oceania region: PUBG Mobile 6, eFootball 40, CS2 6, Dota 2 6, MLBB 7, CS2 Women 4, and MLBB Women 5. The African Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage where 22 countries will compete for a slot in Casablanca, Morocco, aspiring to secure their spot in the championship. Here is the slot distribution for the African region per game title: PUBG Mobile 3, eFootball 24, CS2 2, Dota 2 2, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 2, and MLBB Women 2. The European Regional Qualifier will be a fully online event with 43 countries competing remotely. Here is the slot distribution for the European region: PUBG Mobile 5, eFootball 40, CS2 12, Dota 2 5, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 7, and MLBB Women 2. Leading us to the final slot distribution for the 16th World Esports Championship, reserved for the best national team of every region. PUBG Mobile Top 16, eFootball 125 countries, CS2 Top 24 teams, Dota 2 Top 16 teams, MLBB Top 16 teams, CS2 Women Top 16 teams, and MLBB Women Top 12 teams. Now let's dive into the competition structure of each game title, starting from CS2. The competition kicks off with the group stage, featuring 4 groups, each with 6 participants. During the group stage, all teams in the group play against each other, culminating in the top 3 positions advancing to the next stage, known as the knockout stage, played as single elimination. The winner of each group directly proceeds to the quarterfinals of the playoff, while the second and third positions face off in round 1 of the knockout stage. The victor of this match advances to the second phase, where they will face each group's top team. This pattern continues in the knockout stage, with the losing teams eliminated and the winners progressing until they reach the grand final. Dota 2, MLBB, and CS2 Women are using identical tournament formats. The competition starts at a group stage, consisting of 4 groups, each with 4 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-1 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to the next round, where they'll compete in a double elimination bracket. The double elimination bracket initially starts with a best-of-3 match between a group's first-place team against another group's second-place team in the upper bracket. The winner proceeds to play in the upper bracket, while the losing team is given another chance to compete in the lower bracket. If a team then loses another round in the lower bracket, they're out of the competition. This process is repeated in the following rounds until the upper and lower bracket finals collide in the grand final to decide the trophy winner. In the MLBB Women's Tournament, we start with the group stage, divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 6 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-3 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to round 1 of the upper bracket, while the third-place team is placed in the lower bracket and is waiting for a matchup against the losing team from the upper bracket first round. In the lower bracket, if a team loses one match, they are eliminated from the tournament. This is the last chance to qualify for the grand final and win the championship. The winners proceed to the lower bracket final, where they'll face a losing team from the upper bracket final for the second spot in the grand finals to compete for the tournament trophy. The tournament pits 16 teams against each other on the battlefield of 3 maps in a thrilling battle royale format. The tournament is spread across 3 days, with 6 maps per day, totaling 18 maps. Competitively, the action unfolds across the dynamic landscapes of Myanmar, Bangkok, and Arangel, providing a challenging environment for the teams to navigate and conquer. The eFootball tournament format begins with the group stage, utilizing the best-of-2 format, with 1 match at the home stadium and 1 at the away stadium. Following this, the top 4 teams from each group advance to the single elimination bracket. If a team loses a match, they are eliminated. The matches in this stage are best of 3. The winning team progresses, advancing through the bracket up to the grand final. Introducing the point ranking system for the overall champion. With 21 medal-winning teams participating, each gold medal secures a remarkable 100 points. Silver medals contribute 38 points each, and every bronze medal adds 15 points to the tally. Remember, there can only be one country crowned as the overall World Esports Champion, achieved by accumulating the most medals and points throughout the competition. Who will emerge victorious?
It's time to play.
Welcome to the IESF World Esports Championship 2024 Roadmap. This year, we're bringing together 130 countries to compete in a tournament that defines champions. These are the game titles that will be the heart of the competition: PUBG Mobile, Dota 2, eFootball, MLBB, and CS2, enriched by two female divisions, CS2 Women and MLBB Women. The roadmap is divided into 3 stages. Each stage represents a crucial phase of the championship, starting from the national qualifiers through the regional qualifiers, leading up to the World Esports Championship. Let's take a closer look at each stage and what it includes. In the national qualifiers, athletes within each of the participating countries showcase their skills in their chosen game titles. These competitions, organized by the national federations, are where the best of the best emerge as national champions. The champions from each country then advance to the regional qualifiers, where they will compete against other national champions for a chance to reserve their spot. The regional qualifiers are divided into 4 regions: America, Asia and Oceania, Africa, and Europe. The American Regional Qualifier will be an offline event where 21 countries will compete in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Here is the slot distribution for the American region: PUBG Mobile 2, eFootball 21, CS2 4, Dota 2 3, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 3, and MLBB Women 3. The Asian Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage, where 41 countries will compete for a slot in China and the World Esports Championship 24. Here is the slot distribution for Asia and Oceania region: PUBG Mobile 6, eFootball 40, CS2 6, Dota 2 6, MLBB 7, CS2 Women 4, and MLBB Women 5. The African Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage where 22 countries will compete for a slot in Casablanca, Morocco, aspiring to secure their spot in the championship. Here is the slot distribution for the African region per game title: PUBG Mobile 3, eFootball 24, CS2 2, Dota 2 2, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 2, and MLBB Women 2. The European Regional Qualifier will be a fully online event with 43 countries competing remotely. Here is the slot distribution for the European region: PUBG Mobile 5, eFootball 40, CS2 12, Dota 2 5, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 7, and MLBB Women 2. Leading us to the final slot distribution for the 16th World Esports Championship, reserved for the best national team of every region. PUBG Mobile Top 16, eFootball 125 countries, CS2 Top 24 teams, Dota 2 Top 16 teams, MLBB Top 16 teams, CS2 Women Top 16 teams, and MLBB Women Top 12 teams. Now let's dive into the competition structure of each game title, starting from CS2. The competition kicks off with the group stage, featuring 4 groups, each with 6 participants. During the group stage, all teams in the group play against each other, culminating in the top 3 positions advancing to the next stage, known as the knockout stage, played as single elimination. The winner of each group directly proceeds to the quarterfinals of the playoff, while the second and third positions face off in round 1 of the knockout stage. The victor of this match advances to the second phase, where they will face each group's top team. This pattern continues in the knockout stage, with the losing teams eliminated and the winners progressing until they reach the grand final. Dota 2, MLBB, and CS2 Women are using identical tournament formats. The competition starts at a group stage, consisting of 4 groups, each with 4 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-1 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to the next round, where they'll compete in a double elimination bracket. The double elimination bracket initially starts with a best-of-3 match between a group's first-place team against another group's second-place team in the upper bracket. The winner proceeds to play in the upper bracket, while the losing team is given another chance to compete in the lower bracket. If a team then loses another round in the lower bracket, they're out of the competition. This process is repeated in the following rounds until the upper and lower bracket finals collide in the grand final to decide the trophy winner. In the MLBB Women's Tournament, we start with the group stage, divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 6 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-3 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to round 1 of the upper bracket, while the third-place team is placed in the lower bracket and is waiting for a matchup against the losing team from the upper bracket first round. In the lower bracket, if a team loses one match, they are eliminated from the tournament. This is the last chance to qualify for the grand final and win the championship. The winners proceed to the lower bracket final, where they'll face a losing team from the upper bracket final for the second spot in the grand finals to compete for the tournament trophy. The tournament pits 16 teams against each other on the battlefield of 3 maps in a thrilling battle royale format. The tournament is spread across 3 days, with 6 maps per day, totaling 18 maps. Competitively, the action unfolds across the dynamic landscapes of Myanmar, Bangkok, and Arangel, providing a challenging environment for the teams to navigate and conquer. The eFootball tournament format begins with the group stage, utilizing the best-of-2 format, with 1 match at the home stadium and 1 at the away stadium. Following this, the top 4 teams from each group advance to the single elimination bracket. If a team loses a match, they are eliminated. The matches in this stage are best of 3. The winning team progresses, advancing through the bracket up to the grand final. Introducing the point ranking system for the overall champion. With 21 medal-winning teams participating, each gold medal secures a remarkable 100 points. Silver medals contribute 38 points each, and every bronze medal adds 15 points to the tally. Remember, there can only be one country crowned as the overall World Esports Champion, achieved by accumulating the most medals and points throughout the competition. Who will emerge victorious?
It's time to play.
Welcome to the IESF World Esports Championship 2024 Roadmap. This year, we're bringing together 130 countries to compete in a tournament that defines champions. These are the game titles that will be the heart of the competition. PUBG Mobile, Dota 2, eFootball, MLBB, and CS2, enriched by 2 female divisions, CS2 Women and MLBB Women. The roadmap is divided into 3 stages. Each stage represents a crucial phase of the championship, starting from the national qualifiers through the regional qualifiers, leading up to the World Esports Championship. Let's take a closer look at each stage and what it includes. In the national qualifiers, athletes within each of the participating countries showcase their skills in their chosen game titles. These competitions, organized by the national federations, are where the best of the best emerge as national champions. The champions from each country then advance to the regional qualifiers, where they will compete against other national champions for a chance to reserve their spot. The regional qualifiers are divided into 4 regions: America, Asia and Oceania, Africa, and Europe. The American Regional Qualifier will be an offline event where 21 countries will compete in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Here is the slot distribution for the American region. PUBG Mobile, 2. eFootball, 21. CS2, 4. Dota 2, 3. MLBB, 3. CS2 Women, 3. And MLBB Women, 3. The Asian Regional Qualifier will be an offline event.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asian Esports Championship here for the IESF. Once again, it's the road, actually, to the WEC. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with my boy, once again, Mirko. Mirko, how we feeling? We just did Africa. Now we're here in Asia. We're traveling.
Yeah, from Africa all the way to Asia. And it does seem like, at least here, at least for us, it's better timing, right, Naisu? So I'm feeling greater than before. But honestly, when it comes down to how these teams play, I'm not too sure about that, right? I mean, we'll see. Because, we were talking about how the African region was so cool because it was a breath of fresh air with all the new heroes, all the new picks. I really hope we get to see that as well from Asia. But I think we kind of have an expectation, a certain level of, a lower expectation, at least, when it comes down to the heroes that are going to be picked up by the Asian teams. Usually more disciplined, usually more of the meta. Yep. But to be fair, the meta is getting kind of crazy right now, Naisu. So with the addition of some of these items, especially considering, there's been a few days since the African Regional Qualifier, since the update too, I'm wondering as to what will actually show up, how good they're going to be on the patch too.
100%, man. I'm glad you pointed that out because for those that were watching the African online qualifiers for AEC, the patch came out on the last day of the women's, right? So we saw glimpses, but that just wasn't enough time. And I actually feel like even now, at least from what I've heard going around, there still is so much room for these teams to kind of experiment. And even when you see some things being played, for example, on certain streams or certain teams are pulling out, there's still the coaches there with the final word. And I heard some of this where it's the coach is probably not yet. Don't bring that out just yet. Let's do some more testing. But I would say that this is a good shakeup, to, again, the meta that was really established. And now that we're here in Asia, we're kicking it off with MLBB Women's. And still, relatively, there's some of these countries and some of these teams, of course, that not everyone that will be tuning in is so familiar with, and eventually there are some that are going to be very familiar, even going on into future tournaments that we have, of course, for MLBB. But the main thing is you've been watching for a long time. If you guys are very familiar with the meta, you're going to notice things probably are going to change a little bit. And I love the fact that we have these new items. We have, of course, the shakeup in some of the picks coming up. Now, you guys can say what you want about the Skypiercer, but of course, you'll have to see exactly how these teams have adjusted, so far to the meta and everything else. We're going to take a quick look, though, at our schedule going on here. And of course, just like in ISF fashion, guys, we do have games going on simultaneously, of course, some that are streamed and some that are not. But as you kind of take a look at things here, we're starting off like Mirko said, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan for the women's portion to kick off today. Actually, all the games today are going to be women's games. And then, of course, it's followed up by Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia. And we end our day number 1 with Brunei versus Indonesia, which, I'm sure you have a lot to say about that team playing later on, Mirko.
Definitely, right? We'll get to that later, obviously, for Brunei versus Indonesia, Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia as well. Let's stick to Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, though, because from my experiences as well, the last 2 online Asian qualifiers that I was able to also cast for, I saw the exact same matchup happen last year. Same exact matchup happened also in 2022 to qualify to the main stage in Bali of 2022. But for Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, I actually got the chance to cast the men's side, right? And for the men's side, at least, that's the reference that I'm going to be bringing up into this matchup. Uzbekistan definitely look like the better team. They definitely look like they have, the core understanding of how even the other Southeast Asian teams play. They have a very, very similar playstyle to all the other Southeast Asian teams where they prioritize the meta. They want to go for as many prio picks as possible. And for Kazakh, they're a bit more... they're a bit more diverse. They're a bit more unique in their playstyle. Because I wouldn't even say that they're brawly. I would just say that they are kind of pick-off heavy and individually oriented. Like, they want to go for prio on their individual lanes. They want to win their lanes individually, and that's it, right? Like, they go to the team fights with the lead, not with the synergy that they have with their composition. So that's what I've come to expect from Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan, but obviously this is the MLBB women's side, so maybe we see a completely different playstyle from both these teams. Maybe Kazakhstan are going to be the ones with more prio. And speaking of the meta, I've been an absolute SPA. Nice, you know what that is?
What's it? SPA? What is it?
I've been an absolute Sky Piercer abuser. I've been abusing the heck out of that item, bro. Because it's
I think everybody has, man.
Fun, especially when you... Yeah, everybody. And, all right, firstly, to the people watching back at home, don't just force the Sky Piercer, all right? Like, if you're using Claude, don't go for Sky Piercer, man. That DPS is going to take a while before you get to the execute part. But yeah, I've been playing like the Brodies, the Rogers, and it just feels so good, man. I think the Assassins as well. So I think the Assassins should be back in the meta, honestly, after the Sky Piercer build. And that's why... Even though we have, these new big items like the Wishing Lantern, Fort of Novaria, it's still going to be really tough to go for these very, very vulnerable mages in the mid lane, or even vulnerable gold lanes in the gold lane with all the assassins roaming around.
Yeah, and speaking of, again, this is our first matchup to kick us off. It's Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, and this is, we'll get, once again, women's that we're going to be kicking it off with, guys. So there'll be kind of a mix, throughout the next couple days here of the Asian Online Championship. Not only that, but also this is going to be a best of 5, this one that we're kicking it off with. And leading up to the point with that, Mirko, like, I guess got to ask you, like, do you think this is this the end of, like, tank meta, or like tanks? Are they struggling, or was some of the item changes, of course, that we saw with some of the tankier items enough to kind of keep them competitive against dealing with SPAs like you?
Honestly, I think the tanks are not completely out of the meta. I think you can still make it work, right? And that's why we're actually seeing a lot more diversity even in the jungle, which I think is desperately needed in the jungle. Because we've been talking about how for everything, for every single role, it's been so cool to see the gold lane, get fighters in there. Even sometimes we get to see mages there, but mostly still marksmen. But still, a lot of different marksmen could be meta in the gold lane, right? Same goes for the mid, XP, roam as well. So many different heroes that can be played in all these roles. But the jungle for the longest time has just been so one-dimensional. You go for these tanks and that's it, right? Like, the best you could do that is not a tank is probably like a fighter. Maybe a Martis, an Alpha, but that's about it. Now, I think it is going to be a bit harder to pull off the tanks, especially the tanks that don't clear as fast, right? So the Akais and all the other tanks that actually kind of struggle in the early game portion of the game when it comes to clear. I think especially up against the Assassins who snowball a bit faster, have a little bit more damage in their kit as well. And they have an execute technically in their kit now with the Sky Piercer. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of tough for those tanks. But for the Bakshas, I think for the Baratsas as well, for the Fredrins, they should be better. I wouldn't say okay. We'll have to see. We'll kind of like gauge the meta, what's OP, what's good in these matches.
I think the way I would look at that is it's pretty exciting because it brings some of those, assassin picks viable again, more viable than I would say before. And we're going to take a look at the lineups here too as we kind of talk about these changes here. Of course, for Kazakhstan, we have Yumino, we have Amaya, Amore, Asami, and How are we doing this one? Kanoa? Is that what we're gonna go with?
I really hope it's Kanoa.
Kanoa?
Unless we get like Kanoa.
Well, hopefully we're close as can be with some of these pronunciations. But again, like we have had experiences, of course, seeing some of these teams compete. And although, some of them have probably changed some of the roster a little bit here and there, one thing is true about every single team that we watch: they have a very distinctive play style. And it does take, if those regions are changing their playstyle, if those countries are changing their playstyle, that's something we kind of have to see unfold here. Now, for Uzbekistan, for their lineup, we're going to have Kana, Hinata, slowly, Space Loves Us. That's how I'm reading that. Space Loves Us. And Hirith.
Space Loves Us.
Space Loves Us. Space loves us, I'm assuming. Space loves us. Right?
I was reading it as Space Love Sus, Yeah,
because sus is so popular with Eterna, right? But Space loves us is how I'm reading it, man.
All right, let's hope it's Space Loves Us, because I'll also follow in with the Space Loves Us pronunciation. But yeah, for Uzbekistan, Kana, Hinata, slowly, Space Loves Us, Hirith. I really wonder what they want to go and bring up into the meta, right? What they want to actually pick up later on in the draft. Are they going to go for more of an assassin build, assassin pick to go for early game snowball, or are they actually more of a, discipline, objective-based team? Because I think in a lot of different tournaments happening now around the world, we've been seeing a lot of different ways that you can actually tackle the new meta. I've seen Export Jungle actually pop up a little bit more because of the War Axe change, right? Because obviously we're talking about the Sky Piercer. It's a great item, but a lot of the other items have been changed as well. Like the War Axe, that now kind of includes the Bloodlust Axe as well, the glowing one. It kind of includes the NOD as well. So a lot of item changes that makes some of these fighters as well very, very viable. And that's why I think Roger has been able to get so much value out of this new patch. You get the War Axe, you get the Sky Piercer, right? And technically you could use the Mailfit gun. You use your ability, land it, you get additional attack range. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But again, it's something that we'll just have to see. I haven't been utilizing the Mailfit gun a lot in my games, actually. So yeah, I think it's a bit more of a niche item.
I think so, man. I think it's I haven't seen many build it yet, but again, this is a good point for experimentation. Maybe we see it here kind of unfold throughout the Asian Esports Championship. But so far, it's been mostly like the first item for a lot of people was Sky Piercer, the way they kind of tested that out. But I also want to see how some of the changes go with like these tankier items, right? We know that Thunderbelt changed a little bit. You actually get pretty good scaling. I think this also allows Fredrin to still be pretty good. As long as, I don't know, man, Lord dances are a little bit scarier, and as we're now on this region that is known for objective taking and Lord dances, and especially like long Lord dances, mind you, some going 5 minutes plus. I guess that's my biggest question with this patch is like, how has that adjustment been made? Are we still going to see those long extended Lord dance fights, and kind of just waiting to see who pulls the trigger first? Or are they much quicker to be resolved, and part of that could simply be because of one item, unless teams have figured something else out, because I think that's such a big change that a lot of us might be, I don't know how to look at it. Like, is it a welcome change? Like, people are like tired of these super long Lord dances and they just want to see clash after clash after clash, because that's the way you look at it for people that really love to break things down. Long Lord dances are like a chess game themselves, and it's actually very high, mechanical and a technical thing that has to be done. It might just look like, they're just stalling out, keeping the Lord there, but there's so much going on to that, and timings are everything when it comes to that. So I guess my thing is like, how much has these items changed the course of Lord dances, especially when we're talking about later Lord dances, when the Lord starts to really hurt, like even before the patch, and now the Lord hurts even more the more Lords we get into.
I personally am an LDE, a Lord Dance enjoyer, right? I really, really enjoy those Lord Dances. Like you said, I look at it as a chess game. It really feels like it's a chess game. You want to go back and forth. You want to utilize the macro that you have in the other side of the lane as well, the far lane usually. You play around that, get that Lord advantage. But yeah, it does seem like right now, for the changes that have been made around the Lord, it's kind of like Moontown want to force a little bit more of these skirmishes to happen, a little bit more of the bombastic team fights to happen, right? So teams technically now, even when you're winning and you want to force out the Lord, you gotta do it. You just gotta do it. Because even if you have the far lane, you have an advantage. Obviously, that's the advantage you can play with, but not as big of an advantage as you used to have, where you could just pull the Lord back and forth, wait for that all the way. Now, it's even easier for the enemy team as well to just take control, take that aggro, so that they can actually just force it out. So yeah, I guess there's a little bit more of a comeback mechanic in a sense, right? In a way, there's more comeback mechanic. Because for the losing team, they don't get completely forced onto those errors, because they do have a way to actually force the engage upon the enemy team, upon the team that's winning, that is controlling the Lord. I like the change. I guess we'll have to see what it brings. But me personally, I'm more of an LDE guy. You know, I'm a Lord Dance enjoyer. So I really hope the Lord Dance doesn't disappear completely. I think we'll still get a little bit of it. But like you said, especially with the assassins and fighters rising up in the meta, it does seem like Lord Dance is about to die. Because these tanks are usually the ones that want to take in the damage and then sustain back up. Squishy's not, they don't do too well. Not against Lord.
I'm literally writing down the notes of all the acronyms that I'm going to have to remember now. Lord Dance and SPA. Yep, Skypiercer, Abuser, right? I don't know how many. I feel like you've gotten these lessons from a guy we know very well, mutually.
Yes.
Right? So we have that. But, you know, those are all good points, because really when we look at it, and not to mention, man, something that really hasn't been talked about like too extensively just yet, because it's mostly been the focus on like items, and I feel like Skypiercer alone has been blasted all over the online, you know, interwebs, people talking about their love and hate relationship with that item. But like the other thing is like seeing what is possible with the new emblems, or the new, like the new tier 3 emblems, right? You have the Temporal Rain, and then you have the War Cry. And so far, like there's been some, you know, some of it being used here and there. We even saw some in the African qualifiers, but nothing just yet that really like sticks out that's commonly used, you know, over and over again. And I think like that in combination with, once people are starting to figure out some of these items and building up around these new compositions that we might see, it brings in a world of like new heroes that come to the meta. Because already, like, you look at some of these teams, man, and they already have like big hero pools. Let's be honest, most of these players have such an extensive knowledge of the game that they're able to pull so many unique heroes. Africa alone, I wish we had a counter for it, because my goodness, like just in like 3-4 days did we see how many unique heroes pop up. And so I think now where we are is, once again, like I said, I felt like we were in a healthy meta, relatively a healthy meta, and I feel like now this shakes it up enough for it to be even healthier, if that's right, like healthier, because of the fact that, you know, you have more variation in room, even when it comes to the draft now. Like I think we'll even shift some of the typical bans that we used to see, where there's so much, you know, Fredrin Barrett's bans out, you have like Angela's picked up or either banned out. The Luyi and the Chip, I think, is still going to be a dominant priority for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, just because of the simple fact of utility, you know, that it brings to the table. But I think we will overall, like over the course of the next weeks and months, because remember, this is the road to WEC for all these teams competing here for the Asian Championship. They will be going directly to lock their slots in for Riyadh at the WEC. And from now until then, that's like, we're talking like months, like 3-4 months. That's a minute and a half, basically, in my book, you know? And that means like so much will change. I'm sure even by then, like, you won't be an SPA anymore. Everybody that's an SPA right now, they won't be using the Skypiercer as much. Maybe by then, at least for me, as someone who doesn't, abuse the item as much because of just the heroes that I play, I'm assuming that they're gonna bump the price up, Mirko. Like, I don't think they're gonna keep it at 1,500 gold, man. Like, there's too much value in 1,500 gold.
Considering it's an adaptive attack item, right? So technically everybody could use it. Yeah, I think they've definitely gotta adjust it in a way. I don't know if they want to take some of the stats away, you know, maybe get rid of or kind of I would say decrease that execute, right? Because the execute is kind of ridiculous. Maybe you want to make it a little bit smaller, like the execute percentage, for you can actually execute people. But yeah, the price would be a good thing to have as well. The price bump, because it's adaptive attack, everybody can use it. But yeah, I don't know, man. I was about to say Naisu for Mr. Building Man. a few months is a minute and a half, right? So only goes to show the difference in size right there, right? Building to a normal human being, because it's just a few months for me, for all the humans, right? Just gotta translate that for Naisu. It's a minute and a half. For all the other humans out there, it's normal time. Okay, nothing too crazy. It's just a few months, but yeah, it's crazy to see that they'll be qualifying straight to Riyadh, which will be taking place in November, right? That's the official main event for IESF 2024. So, very, very interesting stuff. A lot of things will definitely have changed then. I really hope the teams that do qualify, they can still adapt and change and, again, adjust. Hopefully they're not SPAs anymore, because I think if we have the same SPA meta from July or from June all the way to November,
there's something wrong.
Boring. That'll be kind of whack. Yeah, that'll be kind of whack. So hopefully they do change some of these things. Hopefully they also bumped up a lot of the other heroes, like the attack speed heroes, because I would love to see them back in play. But technically, they're not actually out of the play. I think this just adds more of a layer in that gold lane, because now the Clint is a bit more viable with the Sky Piercer. You have that burst. Yeah. The Brody finally finds itself in a place that he can fit in, right? Because for the longest time, Brody, I guess after M5, we really haven't seen Brody pop up a lot. Yeah, he kind of fell off, because the early game control, even though it is still very, very important, I think in the gold lane specifically, what's more important is someone that can be flexible. Someone that can bring Flicker or Purify, depending on the different cases. So you actually have a little bit more of the escape to get out of these, full dives that is the meta. Full CC engages as well. That is in the meta, like the Tigreals, the Grok. So now that he does a lot of damage, I think a lot of teams will be happy to sacrifice that survivability with him not being able to bring the Purify for just ridiculous damage. So if they can actually play around the Brody, it'll kind of be like a Super Marco situation at M5 or even at IESF last year. Yeah. Right? He was abusing the Brody, man.
He was.
I remember.
It was him and Claude.
Him and Claude. And I think Saken as well, Indonesia representative that got into the Grand Finals. The only game he won against the Philippines in the Grand Finals was on the Brody.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get that Brody prio back, hopefully. I love Brody, man.
Man, there's so many options for the gold lane. Like, I feel like even in a way, there's still time for them to figure out what Malefic Gun goes to the best, like for gold lane heroes. And that's why I think like it's great that Brody could possibly pop back up and everything, because I think if for the longest time, like I said, people were so used to seeing the Mozkovs, the Claude locked in. Sometimes you throw a Harith in the gold lane. But, with some of the changes, the new items and stuff, it leaves a lot of flexibility and creativity that I feel like can happen. And for us here, again, I know some people waiting to jump into the game. Well, really, because we don't have any data yet. This was like our first day on Africa, when we started Africa. And of course, like they went through their own qualifiers here for the Asian Esports Championship to get to this point, these women's teams here. But again, even if you took the data that they had from the previous, it's changed. Like, there's so many possible new things that you guys can see, even if you are very familiar with these two teams or the players competing on them, because of the changes that happen. And so, for us, it's like, I would say to go as far as like, even as casters, because I've been watching, the other tournament going on right now, of course, and seeing and kind of hearing the casters kind of talk about all the possibilities that could pop up is always the interesting part. I feel like, especially for the people that like to nerd out a little bit on theory crafting on new stuff, and you can spend a lot of your time kind of experimenting. And I think once again now, as we get through, or at least we start the Asian championships here, we get to pretty much see what is their game plan, because all we can take right now is what we saw from previous IESF, right, from both these countries. And, you already kind of shared your thoughts with that. And we'll have to see if their play style or like the general idea is still the way that they're going to go. And I think, because even so, here we go. By the way, going to jump into the draft here for game number 1. And that's the thing, like what is the idea that they want to approach this game with? Because draft-wise or bans-wise, this is already different, man. Like, a Brody, like you were talking about, is actually going to be banned out here.
He does so much damage, Naisu. With the SP, with the Sky Piercer, it's kind of ridiculous how much damage he does. I think for the most part, you already kind of have an execute built in your kit, right? You already deal a lot of damage when people are low. So add the Skypiercer in and you become super ridiculous. So I think that's a very, very good adjustment now with the Brody being banned out. But I want to give a massive shout out, by the way, to everybody watching right now in the IESF channel, on YouTube, because, man, we're getting so many Uzbekistan fans and Kazakhstan fans just spamming their flags in the chat. And it's great to see from Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. Great to see that, they're growing their community here for MLBB as well. And they have this much support already at the very start of the day. So Angela Mathilda also going to be banned out. A lot of utility right now. A lot of emphasis on the utility, man. From the Angela, the Mathilda, the Fairmiss, all the way to the Lolita. And I will have to say this. It does seem like, at least for my ranked games as well, Harith hasn't been as popular. Maybe because of the changes to some of these items and the changes to how good you are in the early game to kind of shut down the Harith. Because, again, for the mages even, they can go for first item glowing one and they can already get that NOD, right? So I think for regen, for a lot of the sustained heroes, they are going to find themselves in a bit of a tough spot without the help of, the early game, usually where there are no anti-regens. But there you go, a Ruby ban. So none of the normal bans that we're seeing here, Naisu. Very, very different. No Harith, no
Chip
tanks as well, no Fredrin, no Loyi, no Chip.
Yeah, like this is what we're going. Oh, whoa, and a Xavier locked in first pick. Interesting, to say the least.
Very.
And okay, we were talking about the Harith. Harith is going to be locked in here. So, that's the thing, man. This is refreshing. And again, I hope to continue to see this. Remember, this is a best of 5 for all you guys tuning in. This is going to be 5 games that they're going to have to battle through if they make it the distance, But you can see this. The Xborg's still a good pick as well. It looks like it's going to be picked up by Uzbekistan for that first phase so far, pairing up with the Harith. Interesting, too, to see how this idea of their lineup is already going to start. And then we have a Dairoth locked in. And if we remember, even with African qualifiers, man, Dairoth was insane. And that wasn't even just in the jungle. Like, that was in the XP lane, right? When we got to see that unfold. And then they lock in a Kufra. So, interesting so far, first phase here from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, we were just talking about how maybe these mages who are a bit more vulnerable in the early game, like the Xavier, the Novaria as well, maybe a lot of teams might not want to go for that, right? Considering how OP the assassins are right now. But it does seem like, at least for the side of Uzbekistan, they do not really want to go for an assassin. Maybe not yet, because the Harith pick technically already enables that assassin pick to come up. But it seems like they want to actually prio that mid lane a bit more. With the Lilia, you do get a lot of mid control. I think Aeterna's talking about how Lilia is just the best mage of all time, according to her, in the African regional qualifier. So I have to agree with that statement, at least when it comes down to wave clear, right? But the Loyi, something that has been nerfed, that diversion, the cooldown has been increased by quite a bit. So you still have the way to give a creative angle for the rest of the team, at least to go for a flank, for maybe an initiator later on if they want to go for a Kaja, or perhaps a Tigreal to go for an initiation from the back. But man, that ult, if you use it just to scout now, it's not as valuable because there's a big window of opportunity for the enemy team to just utilize that timing to bully you. But finally, we're getting to see that Fredrin ban. Not in the first phase, now in the second. That's the bit of a change. That's the change that we get technically with the patch. But the Esmeralda too is a very, very interesting ban. And the Clint. So Clint, also talking about that earlier, I did mention it with the Skypiercer. This guy with Burst is really, really good. And especially against the Harith, because on the Clint, you like it if someone initiates on you, right? Because you can use that second skill to immobilize the opponent and then quick draw. And then, yeah, your whole kit is based off of kiting away. So I get the Clint and the Esme ban. Those two bans are basically just to give the Harith a bit more room to play with in the gold lane. And so far, I think now the only real answer from Kazakhstan to that Harith should be a Roger. If they want to play for the global presence, maybe the Moskov. But even then, the Moskov just doesn't feel as strong, especially up against the Harith.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure what they want to park in the gold lane. This is so much magic damage being picked up here. Now that the Julians are locked in, I'm actually kind of surprised with just how overloaded magic department's going to be, from Uzbekistan. But this is probably just their game plan, what they want to do. They want to kind of build up. Again, this is where we get to see some of the items shine, hopefully. And the Yuzhong locked in with the Melissa. Yuzhong, once again, just if you guys didn't see it during the African qualifiers, man, Yuzhong was devastating. 100% win rate, and still a very Great pick right now, and hopefully we'll see, I mean, a similar kind of concept being utilized here with Yuzhong, of course, from Kazakhstan, and how they want to play around it. If you look at the lineup, though, from Kazakhstan, it's very evenly distributed, like magic-wise, or sorry, damage-wise, especially later portions of the game. The Xavier scales up really well. Melissa, I'm wondering, because if I recall right, we haven't seen a great like success rate from Melissa just yet. We'll see if it happens this time around. And Carmilla to lock it in. My goodness, dude, this lineup from Uzbekistan, I think they just want to end the game like fast and like maybe even before the first Lord, or at least the first Lord count here.
And they want to do it with magic. Like so much magic damage. You already mentioned it earlier, but I want to put more emphasis on that, because yeah, Herod, Loyi, and Julian. It's going to be so easy for the side of Kazakhstan, for the tanks at least, to itemize against this magic damage, crazy magic damage from an opposing team. And obviously, with the Melissa, with the Xavier, you're a bit more of a scaling composition, right? The Melissa, you need to wait up until those 3 items to be built up. But we have technically seen as well, in the African region qualifiers at least, for the Melissa, if you do get to a point where you already have those 3 items, you can actually go for the Sky Piercer too. You have a lot of DPS. Yes, you're mainly a DPS hero. You don't really utilize that Sky Piercer too much, but in the late game, you basically burst.
Well, let's find out here. We're going to be jumping into the first game in the best of 5 between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Who's going to start out on the right foot? We talked about all the changes with the items, the patch, and everything else. And now let's see how this kind of unfolds and gets put together. Also, real quick, taking a look at the emblems, you can see Haraif even has the focusing mark. So focusing mark going to even help that little extra bit of damage for this lineup that we've been talking about, the magic damage lineup. And that early burst potential too from that is actually going to be quite useful, with the fact that, hey, we want to end this game early, and then they've got the 3 purifies, man, to deal with a lot of the CC that's going to be thrown at them from Kazakhstan. So very interesting how they want to play this part. I feel like for Kazakhstan, though, if they could just drag the game out, let's say late game. I've honestly, at this point in time with our meta, I would say late game already for a lot of teams is just getting past the 15-minute mark even. You can see some poking happening here. And for them, for Kazakhstan, if they get to that late game potential, this is something where Xavier always does really well. His scaling is quite insane. Dawning Light itself is something like an ultimate. Anytime you have kind of a global threat, ultimate, very useful for any stage of the game, especially later on. And then, of course, just even Mystic Fields, landing a crucial one can help the setup, because part of this is overloading that damage in the physical department from Kazakhstan. So it's almost like a matchup of physical versus magic. Whoa. First blood. Whoa.
Bottom lane. Traded. Looks like Hinata is able to actually get a kill back, and that's going to be worth it. Reno charges up with the Tyrant's Revenge, able to get one knock up, but now gets knocked up as well by the Enhanced Chain, and will not be able to survive. That's 2-1 early on to trade for Uzbekistan as they go for the turtle here. The Katizi already around. Goes in for the Furious Dive and the tail as well. Purify locked out by Hirayat, used up already. Noah for an angle of attack right now as Kana will be zoned away, but now the Retribution comes in and it's going to be Kana who survives, gets it as well, Enhanced Sword to escape, and Kanoa will be forced back. Meanwhile, Hirayat will be taken down in the back line by Likatizi, who used the Black Dragon form earlier, and it will be a trade 1-for-1 turtle for kill.
It's a good trade for both teams, and, Kana really impressively able to get that turtle, kind of get out of there as well. And, side note, the only one we're missing, by the way, is the Yin from the Jujutsu Kaisen skins here. So I just noticed watching a little anime battle happen during this game. Haraif, though, going to get spotted. Rotating up top. I don't think they can commit to that either just yet. So for a lot of this, once again, very good back and forth. Kazakhstan able to get themselves a little bit ahead. Salmon Force, okay. I think that's just, to assert the dominance for that extra bit of gold. They might want to fight this one out still.
Yeah, Curse of Blood used up, but look at the damage! Instantly obliterating the tank by the dispersion and the rotation. Gets rid of Kanoa. So far, for Space Loves Us, she's able to purify out of the muddles, out of the go away, just dashes back out to safety. Another 1-for-1 happening.
Okay, well, attention on the bottom side.
Shade with last insanity up her dive, perhaps. This kind of takes the shot of the turret to give Hinata a bit more of the survivability she needs around this turret, but kind of is still hovering over this bottom lane. Will be beating up Umino in that bush, goes in for the sword, and goes in and knocks up Umino with the chain, but there's no real engage for now. Uzbekistan are playing it very, very safe. Goes back all the way. The Black Dragon form's used up as well. I think it's easy. Oh, good enhanced sword to escape from the Furious Dive right now as they look for an initiation, but he gets knocked up, and Likatizi is able to pick up the kill. Hinata goes in for a trade. Doesn't have the last insanity. Now a dive from Kanoa. Doesn't have the Mr. Strike, though, with the Curse of Blood. Connects on a 3. Hinata on the back with a flicker as well. Now burning down Umino as he takes Umino down. It's Amore who is forced to get back onto that tier 1.
Man, the lineup there, Mirko, was so good, and that's what I'm talking about, that Kazakhstan can do later on, especially as they scale up. You know, landing the Mystic Field, having the Dawning Light, and then Abysm Strike as well. You have so many lineup abilities that you can use and utilize, but right now it's still Uzbekistan able to get control of the game once again. They're going to go ahead and start up the turtle. It looks like they could possibly still fight this. Okay.
Oh, good revenge. Catches him. He's able to just walk away from the Furious Dive there with the Retribution, giving him enough movement speed, and slowly rotates over to the bottom lane with the diversion just to give a little bit more pressure back to the Uzbekistan members.
Okay, so at this point, it's looking, you know, not snowball status just yet, but Uzbekistan able to get themselves a nice little lead, of course. They've got some of the objectives as well. They could work for the next one. We got to take a look at the items here because some key items are being locked in. Hinata just gets the War Axe there. You see Hunter Strike as well from Noah being picked up. And now, fight top.
Curse of Blood and Zaman Force. Now Space Loves Us doing some damage. Going back with the Synchro Fission. Chasing in. And the go away is enough to zone them away for now. What happened to Amore? In the bottom side of the map, it's going to be Kana who locks him down. And the target lock from the stun gets Asami stunned up in a turret for Space Loves Us to get the last Synchro Fission in. And Uzbekistan now in the 5th minute are definitely snowballing.
As I just said, you know, they're not in snowball status yet. Now they pretty much are. It's starting to get there. And a lot of the rotations that's happening in the placements they're finding for Uzbekistan is utilizing, once again, this magic-centric lineup that they have. The fact that they have a diversion they can utilize and play around with, and really just kind of even sustain through some of the fighting here. Now, again, at what point does this lineup kind of struggle, right? For a lot of the times when you're talking about magic-heavy centric lineups, late game is troublesome. Hold on, Amino.
Okay, Amino's just walking up there, gets chunked by the Dispersion. And yeah, that's the change that we have on the Melissa, by the way, Naisu, right? When she pops in the muddles, you need something to basic attack. You can't just basic attack air anymore to deal damage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was, to be fair, that was a good change. They kind of needed to work with that, right? You can't just be attacking air. And so with that, I thought they'd be able to actually press the situation down on bot, but looks like it was just zoned out for the most part. Turtle's going to be up. Last one of the game. They're in a good position to go ahead and fight this one out. Looks like half health now.
Yeah, good zoning from here, right? But the Black Dragon form will be used up. Enhanced Sword over to the back and wins out the Retry battle again, but it gets caught in the Abyssum Strike now with a good Curse of Blood connecting on it too. But Likatizi is forced back by Hinata on the X-Borg. A good Mystic Field to facilitate their disengage, and it will just be a 1-for-1 trade. The Turtle for Kana.
Okay, still, you know, Uzbekistan getting control of these objectives and withstanding a lot of the setup potential. And it makes me wonder, oh, Zaman Force going to be used. Dawning Light as well, but they just get backed off. It's a check for now. So that's the thing. For Kazakhstan, they're not completely, you know, out of this game or anything like that. And they're going to keep poking at Uzbekistan, trying to kind of get to them to the point where, again, they can withstand some of this magic damage, overloaded magic damage, and work around it. Again, Asami, too, has to be the one that eventually gets to a point where you're able to protect Asami. She can pop off with the Inspire on this Melissa. Looks like they might even possibly still trying to make a play down on Space Loves Us, but there is a Purify there. So even if, you know, they get a great set from Amino, unfortunately, that Purify Zaman Force combination, and the fact too that Space Loves Us is 2-0-2, is going to be kind of difficult to get that kill. I think it's better for Kazakhstan if we start thinking about where's their winning situation, their winning condition for them. It's really just to get to the later portion of the game. I can't say it enough that they just need Asami to have those items locked in on this gold lane to be able to pop off. And it looks like, once again, this rotation might pay off.
Yeah, 3 men in the bottom lane here, right? Gets caught by the Abyssum Strike, but it seems there's a bit of a disconnect from Kazakhstan. Umino uses the revenge towards Space Loves Us, and Kanoa was going in onto Hirayth. Now, both didn't really work out for them, and Uzbekistan will be able to walk away from that attempt from Kazakhstan. But I do want to say, late game, we were talking in the draft that, man, Asami and Amore will have so much pressure in the later stage of the game when they scale. Meanwhile, Uzbekistan, 3 magic damage dealers, right? So if they do not actually create a snowball very early here, it's going to be tough. Or maybe like in the next few minutes they need it. It seems like for the top side of the map, Umino will be overextending, gets caught by Kana slowly, Hirayth, and also Hinata. And it seems because the roamer is down, no one is there to really open up for them, and they're going to go straight for the Lord. Holding it down now, the Dawning Light grants them a little bit of vision as Likatizi tries to look for an opening here, but Hirayth is doing a good job at zoning her. Hinata again with the flames, and Kana, we were talking about the Lord damage. Now we can definitely see it, Naisu. My goodness! If they were trying to Lord Dance that would be very, very scary for Kana. But luckily Uzbekistan, they had the man advantage, utilized it perfectly, and now they have the Lord.
And that was the first Lord, Mirko. Like, that was the surprising thing for me. Just how much damage the first Lord of the game was actually doing. So you can already get a glimpse. Like, if you somehow get to games where you're like 3-4 Lords in, yeah, it's going to hurt, you know, and you kind of have to kind of adjust to that, because for the longest time we just saw junglers just pretty much just post up and be fine. But right now, Likatizi trying to clear this lane, keep that turret up the best that she can, and it looks like they'll be able to do that. Now, for the rest, they're paying attention to this bottom side. Again, big item pickups being picked up here. Okay.
The dive right into the Abyssum Strike. The burst is enough, and the dispersion and the rotation by slowly into the Curse of Blood. The bounce damage now going back and forth, and now it's going to be Hirayth versus Kanoa, where Hirayth is able to secure that double kill. Right as Asami, by the way, secures the Sky Piercer. Dawning Light into the bottom lane. But Hirayth is on the other bush. Is able to escape as the Lord just takes that turret tier 2 up top for free. No trades.
No trades happening. Very interesting kind of team fight that just happened in the bottom lane too, but you can see the power of that Curse of Blood really working, especially again once you get that first additional bonus damage at 6% from the focusing mark. It was just a ton of burst potential from Uzbekistan's lineup. They will go ahead and get a little bit of space to work with around the map. They still got to get that tier 1 down in the mid lane though, to kind of have a better time moving across this side of the map and the jungle itself. But so far, I gotta say, Kazakhstan has done a relatively decent job in keeping things from snowballing out of control. They don't have any turrets just yet, so they're at a huge disadvantage with that, and that's why Uzbekistan can kind of play around what you see them doing, where they're bunching up, possibly going in for a setup. They might actually take out Umino again. We saw this top side. We got the ending of that team fight, that setup. But still, at this point, it's Kazakhstan just trying to maintain themselves in this game without it getting too out of hand. They've got 12 minutes in, but at what point do they start actually winning some of these team fights and getting the favor for themselves? And even with that, Dawning Light's going to be used. They don't know just yet where the setup's going to be, but they can't go further than that midpoint in the mid lane, because they know if a setup comes out, if they get stunned, if they get chained up, if they get anything, it's most likely going to be a kill right now for Uzbekistan. So, as I was saying, Kazakhstan really just trying to keep things from snowballing completely out of control. The longer that they stay like this, though, and Uzbekistan is just all across the map farming everything that they want to, it'll happen eventually. And that's what we see now that they're nearly 5,000 gold ahead. Still focus on this mid lane, of course. Might want to jump in and at least try to keep them at bay. Lord is now up, though. So Kazakhstan, how do they want to play this? It looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they try to engage on the Hinata, who still has a Faraga armor. Oh, it's a 4-man Tyrant's Rage! But right into the damage, Kana will be taken now with the Curse of Blood as well. Space Loves Us jumps in a bit too deep, but is able to find Kanoa. Now the Dawning Light back towards them, but slowly in that skirmish, just utilizing how clump up Kazakhstan were in that choke point to get the dispersions, the rotations, and the bouncing damage coming in from the Cursed Blood as they now look for the mid lane. They want to try to siege this down, but it's good muddles placed down by Asami to deny that away. But so far, for Uzbekistan at least, they will still be able to take that tier 1 in the mid lane. Kazakhstan these Mystic Fields, these muddles are getting a little, kind of out of hand here. Nice.
Yeah. They are, but at least fortunately for Kazakhstan, they got Kana down, so they couldn't result into getting a Lord, but they're going to go ahead and get at least that mid lane turret down. And so Uzbekistan to go ahead and kind of resettle themselves, get these buffs, get locked in, get reset, because they could actually now force Kazakhstan to dance off with them for the Lord. And it looks like they're going to get in position for that already. They did send Space Loves Us down on the bot to put pressure there. So possibly they have to just fight this out 4 versus 5. Based on the position, though, it looks like they might kind of go with that. You have Amino spotting out the bushes, making sure that they have the vision they need. And it looks like now Space Loves Us is going to rotate up for this fight. We'll see if they go for a stun here from Horaev. Not going to commit just yet. Dawning Light pretty much on a very low cooldown at this point in the game, almost 15 minutes in. So we'll see if that theory of late game is better for Kazakhstan does play out. Horaev, though.
Oh, he bursted down. Curse of Blood gets placed down. He is able to get out with a Purify. Now as a Black Dragon form is used up into the back, but the last Insanity now will blow them up in the back line. Now as the go away will be placed down, but the Muddles is not quite there. Good in Hash Chain to knock him out, but he's still at the go away. Asami is able to survive, getting a double kill, but then gets burnt down by the glowing one of Slowly. And there you have it, another 3 for 3 as we get to the 14th minute of the game.
This is competitive. I mean, for the first game number 1 of this best of 5, how many times have we seen the team fights go where it's 3 for 3, 2 for 2, neither team able to commit on this Lord? And again, this is just the second Lord. Even when you saw them fight around that, Asami very well placed, go away from me, set up really well, but then the Lord was actually knocking down on people, and the damage hurt, right? From the Lord alone contributing to that fight, the knockups, of course, but that's, again, something that Kazakhstan can play around with, continue to buy themselves some more time. Asami is where she needs to be right now on this.
The Sky Piercer's done.
Yeah. Is it locked in? Okay, there we go. We got to look at the items here, of course. Locked in. I was wondering where the items were falling into place, and it looks like just that. So very good. Has that Sky Piercer, Golden Staff, DHS, Corrosive Scythe. We saw the damage potential from Asami just in that last fight. Part of it, too, is just being able to position well and that deal with, the magic damage. But it looks like Turret's going to go down top. Well, they're going to fight.
No. Very, very low. Last Insanity gets him down now as the Muddles gets placed up, but Asami gets deleted by Synchro Vision, and now Kanoa will lose her immortality. It's another knock-up with the Enhanced Chain, and it seems Uzbekistan, out of nowhere, they're able to get 3 members, punishing Kazakhstan for walking up a bit too aggressive, and now go straight to the Lord. And this time, it'll be Enhanced Naisu. 16 minutes in, Uzbekistan trying to go and force the issue on Kazakhstan.
Okay, and that's just going to be a Lord taken for them, finally. I feel like, that Lord take at this point in the game, Uzbekistan has to feel good. It's very rewarding. Everything they went through multiple team fights just to finally get this Lord. They're going to use the diversion. It just might send one. It looks like they send Hanada down there, check things out, keep things under control. They still have that wave pushing in the bottom side for Kazakhstan as well. So Hanada's job, cut that off, cut the lane, of course. Lord making its way top side. Kazakhstan, I gotta say, Asami, that last fight, unfortunately got caught in a bad position. That's so crucial for the winning condition of Kazakhstan, is Asami just living, staying alive. And even when you use the ultimate to go away from me, unfortunately, you still have a lot of magic damage that can be placed in there and damage Asami. So that's something that they have to kind of solve and deal with. So you're kind of thinking, Kazakhstan, how can they defend against this? It looks like they're going to hold Uzbekistan at bay for now in the jungle, while Asami works on the Lord up top and try to hold on as much as they can to the health of these base turrets as the tier 2s go down in each lane. So now, once again, Uzbekistan, do they actually want to force a fight? The problem with forcing a fight with their lineup, they have to be confident enough to clash in. Usually you'll see X-Borgs kind of flicker in, or sometimes even just a last Insanity through the wall into the base, and then kind of follow up from there. But again, everybody doesn't have a flicker for them. They're more in the defensive. They have the Purifies. So they play around that. But right now, it looks like Uzbekistan's going to be like, let's just wait. We can farm up, continue to farm up. At this point, we're nearly item locked for all we need. I mean, even for Kazakhstan, they pretty much nearly have everything they need item-wise. It's just now you have to pay attention to the team fights. How are they falling? How are they unfolding? What is the positioning? And most crucial, once again, Kazakhstan has to take care of Asami, because if Asami's gone, I don't know. Exactly. Once Abysm Strike is used as well, it's tough. It's tough pickings there. So diversion used as, again, this is the thing. You have so much utility, so many uses of diversion, but right now they're just kind of keeping it together from here. You saw from Slowly too, the amount of damage she's able to provide. Has the Holy Crystal, has the Lantern already, and of course that new iteration of the old Glowing Wand now has the Necklace of Durance passive part of it. So it works out really well with dealing with this possible sustainability that Kazakhstan can use based on some of the itemization they picked up. Big item pickup and power spike here for Amore. And there, finishing it slowly. Now also has the crown and will have that available. So this is a good portion for both teams to go ahead and just fight it out. Problem is, Uzbekistan will have the advantage in terms of the space to work around with. So Kazakhstan has to figure this out. How do we approach this fight? How do we get the vision that we need? How do we make sure we don't get caught out? Because even at this point, the mortalities are going to come online and get juggled around. So Lord's going to start up. This is a crucial one for Uzbekistan. Dawning Light used. Here goes the pull, Uzbekistan. They will get it.
Yeah, and Umino just goes in for Tyrant's Revenge. Even though Lord has been taken down, forced to flicker out, and maybe now Uzbekistan want to go for the chase, but
disengage.
It does seem like Kazakhstan want to just disengage, want to play with the wave clear that they have in their composition. Again, Amore and Asami, both of them have crazy wave clear, right? Asami, not in the normal traditional wave clear way that her wave clear is a bit different. You put the muddles, you zone the people who are trying to play around the Lord, and then you hit the Lord. That's the wave clear that she can play with. But then obviously for Amore, we've been seeing, you've been also mentioning that the Dawning Light has been coming back and forth up on cooldown so fast, and now Kana, by the way, and Slowly both have Winter Crown. Both of them will be able to get that untargetability in these team fights.
So once again, even with all of that, Uzbekistan in full control of this, and now Lord on the bottom side. Can Kazakhstan defend?
The Wraith gonna go and siege down in the mid lane and the bottom lane as well. That enhanced Lord, and at this point, actually, it's an evolved Lord. We'll just be able to take that base turret down. Now, Curse of Blood onto 2. Good flicker out from Amore. Last Insanity, though. Comes out of Hinata, gets caught by the Tyrant's Revenge, and that's going to be a knockup on the Slowly as well. They miss him, strike connected, but Slowly still the back end of the shielding now. It's a good Dawning Light to take Slowly down with a good shutdown on the Mystic Field placed down. They have a lot of HP bars to play with, and they'll be able to defend up against Uzbekistan, getting 1-for-1, and it's a favorable trade for them. It's the mid lane for the XP.
What a defense. I mean, they lost those base turrets, but the fact that they were able to get Slowly, they couldn't actually end the game like I expected. I expected Uzbekistan to end the game there, but it was too tough. And maybe that's part of it, once again, of just having this magic lineup that you see, the magic-centric lineup, and having a Harith especially. The Purify was gone. She saw that Slowly was taken out of the picture, and then they just didn't want to follow up and commit to it because of the threat that Asami now has, especially fully item lock. Anytime they get low, we saw it, the Sky Piercer, like we had talked about extensively leading into the series, how devastating that damage can be, the way that it triggers, of course, that execute, if you will, especially with an Aspire. It can get quite surprising just how fast that damage can be output here. So now, once again, Kazakhstan, even despite the troubled kind of early to mid-game transition they have, they're actually still holding, for the most part, their own. The biggest thing they have to work on is somehow winning this next team fight that's going to result around this Lord. And if they do, if they're able to turn that tide of the fight and win it, then they can start to knock on the base of Uzbekistan. I'm not going to say it's going to be game-ending just yet, but this gets even more dicey because, again, this is going to be the 4th Lord, 22.5 minutes in. This is a very, I would say, surprising, longer game than expected for this game number 1, with the way things that have been kind of settling in for the new meta after the patch here. So it looks like Uzbekistan will go ahead, start this up, and Mino provides the information for her team, and they're going to go in.
Good time to cancel it out. Now the Black Dragon form into the back as Kana will be untargetable. Gets the enhanced sword down as a curse of blood. It connects on the 3 members. Now the retribution will it be on point as Likatizi tries to deal some damage. And it's going to be Kanoa who steals it away. Good damage from Asami with the go away as well. Stopping any sort of engage towards her. And winning out in the team fight for the team. Now with the muddle in towards slowly. But will not be able to connect. They still have a massive win and an evolved Lord to play with.
Oh man, like I said, you know, they needed to win that fight. It was crucial for Kazakhstan. Not only did they win the fight, they got the objective on top of it. And now you're seeing just how strong late game. I was very adamant about this. I was talking about this quite a bit. You know, that Magic Central lineup is great, but late game, Kazakhstan lineup is going to scale up really well, and it already has. And that's what you're seeing from Amore especially. Just being annoying with the very low cooldowns that Xavier has, and Asami just unleashing the damage. Look at the charger from the Lord here. They might push this one in, the 2 of them.
Oh, just with the Mystic Field, that's a shutdown. Nice and a mega kill picked up by Amore.
What?
Slowly,
oh.
1 member left to defend. A Mystic Field deletes her from the land of Dawn. 24 minutes in, and Kazakhstan, they're able to pull off an epic comeback in game 1.
What was the ending there? The damage. I first off, I wasn't expecting them to exactly end it just there, because of course, you know, Xborg was like, he was okay, he's tanky enough, Nana's seemed like she'd be fine, but then the Lord came in, and then just in an instant, that's the SPAs, that's the Sky Pierce abusers out there for Asami, man. And I mean, it was 1 Mystic Field and then Asami, and this automatically a kill by late game. And, you know, going back to the point, that's exactly what I was saying. All they needed really to do with the lineup is kind of withstand. It's like holding on to like the boat, right? Like right now here in the Philippines, It is storming outside. So that's what was happening to them. It was storming against them. Like Uzbekistan was the storm. They held on for dear life, and then they were able to get past the storm. And then they had the upper hand. And that's exactly kind of what they had to do approaching this game. Whenever you have, you know, more than 3, I would say 3 heroes of just the same damage type, the magic damage especially, you know that the early game is going to be tough. Like, it, you know, early to mid game even is going to be tough, especially with the fact that they had a Luoyi. And so, you know, it was just a game of really just time, buying enough time for Asami to get to where she needed to be. And anytime the Xavier is locked in, you know he's going to be one of the best scaling heroes in the game still. And we saw it, like, especially with the enlarged versions of those Mystic Fields locking in, it became very difficult for Uzbekistan to fight in those, you know, and kind of contest those situations, or even that last Lord.
It was just so difficult for them to actually go for the sieges, right? Because when they go for the contest, actually, like, they were able to get, what, the first 3 lords without any contest, right? The first lord, I think there was a little bit of a contest, there was a little bit of a fight, but they were able to win it because it was still around the mid-game. That was the window that Uzbekistan needed to get a snowball with, and that was what we were talking about as well, right? Uzbekistan, they had an early game composition, a snowballing composition, and also, technically in the late game, they could still prove to be, you know, a threat in these skirmishes, maybe if they had physical attack. The thing is, they had magical damage. The whole composition, 3 magic damage dealers. Technically, maybe they were trying to rely on Hinata to be the physical damage, the sole physical damage dealer, but in the end, I don't think Hinata would be able to, you know, carry on together just by herself for the physical attack, and that's kind of what came back to hurt them, came back to bite them, because for Kazakhstan, you can see even for Asami, she sold her boots to get Rose Gold Meteor in towards the end. She knows that if she can actually survive in these skirmishes against just the magic damage, she'll be able to out damage them in the long run with the Sky Piercer, with the Malefic Roar, and with 3 of the attack speed items. So for Uzbekistan, it almost seemed like they were just always winning in the early to mid, but they were never able to end. And I think we got to give props to Kazakhstan for understanding that too. They know that in these team fights, in the, you know, 16th, 18th minute, they would actually still lose out in the neutral objective battle, in the team fights around the Lord. So what they did was, all right, you can get the Lord, we have a Xavier, we have a Melissa, we can actually defend in our base. Wait for the moment for us to actually strike, and that's what happened. They waited up until that very moment where both of them had their power spikes. Both of them are comfortable going in for these fights.
It's the lineup, like we said, from the draft before we even jumped into the game, it was well-rounded. The bases were covered, and usually when you have that, it's just a matter of getting to the late game if you can, because even when you look at the lineup that Uzbekistan had, it was still, again, the game plan was good. The idea was good. The execution, I would say, even from early to mid-game was good. It's just unfortunate because when you have this kind of lineup, and like you said, you lack the physical damage to contest in later portion of the game. That's just kind of what happened. Harith is great. I think that Harith, maybe now, I don't know, maybe now Harith isn't as OP as before. Like, I think it still is a strong hero, a strong pick in the gold lane especially, but you almost have to be careful now that you have, like you mentioned, the Brodies. Now we've seen the Melissa have a successful game here. The way that the itemization can work does make it a little bit harder for them to kind of deal with. And then, of course, the fact that now you have, you don't have to build a necklace of Durance anymore for these mages. That's why, you have a Xavier that provides like such a large kind of scope of abilities to cover this wide area, the Dawning Light or the Mystic Field, especially if it's enhanced. Boom, right? Necklace of Durance passive because the glowing one is already locked in. Boom, it's already there, right? And then it gets a lot harder for them to kind of fight into that because, again, even with the jump in, like the way that the ultimates aligned up with Kazakhstan's composition was, if they layered it correctly, it's almost like artwork, right? They have they have the Abysm Strike, they have the Dawning Light, they have so many things to kind of just Mystic Field to pop off with. And again, I think that's why it worked so well. So hats off for Kazakhstan, really keeping it together and staying into the game and getting through the storm, because that could have, this could have been anyone's game. It definitely could have been Uzbekistan's game one. But again, in this best of 5, they have plenty of time to kind of adjust and get it situated here. And when you look at it once again, I do have to say, because of where we came from, the African online qualifiers, and now we're here in Asia, man, it's still different. Like I wasn't expecting game 1 to go this long, and it was very well orchestrated by both teams, like the lineups that they had. So I just felt like it was very competitive to start already. Not to say that Africa wasn't, but it's different once you get to the Asian qualifiers. Even though we're kicking it off, even for the women's team, man, they play so good. Like, the synergy is there, and you can really clearly see that they played quite a bit together, and they know what they're doing. It's very impressive to see them kind of just going with a game plan, even with the magic lineup. Like, I'm not going to hate on that, because it is a plan that can work. It is a composition that can work. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to end the game when they should have, because when you roll with a lineup like that, you have a very certain window of success, and if that window closes, then you're going to lose. And that's kind of what happened there. So it makes me wonder, Mirko, like, what will the changes be from Uzbekistan in the game 2 once we get to the draft here in a bit? And how will they change it? Like, do they actually go with something that's more similar to what we saw from Kazakhstan, where it's like it covers the bases?
I think for sure something that they definitely need to change is the fact that, it could work. The full magic damage composition could work. But I think a physical damage dealer, a marksman, or even an assassin jungler, it really doesn't matter who it is, as long as you have more variety in the way you can actually damage, you can output your damage. It's really great for your composition. In the later stage of the game as well, you can play around it really, really well, because, again, for Kazakhstan, they had just one thing in mind, which is the magic damage, even for the frontliners. And we mentioned this all the way from the drafts. For the Kufra, the Dairoth even, and for the Yuzong, they got magic defense, and that's it. That's all they needed to do. Up in the late game, especially considering, some of the, or actually, no, not some, all of them are burst damage dealers, right? No, burst magic damage dealers. It's a Harith with a Synchro Vision and a Zaman Force. Technically a little bit of consistent damage there, but also still you're playing towards that burst, right? It's not kind of like a Lunox where you just shred. I guess the Julian has a bit of shred in his kit. A
little bit, yeah.
The first skill with the Scythe, Enhanced Scythe. But other than that, you're really very, very reliant on your burst damage. So an Athena Shield plus a Radiant Armor, and you're done.
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to deal as much damage as the Melissa plus the Xavier combination. And that's why Xavier and the Melissa just does so well in the later stage, because not only do they produce so much more damage, right? It's a variety of different damage. It's a little bit of physical, technically a little bit of true damage as well with the SP, with the Sky Piercer, right?
Sky
when
Piercer,
you get those executes. And
it's 99999.
Yeah, 9999 true damage. If the Melissa does get into the later stage of the game, when she has those 3 items, the Malefic Roar and the Sky Piercer, she is a DPS hero. But she might as well be a burst damage hero in the late game with the Inspire too.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the Inspire, and then not only that, but I think just the fact that like what complemented this really well was the fact that you had a Dairoth. Because you get some of that armor shred, that helps the Melissa do even better, like especially later portion of the game. And I think that's really was the selling point for Asami to shine later on. Now, it was still difficult, I would say, even for a Melissa, because with the magical lineup, like I said, even when you pump the ultimate to go away from me, like you could still get hit by a lot of the magic damage being thrown at you, and if you're not careful on placement. And there was moments where we saw that, where she was caught out or, whatever, you will go down and you lose a ton of firepower. Xavier's still great, but you still need time to like set things up and be able to kite, in and out. It's much better when you can just do that, set up the fields, and then let your Melissa kind of shine and pop off. That's really what happened when they were winning those fights. So I guess, as we wait for this Game 2 draft, the question is, Mirko, was that game your LDE, was that enough for you to have your enjoyment of the Lord dances?
Well, there weren't really a lot of Lord dances that game, right? There was a lot of Lord fights. I'm an LFE as well, I'm a Lord fight enjoyer, but no LDEs, not a lot of chess games made around the Lord at least, right? But we definitely did see the Loyi get used in a normal way with a diversion to actually give the X-Borg a teleport towards the top side of the map, towards the far lane, so that they can actually utilize the macro advantage, the wave advantage. So yeah, but even then, Naisu, it does feel like the Loyi has lost so much power though. I think you can agree as well, right? Because in the team fight, she was still good. Like in terms of like burst and damage output, it's good. But in terms of the diversions, I don't remember seeing like any big diversion that was used, and I think it's because she has to be way more careful as to how she uses diversion because of the cooldown that has been increased.
Yeah.
Now you can't really go for the those crazy diversions every single time into the back, in up top again to give the far lane control. When the Lord is about to spawn in 10 seconds, you can't use it. Meanwhile, before you could have just spammed it. You could just spam it to open up the map to give your roamer a lot more space. Maybe they didn't have to deal with the Kufra as much if they had the old Loyi, but with the new Loyi, you have damage. That's it. A little bit of creativity, but not that much.
You definitely have to be more careful, like on utilizing the ultimate. Yeah, it's like, but to be fair, that's how it should be. I'm happy with the change. Like I will say that Loyi had her moment, and she's still good. Don't get me wrong. We're saying that like Loyi is still a good pick, still great pick, fits in a lot of compositions, and just diversion was used so much because of the fact that it was on such a low cooldown, especially when you got the right items, and that kind of had to be changed, of course. And so now you still, and if we go back even to those bans from the first game, they're very different than what we're used to seeing. And, I'm sure like even as you guys, I know it's, for all you guys playing and everything, we're going to be jumping into the draft here in just a second. I got word. There it is. Draft number 2. But going back to the point, I know you guys that play your ranked games, it's reset. So you're starting to find yourselves back in the moments where, what is the right bans? What should we ban? Even in your own competitive RGs as you grind back up. Well, we're going to see what these pro players are deciding to do, because so far I would say that it's been a shakeup, even for the bans, the priority bans here. And there's a lot left open that typically we didn't see open so much before. But now as we get through the bans, this first phase, Faramis is going to be taken out. X-Borg, I think, is a good choice. Again, with the lineup that Uzbekistan had earlier, X-Borg it could work for any teams, like building it around. Again, X-Borg is such a it's such a hassle to deal with. I feel like, especially if you're one of these tankier heroes, but they just decide to go ahead and take it out. The Yuzhong to follow, and it's funny because with that game 1, we are at 100% win rate still from Africa to here. So we're still at 100%. I'm wondering how long that Yuzhong 100% win rate can withstand the rest of these games, at least the ones that are streamed, I should say. We don't know. He could be losing on the offline games. But Madilda, also the answer to go with that export for now.
I think it's a good Yuzhong ban, right? Especially considering, last game they had a lot of trouble just dealing with the Yuzhong that was flying all over the place, getting a lot of these initiations. Or I wouldn't say initiations, I would say re-engages, because Umino was definitely the one looking for the main initiation on the Kufra, right? But it was all about the follow-up as well from the Yuzhong that made it so difficult for Uzbekistan to deal with. So now with the Xborg and the Mathilda banned out, the Angela is something that we did see as well, banned out by Kazakhstan on the blue side. I don't know if they want to ban it out this time around on the red side, or they want to leave it up for grabs, but they go for the Harith instead. So this time, at least for Kazakhstan, right, they were able to beat it last game. Now they go for the ban onto it. Seems even with the swap in sides, the Xavier first pick seems to be the new prio. The new prio in the meta. Nice. So it's a Xavier first pick for both games. That's interesting. That's really, really interesting.
Oh, man. Makes me wonder, like, is this going to continue to happen? Like, is the Xavier going to be continuously prio, at least for the mid lane? Interesting, though. The Dairoth and the Lolita get locked in right away. So this makes me wonder, too, if we want to see a priority with an Esmeralda, possibly, to deal with some of the shielding, of course, and not sure if it'll change, but typically Lolitas go the Flask of the Oasis first item. They get the extra shield, helps the team kind of overall. Oh, wow. Okay, here's the combination. I was wondering if the Esmeralda would be locked in, but then not thinking that they would actually also pick up the Angela. So this is probably also just to take it away, like they could have played into it if they wanted to, obviously, like already having the Esmeralda, but now they take this, they have their own influx of sustainability and shielding. Interesting pickups here for the first phase overall, and I think it still covers a decent amount of the bases that are needed, at least for the early game. It still makes me wonder what is going to be locked in for the gold lane, because of the fact that, we even saw the Harith being banned out, Clint as well. So I think we see this traditional kind of marksman matchup in the gold lane next. But Brody, maybe, yeah, actually he's open. Terizla, all right, Terizla locked in here. For Kazakhstan.
Yeah, they go for the Terizla. Maybe they would need a little bit more of the initiating power of that penalty zone. It's interesting because I thought with the Dairoth in the first phase, they would want to actually flex the Dairoth into the second phase, maybe XP or jungle, considering there's an Esmeralda as well. It's a good matchup for the Dairoth, but they decide to give Likatizi a bit more of the initiator, which she was able to utilize really, really well in the previous game on the Yuzhong. So maybe that's just her comfort. She needs to play a playmaking hero, but the Fredrin will still be banned. Same time, this time still by Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan, I think now would be a good time to ban Brody. Because for the Dairoth plus the Terizla, those two heroes make the Brody so much more powerful, right? Because the Terizla technically usually is picked up by the team against the Brody. It's a good counter pick, especially for the early game, because if you do land a penalty zone onto the Brody will not be able to use the basic attacks properly. Like, he'll have his basic attacks reset in the early game. But later on, when he does get enough attack speed, it will not really matter that much. But still, it's a way to counter the Brody. And especially considering now they have that physical defense shred on the Dairoth, just like they did in game number 1. Some more physical damage bursts like the Brody would actually give them a lot of value, especially considering there's an Angela, there's also an Esmeralda, so two heroes that want to scale. If you have that burst, and for me, especially on the Brody, especially when I'm up against this kind of composition, the Angela and the Esmeralda, I love just going first item Sea Halberd, second item Sky Piercer, and then just penetrating through all of that regen or all the shielding that can be provided by the enemy team. But it's going to be two mid lane bans, actually. No Loyi, no Lilia, but they are hovering over Selena, Novaria, Cecilia. They're hovering over. Oh, the Gord! Everything. Single hero is being hovered over, man.
Everything. What's going to be locked in here? Novaria would be great, I feel like.
One Farsa?
Is it going to be the Farsa? Burst damage would be interesting. Vexana still good as well. There's a whole lot of good picks, of course, that could fit in the gold lane. And, wow. All right. Okay. They just wanted to show. I feel like that was more of a skin flex, Mirko. Like, that was. They weren't even going with the mid lane. They just locked in Melissa, but they had to show the skins off. So, of course, we see it. We see it, right? Melissa locked in still for Asami. Oh, here it is. Is this going to be the matchup, the gold lane matchup? And will we get to see this Brody kind of shine? Again, he's got to defend himself. You know, part of it's difficult, like you mentioned, especially with the Terizla there, trying to lock you down with the penalty zone. But even if it's a carry, this is actually, I would say either the carry or the Brody, both good choices. Carry for this instance too, you get to play around with the fact that you have an Angela to help you out. And if this is going to be the Ruby, I'm liking the lineup right now from Uzbekistan. But they go, whoa, all right. Carry locked in. Roger, though, is going to be the jungler here for this lineup. Interesting. And what's the last pick? Will it be this? Oh, they just swapped. They must have just swapped is what they did, you know. But they still had to show the skins. So Vexana, though. I think this is I think if you go Vexana, good choice against the Xavier, especially with the range. You can also utilize your Eternal Guard to help you with your tanky front line that you already have. You know, it's an extra body, extra health bar on the board. Right now, still trying to decide what they want to go. Burst damage is kind of what they need too, because like you mentioned, Sea Halbert could be a first item you go for, and then of course the new items with these mages, building them in, and they do go with the Vexana. So good choice. They locked that in, and like I said, itemization for the mid mages is crucial. I feel like the timing is a lot better, to be honest, especially with the fact that, you know, now you can kind of flex it, glowing wand. If you wanted to rush it, you could pick it up right away, have that extra passive to work around with. But again, Dyroth is going in the jungle. How do you feel about the Dyroth jungle with this lineup?
I think the Dyroth jungle can work, you know, especially considering, you know, you already have the Melissa. So I think it's all about playing towards the Melissa. It's all about enabling the Melissa. And at this point, especially after seeing game number 1, I think they are playing a very, very good game. They play towards Asami. She's been phenomenal on the Melissa. As a Melissa main myself, you know.
Whoa,
I actually respect that, you know. Yeah, dude, I'm a 1-1 Melissa main.
I was gonna say, I thought it was just a 1-1.
No, it's 1-1 and Melissa. Both the highest win rates I have are on those heroes, and Asami was really, really good in game 1.
Well, let's find out exactly what's going to happen here in game number 2, Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. As we already saw, just the first game turn over its head in favor, of course, for Kazakhstan to work around this. And now, also, real quick, we are going to have a new emblem. We got to point it out. The Temporal Rain is going to be picked up by Slowly here, this time on the Xavier. So we'll see how that plays out. What that does is once she uses the ultimate, then she's able to get that lower cooldown on the first and second skill, of course. And we'll see how that plays a part in the fact, too, that Xavier already has low cooldowns later on. And then you also have to highlight that Hirith has the focusing mark, you know, which will help with some of this burst damage potential, especially when you're talking about a Roger jungle. This is what's interesting, Mirko, is the fact that we have a Roger. Oh, whoa.
Early on, just one more hit is all Ikatizi needs, but Hinata is able to pop that skill 1 to get additional shielding, but she needs to respect this Terizla in the early game, man. Terizla's a menace.
He is. So I think she's going to be fine, though, at least for now, unless she gets a Revenge Strike again. She doesn't have Purify now. But going back to the point, the interesting thing to this is the fact that we're seeing this jungle matchup. You know, oh, hold on. Oof. That was just
up top.
Yeah. They have the info, you know. Purify's down, Hinata stayed, even with a third of the health, and you have a Dyroth jungle. That was the point I was leading into. You have these, basically these assassin, high damage, capable junglers locked in. You have to be even more careful now at being a low health this early portion of the game. So Kazakhstan, the first one to punish that, and they'll go ahead and get ready now for this turtle. Waiting for some more level 4s to come online, of course, for Amore, and also Ligatizi doesn't have that penalty zone just yet, though.
You know, Licatizi will be able to escape for now, but gets chased down by the Lycan Pounce, but now gets caught by the Abyssum Strike and will be taken down by Kanoa. Umino with the rotation, getting that stun onto Hinata. Now with all the damage placed onto her, she's still able to escape with the Heart Waves as well. Good dawning light towards the top side of the map, but a Terrify will lock her down with the Eternal Guard too to take Hinata out. 2-0 in favor of Kazakhstan as now they hover over the first neutral objective of the game, going onto this turtle with slowly just hovering over as well, trying to give some space to Kana to perhaps look for the steal, but at this point it's going to be Kanoa who secures it without the retribution, and for Kazakhstan they get all the wins in the early game.
It's a great team fighting just overall from Kazakhstan, and you're seeing things kind of already fall into place for them. Of course, no first items just locked in just yet. But like we've talked about even before, you know, with Kanoa being on this Dairoth, having that Fury Hammer just this early on, you can already see the burst potential. She's sitting at 2-0-1 because of it. And this is quite the threat when you're dealing with, you know, this lineup that Uzbekistan decided to go ahead and bring to game number 2 here. Kana really hasn't had the moment to shine the way she's probably hoping for on this jungle Roger. But definitely there's still time. Nothing's out of hand just yet. It's only about 1,000 gold ahead for Kazakhstan, but so far so good for them, because what this all relates to is Asami just having a good time. You know, having a good time in the gold lane, having that gold lane experience. But look at all these bodies here now towards the gold lane. It looks like they're all just going to scout each other out and maybe not commit to this. Umino does have... Oh, there it is.
On Blast and a Flicker catches 2 right now, but a Mystic Fuel actually cancels out any sort of full engage from Kanoa, and they will just be able to go for the turret goal in the bottom lane with a turret shield as well. But the hard guard has already been placed down by Uzbekistan, and they might actually want to go for a little bit of a skirmish. Umino gets caught, kind of doing some damage, but the Muddles catches all of them. Terrify and Eternal Guard, locking Kana down with the goal, and here right will lose her life as well, as Asami just deletes through all of these elf bars.
See, like I'm saying, the team fight, the push and pull between the two teams are amazing, and Kazakhstan's going to be able to go ahead and win that fight, get the objective, they get the tier 1 in the bottom lane down. But here's the thing, I'm going to say it the same thing as before, especially with the Xavier on this side for Uzbekistan, is time will tell. As long as they can continue to punish in the early game, and this is where Kazakhstan has to snowball and build up. Turtle's going to be up here, they're in position for it. So Uzbekistan, they could actually contest it, or they could just wait to farm up, buy time. Oh no.
Oh, full engage again with Umino now. Popping into the Monon Blast, getting the stun down onto 2, but Asami places down the Muddles a bit wrong. Kana still able to get taken out. Full dive over by Kanoa with a jump, and now the turtle looks like it's going to be taken for free. No more to use a retribution, but I think at this point they don't really even care. They're going to get it for free. The Dawning Light. It's a bit too early, and that's another turtle taken without the retribution.
Whew. Again, Kazakhstan just doing everything right. You know, at this point, really the way that they're playing and approaching these fights, even if it's just to get a single kill back off, get the objective, you know, it's really showing the discipline that they have. And you can see now that the first items are coming through, especially for Kazakhstan, that kind of timing on this first power spike, if you will, is starting to build up, because even Asami, once again, just has that corrosive scythe. Nothing too big, but enough to already be an impact, especially the fact that you have Kanoa on a Dairoth, and we talked about the, oh my goodness, again.
The Monon Blast right into the Terrify and the Eternal Guard, a combo wombo, just to zone them away. A display of dominance here, Naisu, as they use the go as well in the mid lane. I don't know what that was for, but hey, it's to display a little bit more dominance, and Space loves us now. We'll be caught all alone up top. Amore rotating over. The hard guard is ready, but a Terrify connects and say goodbye to Space loves us up top, who gets deleted off of the Land of Dawn. 7-1 Kazakhstan in game 2.
She was hoping to at least get the turret. She was not able to, Mirko. That is tough to see. And so it looks like Kazakhstan's still going to play around the snowball. They've garnered themselves 6.5 minutes in. It's getting to the point where Uzbekistan, they're going to have a really hard time with the rest of this mid to late game transition. They still have another turtle up, but honestly, at this point, Kana's been shut down. She hasn't been really able to do much at all on the Roger, and a lot of that, again, is just the decisions from Kazakhstan, able to play around this lineup that they have, put pressure on this. And look at them rotating down the bottom side for them. Kana is there.
It's a stun, terrifying Eternal Guard, man, the CC lock is ridiculous, and to the Phenomenal Blast, and a penalty zone, layering everything, and now it's gonna be here right next to the chopping block, as that's a dash forward, but they're unable to look for the kill just yet. Hinata with a Purify now, as he tries to escape, pops the Falling Star Moon defensively, tries to run away, but now gets chased out again. Umino with the stun, Likatizi with a few more swings at the hammer, and even Kanoa in the mid lane was looking for that kill. Space Loves Us able to get into range, but gets zoned away instantly by the Terrify and the Cursed Blast. My goodness, Kazakhstan, the amount of layering that they have is insane.
Umino is just on point with the Numeral Blast, man. Like, even if she has the flicker or she doesn't, she's making plays, and that's going to be the turtle. Third one now secured. Oh, no.
Good model placement. Hinata gonna be looked at by the Numenal Blast into the hammer. And now even in the mid lane, Space Loves Us will be assassinated by Kanoa as they look to go for more sieges. A Mystic Field gets placed down, but at this point, that Mystic Field does no damage.
Not enough, you know, just yet, not enough. And Hinata got punished. They knew that she got away with her life earlier, and they wanted to get her this time, so that they did. Now they'll go ahead and get these turrets still working across the map, of course. And that is even more dire now for Uzbekistan to kind of crawl back into this game. It's almost reaching that 10,000 point. Oh, this is... Kana's gone.
Running towards the other side of the map right now as the chase doesn't continue. Good discipline from Kazakhstan, only sending Kanoa to go for this, and Kanoa will be walking up to the bush. Kana will be shredded down. Kanoa, they miss him strike and say goodbye to Kana. Here right now, caught in the sandwich, and they're all looking for her. That's a dash forward by Umino, getting the stun down and forcing the Purify out, but the Cursed Blast will still be able to connect. Now as the Guardian's Bulwark gets placed down just for dominance, and Amore lands the final blow. Another clean trade for Kazakhstan, 2-0.
Yeah, Kana, it took her a little bit longer to go down, but eventually she was chased. Even utilizing that Heart Guard was not enough. And that just shows just how far behind, you know, economically they are right now against Kazakhstan, because we're talking about, you know, 10,000 gold difference at the 9-minute mark. Like, this is very, very Snowball. Every time we talk about Snowball, this is usually the epitome of that. 10,000 gold before the 10-minute mark. It's very difficult for a team to come up from this, but it's not impossible. So for Uzbekistan, the biggest thing is, how do they farm? And part of that is they might just have to sit in their base, you know, and buy time, because if they just approach this area like of the Lord, they try to get in the zone of it, they're most likely just going to die and get collapsed on. And it's unfortunate that that's the case, but with the lineup that they have, they don't really have the maneuverability to get in to the area, because again, look at Kana. Kana has had a struggle of this game, you know, on this Roger. Now, maybe if it was utility jungler, you might have a better chance of at least getting some vision in there, but you can't at this point, because you really just kind of have to rely on time for slowly to build up, get those items on this Xavier, you know, for Space Loves Us to get the items that she needs. There's so much that they're lacking in terms of being able to fight and win against a lineup that has this immediate burst damage and CC potential. So they're going to go ahead and get these tier 2 turrets now, working on them. Lord is going to make its way down the mid. So Uzbekistan, despite how far behind they are, I'm not sure if they're actually able to defend this. This first Lord push with this kind of lead from Kazakhstan could possibly end the game here and get them their second win of the series. And it looks like they'll get ahead and get ready to march in. The shields are going to be popped.
Now Blast connecting on the slowly, no rotation over to him. Falling Star Mundo connecting on the 2 members, just locking Likatizi and Kanoa down as the Muddles gets placed on penalty zone, right into the Eternal Guard. Where did Space Loves Us go? Still with the Lord alive in the mid lane. They're going to go for it. Kanoa going to be tied up right now, as that's going to be the damage placed down onto the base, but the Lord has been cleared out. That's a good shutdown by Hinata, as the Guardian's Bulwark will be able to bounce up a little bit more damage, but the Mystic Field catches them, and the Muddles as well does the same thing, but towards the side of Uzbekistan, as Kana will not be able to survive this damage coming in from Kazakhstan, and they'll be able to go for the clear. Now 1 cannon minion in the mid lane to go for the end. Will they be able to do it? They go straight for it, but it has been cleared out. Another Mystic Field placed down, but it still does not matter. Kazakhstan will be able to brute force it to force us to a perhaps 3-0 clean sweep. It's 2-0, match point now.
Man, Kazakhstan coming out with a clean game as ever. Very dominant. You know, game 1 was a little bit closer and they turned things around. This time, 11.5 minutes in, they just come out swinging for this. And it was, I mean, look at Kanoa. What a jungle this girl had here with this Dairoth, just able to dominate. And that pair, man, I don't know if they're going to get this in the next game, because the Dairoth Melissa combination seems to be quite the big damn combo, you know, like it's tough. And not only that, but I loved how this also fit into the role from Amore, where she just utilized the Eternal Guard, was able to burst them down, knock them up the way they needed to. And like you mentioned in the play-by-play, Mirko, the layering of ultimates and just even abilities that they had played a big part in this, you know, in winning those team fights and having this success from, you know, the start to finish till eventually it was just snowball territory and out of control. You know, and again, in essence, when you look at the lineup, I like the fact that they had the Angela and the Esmeralda. Part of that was to deal with even Esmeralda, ideally, was because there's a Lolita there. And that's not even to say, like, how many times do we see multiple member Numenon Blasts land? You know, just what an aggressive Lolita playstyle that I feel like as an Esmeralda, Hinata was not able to really do much, you know, unfortunately. But that could also just be the fact that Uzbekistan just got too far behind too early on. And it, you know, when you have a carry, she takes a while. She takes quite a while, actually, to kind of build up. And you're talking about range. Like, the range just is not there on a carry. So when you're trying to kind of weave in and out of these fights, if Space Loves Us was there, you're dealing with so much layering of CC like you talked about. I mean, a penalty zone alone makes you worry. And remember, Space Loves Us had a flicker. So once that flicker was gone, you're down to just having a little bit of a dash. And then you're like, well, we have an Angela. Well, we saw what happened when the hard guard was used on Kana, you know, and unfortunately, the damage was just too much, especially when you're talking about a Dairoth that is just stacked, you know. So we'll look at some of the highlights here in just a second, of course. But so far from the two games, it really is just, I don't know, something has to change here between for Uzbekistan to kind of stay in it, because this is, once again, the highlights from this game number 2 here. And it's already started. 2 minutes in, you see them have that first blood. This was a good setup. Like, you're thinking, okay, something's going to work here for Uzbekistan. And then you have this kind of unfold, and it was like, oh, no, this is a disaster. You know, and you already see just how well Kazakhstan goes in and out of these team fights. You'll see this a lot, where they kind of force themselves forward. They'll maybe drop an Eternal Guard to be that frontliner and then try to push in. They'll back off really good timing-wise. And even this fight, this is another good example of how well calculated they were on utilizing that front and then moving to the back, pulling Uzbekistan further, and then punishing them and utilizing the Eternal Guard. I don't think we really realize how good the Eternal Guard still is. And once again, Numenon Blast after Numenon Blast from Yumino, able to find multiple targets time and time again, whether she had the flicker or whether she didn't. She was making plays with this Lolita, and it's really apparent why they actually prioritize this. And again, Space Loves Us was trying to get that turret at least. But it was almost a point of the game where you're just like, man, you know, you don't have many options left. You know the snowball's happening, and you're just kind of in this desperate mode. There's another great Numenon Blast. You're just kind of in this desperate mode where it's like, yeah, we got to get whatever we can, you know? And unfortunately, it just wasn't allowed. I think Kazakhstan is very good at, when they do get this kind of lead, it's clear that they know how to punish it and play around it. And it was tough. Kana, I feel like, was just completely out of this game. You know, she didn't really have the opportunity to utilize a Roger jungle like what some people might be used to seeing. And mainly that was because it was just shut down early on. And once you get this gap in the jungle against a Dairoth, it's very difficult, you know, to have a better jungling kind of path and rotation to go with, and even to fight against some of these objectives. You know, it took them a little bit longer to end the game here at this point in the game, but you can already see it's the same story. You know, it's the back and forth of Kazakhstan initiating, pulling back really, really well, getting some of the abilities out, the ultimates out, or battle spells, and then re-engaging with the tools that they have until they eventually end the game here.
They have so many tools to re-engage. I mean, man, it's kind of ridiculous how many how many CC initiations they have.
Yeah.
They have the Numenon Blast, number 1, right? And then we'll obviously mention the penalty zone, having another big penalty, like a big CC ability to lock people down, and everything just comes together towards an Eternal Guard follow-up. Technically everything can be followed with anything, right? You can actually start things off with Terrify, and then you get the Eternal Guard down, and then you get the Numenon Blast down, penalty zone, and while all that is happening, while you're already getting layered upon by CC back and forth, you're not able to move up against that composition. You're just taking it. Then there's a muddle. There's a muddle placed in the middle of all of them, right? And the burst damage comes through. In the end, I don't even know if, the Melissa actually got the Sky Piercer because it was so early in the game still. I don't know if they actually even got that, but if they did, makes sense how much damage they were able to do. But even then, it was Amore for the most part that was able to just utilize the instant burst damage in her kit to snowball. We didn't even get to see the Melissa do too much this game, like unlike the previous game where we saw both Xavier and Melissa do so well in the later stage. This was Vixana. This is the Vixana show.
Yep.
Amore was doing crazy stuff in this game, even without the help of the CC. When she's forced to actually use the Terrify all by herself, like the burst down on Takana in the bottom lane, the tier 2, like below the tier 2, she got a Terrify, Curse Blast, Eternal Guard all on him, force the Roger to run all the way, getting a hard guard, so technically force 2 members out of their own base to set up for the Lord and then set up for the eventual end that we got so early. And it's 2 back-to-back MVPs personally for me, for Amore, right? Game number 1 on the Xavier, game number 2 on the Vixana. It's definitely a very impressive show.
And there's a reason why Amore, like, I don't know, again, if this was like a skin flex in the draft or like she was just showing, like really just trying to show, like, I don't know what to pick, because so far it's been 2 different picks and she's played out of her mind for it, like that. So who knows, maybe for game 3 she picks a different hero, but so far practicing her minds out, and that's part of the secret to it. And I think, like, either way, going back to the Xavier pick this time around, it was first picked from Slowly. She wanted it this time, and even with a couple, like, back to the highlights, like looking at a couple good Mystic Fields, it's great, but if you have no follow-up, especially in this part of the game, you can't do anything with it. The thing about the lineup from Kazakhstan is if they landed 1 CC, they had another to throw at them, or they another, or they had the damage already available because of, we know that how much Vixana can do in the early portion of the game. I mean, that knock-up alone, on top of the fact that you have, like, Dyroth shredding you, yeah, it's physical, but, like, then you have a Terizla there, you know what I mean? So, like, early portion of the game, like, there was so much follow-up potential, whereas I feel like with the lineup from Uzbekistan, Mystic Field's great, but it's not going to be able to do the damage you're looking for early to mid-game. Like, a lot of that value comes later on, from a Xavier pick. And with Kana picking your physical damage kind of dealer early on because it's a Roger, and Carry needs time to build up, there was just no opportunity to really kind of get the damage going, because Esmeralda's not going to do it. Esmeralda's not going to do it. Angela's not going to do it. So you're really just kind of relying on, okay, we have a Roger, we got to make it work. And I think that's why, again, it was such a good just idea to counter what they wanted to do from Kazakhstan. Like, Kazakhstan punished Uzbekistan's lineup very well, and they knew exactly how to play around it. So it's crazy too, because when you look at game 1 to game 2, that was like a 23-minute game to a now 11-minute game. Like, they cut it nearly in half. And so what this tells us, man, is like this lineup from Kazakhstan, like they know exactly how to play the long game, and they know how to not let a lead slip through their hands.
They have proper understanding of what their win condition is, right? When they get their drafts, like with the Xavier and the Melissa, they're able to slow the game tempo real down. But when they have the Dyroth in their jungle, when they have all this aggressive picks, when they can actually fight in the early game, they will actually go and force the issue upon their opponents. So in game number 1, I was actually, kind of impressed because they were able to actually weather the storm from that early game. Crazy early game composition that Uzbekistan had with the 3 magic damage dealers, the Julian, the Harith, and in the mid lane, the Luyi. So crazy early game. The fact that they were able to play it so disciplinedly, look for trades, and mirror some of the movements coming in from Uzbekistan was already really impressive. But in the back of my head, I was thinking, okay, maybe Kazakhstan are a bit of a one-trick in that way, right? In a sense, where they want to just wait for the late game and then they take control of the game. But game number 2 basically proved to me, and maybe to all the doubters, they broke the theory instantly in game number 2. They were able to pick up the Terizla, the Dairoth, the Lolita as well. That was banned out, and now we definitely get to see why it was banned out in game number 1. An absolute menace in the game, and they just layered their CC constantly in these neutral objective battles as well. It almost seems like, I think for damage output, Uzbekistan definitely had enough damage to actually go up head-to-head against Kazakhstan's composition. But the thing is, that never happened. It was never a full-out just out-damage each other. It was always CC. They locked them down. That gave them so much more space to play with. And now we're back to blue side for Kazakhstan. This was the game 1 victory, blue side. They're banning out the Xborg. So still sticking to what worked for them in game number 2.
Okay. We'll see if this a good ban, by the way. Good respect ban that they're going to take that out, not let that slip through. But I think you also still have to kind of deal with the fact that we saw maybe that's actually what I was going to say is maybe that's actually the solves the issue. You take the Dairoth out, maybe the Melissa's not going to be picked up by Asami, because now for 2 games in a row we've seen Dairoth kind of be part of that combination. But even so, I'm wondering, like, Lolita, because so far, like you mentioned, game 1 banned out, game 2 was huge for Yumino. Xavier is good. At least they get rid of the Xavier. No contention for the Xavier this time around. No one wants to go ahead and snag that up. So this leaves the mid lane options even more open because, like we said, Luyi is still there. Xavier has been prio, it seems like, at least for now. We'll see if other teams kind of opt for that. And like I said, leading into this series, there's still a ton of good picks for the mid lane that could pop up. So Harith looks like it's going to be the last ban to round out the first phase for here. Now for Kazakhstan, I'm wondering what the game plan is, given the fact that, again, Dairoth is out, Xavier is out. I think if this is not a Lolita ban, they wouldn't, it'd be fine, actually, if they just pick it up first pick. Not sure if it's, priority first pick worthy for them, but so far from what we saw from Yumino in the previous game, I would say it's definitely worth. Well, there's the ban. So respect all across the board here from Uzbekistan. That they don't want to deal with any of those heroes that have been causing them harm.
They've got to respect it, right? I think, especially after game number 2, if they still decide not to respect the Dairoth and the Lolita, there's definitely got to be some questions asked about why they're leaving it open, right? They have to find a way to actually counter it, but now they give away the Luyi to Amore. Amore has been placed on the Xavier, on the Vixana, and now in game number 3 on the Luyi. So we've seen both sides of Amore. Late game with the Xavier, early game with the Vixana, and now I want to see that creativity. How creative can Amore be on a nerfed Luyi? It's still going to be the Terizla, though, picked up by Hinata. First phase pickup. And I wonder what else they're going to pick up here. Because the Brody was banned out so early in the first game. I expected the Brody to actually come up last game. But maybe because of the Lolita, they were kind of hesitant to actually pull out the Brody. Very, very difficult up against the Guardians will work because it can actually bounce or reflect all the damage back towards your team. But I think now would be a good chance to go for the Brody. Clint is also a really good option, right? Just anything that's burst in the marksman in the gold lane would be great. But then, with the Lolita and the Dairoth ban, you've left open a big pick that was able to completely dictate the pace of the game. And also, the Melissa. Asami still with the Melissa, and it's Lika TZ with the Yuzong. It's kind of back to game number 1, but with a mix of that Luyi.
Interesting. We're going to have to see how they utilize the Luyi, like you mentioned. But this matchup, too, really want to see this kind of play out. The Clint versus Melissa matchup. We've seen Asami now 3 games in a row pick it up. And she should actually be pretty comfortable at this point playing it. Now, part of that, too, is still wondering, will the Yuzhong be as impactful, this time around? And so far, again, this is a 100% win rate hero up through Africa's qualifiers, now here for the Asian Championship to play out. So Yuzhong still definitely the hero for a lot of teams to kind of opt for in the XP lane. And responding to it now to lock in and round out these first phases here is the Carmilla. That's going to be the choice here for Uzbekistan. And part of this is really, I think, Carmilla, I know we saw her pop up so much. She's still like a top roam option. I'm just wondering if this is the right way to go for them, because I think the game plan here is really to play around, obviously, the Curse of Blood, and then you have a penalty zone. So if you're trying to layer those things through, you need some pretty good follow-up to deal with that, right? Clint takes a little bit of time, just like the Melissa does, but I think mid lane is going to be crucial on what they decide to roll with there. I think Vexana could actually fit really well into what they have, even so far, but there's still other options, and it looks like the jungles are going to be the focus on banning. So the Fredrin Martis, and maybe they even ban out the Barretts here, and some more utility. Otherwise, they just leave it at that. But like you said, gold lanes not being saved for the second phase this time around, since they already know who's going to be locked in there. It's more so of how do you want to... I think if I'm looking at the potential from Kazakhstan's lineup, and if they possibly want to sweep, like, their jungle pick has to be something that I feel like is more on the tankier side, and I think that's why you see the Marches ban there. Not sure if they want... Okay, Minotaur goes out. Because if they go with an assassin, like we've been talking about this going into the series, like an assassin jungler, especially with the Sky Piercer and everything, they could just play around the fact that Yu Zhong is their front and set up and hope to just go all in. But it looks like, again, both teams are just, they don't want to deal with utility junglers, man. Like, just take them out. We're tired of it. Maybe they just duke it out in the jungle with these assassin picks. We'll find out here, though, now that we're in the second phase.
I really hope they do go for the assassins in the second phase, but technically for the side of Uzbekistan, they can actually still utilize the Carmilla as a flex pick, right? It's a good roamer. I think it still does fit in the roam a bit better than in the jungle, because we did actually have a talk earlier about how the meta has shifted and maybe these pure tanks in the jungle don't do as well as they did before, but still definitely doesn't close the opportunity or the chance that they could actually still go for that flex, because it has worked before up against this composition with the Luo Yi too. You kind of want to, you know, follow wherever the Luo Yi is going to go, but fast clearing is a bit more of the meta right now for the jungle, and they will secure the Baxia. So even though they've banned out the Martis, the Fredrin, and the Barats, Baxia's been left open, and it will be picked up. And now the big question is, we get to see an assassin. We expected the assassins both for Akana and maybe for Kanoa. Now it does seem like maybe Kanoa will be able to pull it off, but Kana will be sticking onto that Baxia. And yeah, the Ling, in my experience as well, has been phenomenal. It's been amazing in my games. I really love how, you know, the Ling has been kind of buffed by the items. The Ling itself hasn't been buffed, but the Sky Piercer, he's one of those, man. He's one of those Mirkos, one of those SVAs, bro. The Sky Piercer abusers, but they'll go back to the Julian. It's unfortunate we don't get to see the Ling, but still, the Julian is still a very, very good pick in the jungle that I would really enjoy seeing, especially up against the Baxia, because you have a lot of deceiving burst, I would say. Deceiving meltdown. Because it's not even burst, because you actually can melt down some of these frontliners. The Terizla, the Carmilla, and the Baxia will have to be very, very careful. Because if they get immobilized, or if they get comboed into an enhanced scythe, they are going to feel that damage. So, last pick for Uzbekistan. They already have everything except for a mid laner. And I think, I have to agree with you.
What do you think?
Up against this kind of composition, the Vexana definitely fits best. But if they want to go for, they go for the safer choice, which is the Lilia. Just a little bit more mid-control, trying to nail Amore down in the mid lane so that she doesn't actually get those creative angles to go for the diversions. I think it's another solid choice, the Lilia. Very safe, too, with the black shoes. Yep.
I think that's part of it. You know, just having black shoes alone, Lilia pumps out a good amount of damage, not like anything like Vexana, especially off the bat, but the damage is still there. It is still a threat. And then, of course, like, part of the job could eventually be, let me just try to bait things out with the black shoes. Like, try to get something out from, you know, whatever it is, actually, if it's battle spells or ultimates, and then kind of play up from that. But still, part of this is utilizing the fact that you have this Carmilla. She's got the focusing mark. You can play into it, but you have a whole lot of damage potential. Actually, from both lineups, I think it just you just need more time once again for Uzbekistan to get online here. So let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it's a best of 5, and it's a match point for Kazakhstan against Uzbekistan. Can they extend this series further? Again, both these teams fighting for a slot at the WEC 2024. As they will go directly to Riyadh later portion of the year. So now, once again, for the MLBB women's kicking it off today, will we see a sweep? Or will we see the series go a little bit longer? Right now, Kazakhstan, though, with the lineup that they have, part of this, once again, is utilizing Amore. Amore has been on point so far throughout the series. And with this pickup, looks like they're going to go for an early rotation already down on the bottom side.
Yeah, Urias, very, very early on. That's a Timer's Revenge, able to connect Dispersion and the rotation. So much damage. Forcing to purify, and even then, Amore is still able to go through it. What is that damage? Early game lethal ignition, Loyi Amore online again.
That's what's scary about the damage of Loyi. Like I said, she has gone through changes, but she's still probably going to be a priority pickup. And even with the diversion or not, the early game damage potential is clearly there, like we just saw. So Kazakhstan sets off once again, getting that first blood and gets a start. Whoa, there's a response though with the revenge strike. We'll get a kill here for Hinata. So we weren't able to see that, but it looks like Likatiza was trying to fight off 1 versus 1.
Timer's Revenge into the sword, and that's the scythe that we were talking about, the enhanced scythe. So much burst damage, and say goodbye to Space Loves Us in the bottom lane. Still a good trade though. In the top side of the map, and Kana is able to utilize that win from Hinata to actually go and invade early on. But so far, it seems like if you go for the Terizla, you have an auto win in lane, and Hinata has been able to get the dub here, and I think for her, she feels that's a confidence boost, right? Especially after getting almost solo killed as well by the Esmeralda in that game 1, Esmeralda. Likatizi going in again, penalty zone, another solo kill happening. Lika going in a bit too aggressively, and Umino is trying to open up for Kanoa to go for the retribution, and Kana very, very secure on it. Seems like Hinata will be the one to take it away from Kazakhstan, though. A win is a win, and it's a win for Uzbekistan this time.
What? I'm still kind of scratching my head. Like, what was Likatiza trying to do? She didn't have the level 4, and she was trying to go 1-to-1 against Hinata, who had already a lead, has that Fury Hammer above. I mean, they both have it now, but still, look how much gold ahead Hinata is. 1,000 gold on top of Likatizi. Like, that is not what you want to be doing, and now that Hinata has gotten herself a second kill, that's tough to deal with in the lane. You're most likely not going to be able to move around. Oh, Asami?
Okay, dashing forward, gets stunned up now. Space Loves Us. Not confident enough to actually walk up because she knows something is definitely cooking here in the bottom lane. Something's fishy with her dashing forward like that. You don't expect a Melissa to dash forward up against a Clint and a Carmilla. And she read it right. She read it real right. Amore spotted out already, walking up into that second part of the bushes. Now it might be a re-engage from Uzbekistan. Good Curse of Blood. Now it's Galway gets placed down with a good scythe, but Space Loves Us still able to escape, and Kana picks up Umino. Now Kanoa trying to run away, but Kana will still continue this chase and finally will decide to pull back, as this is Uzbekistan. Water leading, Dispersion by Amore, where she isn't able to catch anyone, but Hinata, my god, clearing up top to rotate mid to punish the mid lane by taking so many shots. A good penalty zone onto Amore as well. Now full engage with the shield unity. Hiraeth punishing Amore with a very aggressive diversion.
Hi, Uzbekistan. This is exactly what they needed for this game number 3, and now they're going to be fighting back. Very competitive at this point in the game already, especially with the fact that Hinata starting things off really well for them and just kind of shutting down Likatizi. So if you're Kazakhstan, they might find themselves in a similar situation from game 1 where they have to kind of just wait the game out and battle on through. Oh no.
You know, forced back again, able to use the Timer's Revenge, but now for Kanoa, she's not even able to secure her own purple buff. It's slowly who picks it up and steals it away. Retribution still up for grabs now. They can still go for this, but it doesn't seem like they want to. Hinata is such an overwhelming force in the early game. Kanoa hovering over. Kana will still be able to secure it with the Retribution now, and they zone Kanoa away from her own jungle, it seems. She will be able to walk up. Penalty zone! Unable to connect, just to zone her away from that creep, and Hinata, to add salt to the wound, wants to continue this invade.
Hinata, she is so far ahead right now of Likatizi. She just completely controls that lane, and you can see it. She's just dictating the pace and everything that happens. The exchanges, she's all where she needs to be. And a lot of the fights and early skirmishes that are happening, you know, if Hinata's there, it's almost impossible. Uh-oh.
Timer's Revenge and the Rage, but is not able to really lock Uriah down as Muddles gets placed down, but slowly is able to walk up back onto it. Amore who's already rotated to that bush, is unable to really look for anything now, and it seems for Kazakhstan they will have to play it a bit slower. Good stun over to Umino from Hirayat, forcing the Tyrant's Revenge defensively. And for both teams, they decide to disengage. No commitment. Not right now.
This is going to find themselves in a similar situation, like I said, with game 1, where time is of the essence for Kazakhstan. If they want to win this game and win the series, then they need to stall it out at the pretty much 18-plus minute mark at this point, because the way that Uzbekistan is punishing them, I mean, oh, look at this. Again, Amino.
Again, going to be caught, and the burst just continues to delete her now. A good scythe, and onto Hirayat, who's going to be deleted, but no, she's able to survive just barely, and Kanoa will pay for that with her life. Uzbekistan controlling every single part of the game, every aspect of this game.
Oh my goodness, that feels bad, because she just completed the dominant ice, so she had a little bit of course, defense there, but not able to pick up the kill and then go down. Oh, Hinata.
Good Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage onto Hinata, but she's just able to walk it out. Lika has the Petrify, but even then, I don't think they're really able to threaten Hinata. Not here. Dispersion rotation, though. Connecting, and even then, Hinata walks through it.
Yeah, they got to remember, the Body of Smith passive for this Terizla, it's kind of deceiving when, you know, she gets low health. That's going to be now the third turtle for Uzbekistan to go ahead and control. Asami.
Penalty zone, and Asami is still able to escape, but Space Loves Us wants to continue this grenade bombardment, connecting, and one last shot should do it. Asami taken down in the bottom lane by Space Loves Us. A good dive by Uzbekistan as Kanoa tries her best to go and clear, to defend that wave in the bottom lane. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Umino is forced to flicker out. Amore trying to go for the dispersion, but the blooms again from slowly, diving all the way in deep. It might be a kill, and now the Black Shoes as well. Amore is going to survive just barely 1 HP on both the roamer and the mid laner, as Uzbekistan used that to capitalize now onto the turret. That's a good dive from Kana, but it's not able to find Umino, and not like really a good trade there. Only the roamer traded in for the jungler who is ahead. So Kazakhstan get a pretty okay trade in, and Hinata is still actually hovering down in the bottom side of the map now, as that's going to be a furious dive used up, baiting out the Black Shoes. And now penalty zone to lock her down. Hinata with the flanks connecting, and now with the enhanced sight and the sword as well. Hinata will still be able to flicker out of that, but the purple ball should be stolen away. And certainly Noah is actually able to retreat to secure it for herself.
There is moments here where you're seeing Kazakhstan try to fight, but they are just not where they need to be. And a lot of that, once again, is that early game dominance that Uzbekistan had, and really was Hinata. And you know, she started this whole thing, so good use there. They have the Purify for Hirith. She's going to be fine. But, you know, that's the thing. Like I said, if Kazakhstan wants to come back to this game, they're going to have to do what they did in game 1, and they farm, and flip the game on its head. But right now, Uzbekistan, I got to say, they might have just learned their lesson from game 1. And it's looking like they're on a course to closing out the game, if they can, on the first Lord. Oh, the focus, Hinata, she's going to get away. Even with 4 people rotating up top, and she's going to stay there because she wants to delay them from rotating to the Lord, and lets the Uzbekistan team go ahead and just take it for free. So as I said, Kazakhstan is now going to find themselves on the back foot once again, defending the best they can. It looks like even for now, they're just going to send Asami, go farm, get what you can. She got the DHS. That might help a little bit here for their defense. But right now, Uzbekistan, I'm not sure if they can actually end the game on this first Lord push. They have plenty of gold. They're almost 8,000 gold ahead. It's just up to the question of how fast can they take someone down here from Kazakhstan. We know Space Loves Us has... Oh, hold on.
Noah use the sword in front now. Gets the chain to knock them up, but a very, very aggressive move there from Kanoa. Gets punished completely by Uzbekistan now, as Uzbekistan are looking to just go for sieges around the map. But the Lord in the bottom lane, they decide to go towards the top side of the map, getting the tier 2 down. And even in the bottom lane, with just the Lord, it seems Asami will not really be able to defend that first turret, or that tier 2 turret rather. Slowly picks up that glowing wand. That's an endless battle too from Space Loves Us, and they get rid of that tier 2 in the mid lane. Kazakhstan in the bottom lane. Asami's got to be very, very careful. Has to go away and will be able to escape because of the go away. As Umino jumps in forward. Now it's a good immobilization with the enhanced sight. But look at the penalty zone that connects into the back line. Just giving space for Space Loves Us to deal as much damage as possible with the grenade bombardment. And Asami falls to the shields thrown. And now Amore with Likatizi and Umino, they are forced to defend in a 3v5. But it seems that you have dealt with those big waves. And now Uzbekistan will also respect that they will back away. No more sieges.
Gonna back away. You can already see it. Massively ahead. 10,000 gold now at this point. 10, almost 11 minutes in. And just looking at the difference in terms of itemization between what's available here to the lanes, it's quite crazy. You know, and you could see it. Interesting too, Kana even has the glowing wand on top of, you know, she wants that extra burn. Like, she has the molten essence plus the glowing wand. She just wants to burn the enemy team. She's going to throw her body towards the fights, and just even with the passive that this boxer already has, she wants more. And it looks like with that, Uzbekistan will continue to find themselves on this side of the map, just kind of dominating it. And for Kazakhstan, really with the lineup that they have, it's almost, I don't know if they have enough to stall the game out, actually, because it seems like every single time that they're trying to defend, it's just up to Uzbekistan to force a fight. And anytime that flicker is available from Hanada, you can bet sure well that she's actually going to just force a fight. It looks like so far throughout the entirety of the game, she's done that. And even if that's a 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5, she will kind of just keep them stalled out, you know, from really just getting any movement across the map. And you can already see it too. She's quite tanky herself. Multiple tanky items. She never even finished building up that Fury Hammer. Dominance Ice there, the Cuirass, and she has, of course, the rest of the building that she can go. Like, she already, and you paired it up with the Body of Smith. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if it's 4 members, Hanada, I don't know if she's actually going to go down. So this is just going to be a Lord that's most likely going to be freely taken. Looks like Kazakhstan won't even be able to play into it. So they're going to find themselves on the defense. And you see them pushing at the bottom at least. Might just get that tier 1.
They can only just look for trades around the map at this point, and they have to be very, very careful. They might have to recall here, and even then, they might be caught slowly, just barely catching Umino there, and Asami is able to recall out of that bottom lane. But even then, even when they look for what looked to be a free trade on the map, it looked scary. Uzbekistan have the read on him, and now only in the 12th minute, Asami finally secures that golden staff, but it's a bit too late for the golden staff, man. I think for Asami, she definitely needs the Malefic Roar at this point of the game, because Uzbekistan have some beefy frontliners, and for Kazakhstan, they're gonna have to defend this without that Malefic Roar, without that penetration. Space Loves Us hovering over, but look at that. It's gonna be Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage connecting onto the back, and Space Loves Us will be taken down, but still able to flicker out. Shut down though, secured by Asami, even with the flicker, unable to escape. Umino soaking up a lot of damage in that mid lane from the glooms, as now it's gonna be Likatizi who stands in front, trying to be the front line, but the Lord will do a lot of damage and will eventually take down that base turret in the bottom lane. Another wave crashing down in the mid lane, and Umino will still be able to clear it out with the help of Likatizi. That's a penalty zone that connects onto Umino. There's no real follow-up right now as Kanoa actually walks forward and has side, dealing a lot of damage with the Dispersion as well, with the Curse of Blood, connects onto all 3 members in the back line, and Asami will have to be backed. Yeah, we'll have to back away right now. That's a kill actually. Traded down. Kanoa has been taken out, and now with a still buffed wave in the bottom lane, they might go for the end right now. The base is wide open, but the base turret will not be targeted down. It's actually going to be a comeback. Amore with a lot of damage placed, and Asami too, with the go away that denied Uzbekistan the space to go for it. Asami walks up to the minion waves and gets killed by the minions.
What? I was just going to say, what a defense, and then Asami goes down to the minions. I don't know how to break that part down, but man, Kazakhstan at least stays into the game. Talk about a set of a lifetime from Likatizi to at least keep them in the game. So with that, again, Uzbekistan still massively ahead here, but they weren't able to finish it off. So at this point, you find yourselves for Kazakhstan having some form of hope. And you can see as you look at the items kind of fall into place, right? It's Asami she has 3 locked. Oh, there's the Malefic Roar. So now she has the 4 locked in items. But interestingly enough, too, you know, that I'm wondering what her last item is going to be. Is it going to be the Sky Piercer? Like, does she go that? Because Space Loves Us locked that in first item earlier on. And so now it's getting to the point where as you approach this point in the game, it's 15 minutes plus. Kazakhstan's been able to get that. They need another few minutes. Umino, though, might be in trouble.
Walks up. Tries to open it up. The shield unity will be used by Kana, and a few swings of the hammer from Hinata as well. But yeah, it's going to be really tough, Naisu, if they want to actually even contest for the Lord. Luckily, the Lord dance has been kind of nerfed, right? So
yeah,
for Kazakhstan, they could definitely still force out a fight if the Lord gets low enough and maybe go for a 50-50 as Umino tries her best to open up again. But the shield unity again will be used up by Kana just to spot them out, to zone them away. But this will actually give them a lot of time to force that top wave to actually continue the push. Diversion though into the back. Gonna be read out right now, and the damage from the grenade bombardment and the quick draw will deal with Amore. Now it's gonna be Asami who dashes forward with the go away as well. Not enough damage to take anyone down, as that's gonna be Asami also falling down to slowly with the glooms. And that should be it with 3 of the damage dealers all down. Uzbekistan should be able to get rid of the last base turret in the mid lane and maybe just go for the end of the 16th minute to force us to a game 4. Umino and Likatizi still defending up top, trying to clear it away, but Space loves us now with the help of the Curse of Blood. We'll be able to just get the damage down with the grenade bombardment and the quick draw. And now with the bottom lane getting targeted, Umino will be forced back with the flicker. Hirith and also the Clint will be able to focus down the base turret to secure game number 3, but it is just 1 point for them. Only just 1. It's a long climb.
It's the first step in the right direction, again, to getting to that game number 5 and potentially winning the series here. Much better this time around from Uzbekistan to have the adjustments that they had. And, you know, a lot of this, I have to say, if I had to give my personal MVP, Hinata was massive to this win here, especially early on, just completely shutting down Likatizi. And by the way, that is the first loss for our Yuzhong, at least on the online streams, from Africa to now Asia. So he's not 100% anymore on the Yuzhong, but still, again, hats off to Hinata. She just completely dominated Likatizi with this matchup, especially from the early point. And even the Lilia was able to just do so much damage and provide so much utility, even just with the Ice Queen wand alone, you know, popping off those blooms and just slowing down the members. Because, you know, paired up with a Carmilla, my goodness, is that a deadly combination in the way that, you know, Curse of Blood was utilized. We saw just the advantage once again of this hero, the Carmilla, playing a part in a lot of the skirmishes and team fights. And it was a really good just layering of ultimates that was utilized here. And if you really kind of like break it down once again for Kazakhstan, the difficult part was the timing on it. Like I was saying, if they could get 18 plus minutes in, then maybe they had a chance to turn things around. They got around, I think it was like the 15 to 16 minute mark. And that's when they had their great defense as well. Questionable death. I don't know how Asami ended up dying there. It's just like they did not have the tools they needed to survive the combination of CC and damage being thrown at them from, you know, Uzbekistan. And even for Kanoa this time, I feel like she really struggled with the Julian. I almost feel like we saw one glimpse of good damage, like shredding potential damage with the scythe early on, but then after that it kind of fell off. You know, they weren't really able to play into it. And I think part of this again goes back to the fact that they had a Lilia locked in, you know, and I will take a look at the highlights here and see kind of how this game unfolded. But that's a part of it. Really good drafting overall from Uzbekistan to answer some of this. Because you see this, like we talked about, man, Amore, that early damage potential from this Luyi is great. But this is where Hinata just started things and then took off. And then Likatizi comes back from this and wants to fight again and ends up dying eventually. But this was a good play, good set, right? This is what you expect. Umino has had a good game even in game number 1 with the Kufra. But this is what I'm talking about. Likatizi goes and fights again. This starts the snowball just in the XP lane for Hinata. And Hinata's impact, and I always say this with XP laners, they're the most impactful lane throughout an entirety of a game. And that's exactly why you saw this kind of unfold. And, you know, even with this, like, before that fight broke out, there was information that they were already on that part of the map. So I'm surprised that they went that far up just to get some extra gold. And, you know, from there, things got really out of control. You're talking about 2,000 to 3,000 gold at this point in the game building up. And you'll see this, right? Hinata was basically the front line tank for the majority of the game. You know, Kana didn't have to do as much. And talk about a change of pace for Kana, going from a shutdown Roger the previous game to having a really good game here on the Baksha. And I even like I said, I like the fact that, you know, this time Kana, you see her pick up the glowing wand and it ends up working. That too, Harayev able to get away with 1 HP. This was like the start, I feel like, of like Tilt City, you know, for Konoha, because like you just, even just to get your purple buff was such a struggle. It was so difficult to be able to get, and you just kind of constantly had to, you know, fight for your life for a buff. And you see that here time and time again. And like I said, with Hinata, able to just really tank a lot of that frontline damage, and it just took too long for Asami to get where she needed to be on the Melissa this time.
I think at this point, right, there might be a shift in the priority, especially for the XP, because Terizla has just been so good for both of these teams, for Lika TZ as well in game number 2. And by the way, first loss for Yuzhong, based on the, you know, at least the online qualifiers, right? We're kind of mixing it in with the African regional qualifiers, but Yuzhong still stuck at 100% win rate. But yeah, first time that we are seeing a Yuzhong actually lose out, and in the later stage of the game, we did see a few possible ways that they could actually come back in the game, right? They were able to catch Space Love Sus, but then I would say they got way too greedy. After that kill, they should have just played it way safer, especially considering, you know, there's still a Carmilla on the enemy team. There's still going to be a lot of big CCs and a lot of damage that could actually come back towards them. But even then, they were able to somehow just force that Curse of Blood out earlier, rotate back to the fountain. But here, this was the mistake that you were talking about. Asami, oh, you hate to see it. You already mentioned the tilt, and I think that definitely got to them. And in the end, they definitely went for a very aggressive maneuver into the bush there with a diversion. And unfortunately for Konoha, I think he was outside of the bush, so that's what gave Space Loves Us the information to actually back away and to force those two members to either fight or die, because that's all they could do, right? Either they run away and die anyways, and, you know, again, everything would just go the same way as we did see right here, or they look for the fight, and maybe something turned out right for them and they could actually take the game. But it didn't pay off, not the Lo Yi pick. And based on the 2 games that we've seen Lo Yi with the increased duration or the increased cooldown, it hasn't really been a great pick. It hasn't really been that same pick that we saw before that could dictate the matchup, that could dictate the pace of the game, all from the first, well, when you get level 4, you can instantly dictate the game back then, before the patch. Now after the patch, it seems you're kind of just, it even seems readable, Naisu, you know, at this point. Very readable with her diversions.
It's, I mean, the way, like I said, Lo Yi, even when we saw her get that first blood kill, pop off the damage, still very impactful, like as a hero, I think, but it seems like the change, at least the threat of the diversion, has been, you know, catered to. And I think that's part of the reason overall, in like the grand scheme of things when it comes to an entire game, like that change is very apparent, because you're not seeing these like crazy mind-changing diversion plays that we're used to seeing, you know. And also part of that could just be the way that the team is using it. And I mean, the cooldown obviously being longer does play a part, but so far it's, and I feel like when you're playing against a Terizla, who, I agree, is going to probably rise up in popularity, is just one of those very punishing XP heroes that can do a lot for a team. Like I said, the penalty zone alone is actually, now we've seen it multiple times in different compositions, do really well for teams that kind of play around that. And having that penalty zone, and then I think Carmilla as well. I know we mentioned that possibly Carmilla could still fit in the jungle well, but even as a roam, and then you roll with the Purify, like if your placements are good and you're able to kind of layer things well, you saw how much effect the Curse of Blood had later on in those team fights that were in the base, especially when it looked like there was maybe a moment of hope for Kazakhstan to keep things together in the base and everything. Once a good Curse of Blood landed, and then they were left to pretty much just like getting linked up and taking all this damage, like they just had to run away. And unfortunately, with the lineup that Kazakhstan had, like this lineup, if you're running away, you're just going to get collapsed on, because, you know, even for the Melissa, like a lot of times when you saw Asami try to set up to go away, like she would still be there trying to fight, and even in that the safety of the ultimate, she would get blown up, you know? And so it was just too tough, especially once again for Kanoa this time with the Julian. I'm almost wondering, like, what would have been different if, Mirko, we did see the Ling come through. Maybe we get to see it for game 4. I'm really wondering if she's got it up her sleeve, like, and, you know, this is a pick that she can play confidently for this series, because as good as the Julian can be, and we've seen, you know, some good Julian players, especially in your region. I just don't know if that, with this lineup that we were already seeing, I wouldn't have thought of bringing the Julian first. Like the Ling would have made sense, sure. Like go the Ling, because at least that way you can also like really contest around the map. And I feel like that was something that was lacking here, where a lot of the rotation, and maybe again, this is why they were relying on diversion. But because they couldn't do that and rotate as fast or respond as fast, they had a hard time. And that's the thing about Julian. Once you have your abilities, they're used up, you're kind of just running backwards. You know, at least for Ling, you could stall out a little bit. You can finch poise around, you know, the way that it's played. It just really depends on the player. But I think really when you break it down, lineup for them, it just wasn't as good this game, at least from what we've seen from the previous 2 games that got them to match point. And the answer or the response this time around from Uzbekistan was really good. And it just really, honestly, it just really started with Hinata. So Hinata, if she can replicate what she did here in this first game, or in this game number 3, with the Trizla or any XP lane that she brings to the table, it's going to be very difficult for Likatizi, and I think just they could snowball through that alone, because Hinata, what a game changer that was for game 3, and just allowed them to really do their thing and get things on the right foot.
And if you want a fun fact, right, for everybody watching back at home, since we started the African regional qualifiers and now we have moved on to the Asian qualifiers, we've not gotten a single full series just yet. And this is the closest we've gotten to a full series, right? It's the best of 5. It's currently 2-1. So can Uzbekistan actually force out a full best of 5 going all 5 games? Because we've been waiting for that night. So, you know, at this point, we're kind of overdue a best of 5 going all the way, right? We've been going through so many best of 3s that has gone 2-0s. So maybe, just maybe, the first best of 5 that we get to cast will be a full series. We'll see though if that actually comes true, because again, for Kazakhstan, I think there were a lot of just minor mistakes that were made in the draft, and those minor mistakes can be fixed up very, very easily. And in the game as well, I think they got way too aggressive in that game, right? But I think we're gonna just jump into the drafts, by the way, as I complete my point. They got way too aggressive. I think it might be overconfidence, right? After game number 1 and game number 2, where at game number 1 they were able to prolong the game, weather the storm, and game number 2 they were able to just steamroll and snowball all the way from the start. They definitely got overconfident, because in game number 3, that composition was more of a scaling comp, right? In the early game, you do have a little bit of that power spike because you have so much base damage. But in the mid game, you actually want to tone it down a bit with the Julian, the Melissa, and even the Luo Yi to a certain extent, especially considering the Yu Zhang was already so behind. But maybe because they kept on winning in game 1 and game 2, they thought, might as well just try to out team fight them every single time. But now, for Uzbekistan, they have the blueprint. They have the ban phase in the first phase, at least, to take out Kazakhstan's strengths, right? It's the Dairon and the Xavier. Those are the main bans that we've seen, even last game.
Okay, interesting. And I like the Carmilla ban this time around, because I feel like Curse of Blood has been probably like a thorn in their side. It's literally been a curse for them to kind of like deal with and work around. So I like that they went this way. Also, we got word that we are going to be, I believe, overlapping Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia. So we will go ahead and get some updates on that we can let you guys know. But right now, as we focus on this best of 5, because of what's at stake here, of course, for this best of 5, it's interesting, because if it goes 5 games, you know very well, I should say, at least from what we've seen from the previous games, that it could very well go 5 games. Like, I remember watching game 1. If you guys missed game 1, you're just joining us. It right away was a 23+ minute game. And, you know, typically so far in the meta with some of the changes, like, we're used to seeing rather quicker games. Oh, but here we go. Don't change what just happened with Hinata. Locked in the Trizla. She had a monster of a game there. She's going to look to replicate the same thing. She's even fine with Lika Tizi picking up the Yuzhong if she decides to dare pick it up. That's what I think Hanada's probably, thinking or saying. But then again, something that surprises me is some of the what if. I mean, it's good that they took out the Dairoth, right? But what else can go against the Terizla? Because Xborg was banned out, and Dairoth. Dairoth is usually a good pickup in the Terizla. Remember, we used to see Terizla and Dairoth pick up in XP lane all the time. But before you answer that, there's the Fredrin and the Clint gets locked in.
What was your question again, Naisu?
What's the best pick right now you think of versus Terizla in the XP lane? What would you pick up in that matchup?
I think if it's just to go up against the Terizla, it would be something like an Xborg, actually. Something that technically for the Xborg, you can outrange the Terizla, and you can play outside of the range of that hammer, so you can actually win out the lane in that way, especially considering the Baksha is also up for grabs and will be taken up by Kana, and at this point, also the Harith, right? So much sustain being played with by the side of Uzbekistan. The Xborg ban, definitely... They could have actually used the Xborg here, but with it being banned out, I would still say the Yuzhong makes sense. Maybe not against the Baksha, but against the Terizla. I think it was just the way that Lika Tizi played the Yuzhong that was a bit off, right? Because she was brawling, dueling the Terizla all the way from the start, and on the Yuzhong, you don't want to do that against the Terizla. You want to wait for level 4, go for the contest onto the neutral objective, and try to get more value than the Terizla. Because the Terizla, sure, can go for the penalty zone, instant initiation, good burst damage with the base damage that he has in the early game, but the prolonged fights, Yuzhong still actually does better, and you can actually threaten the backline way better compared to a Terizla. But at this point, I think the Yuzhong might just be banned away at this point, right? Like, they might want to just take it away, considering the Fredrin has already been picked up. Last time they went for the Martis ban, and just 2 jungle bans, so now... with the XP being up for grabs, was still being available, I think the 2 XP bans would make sense. And they already banned Esmeralda, so they're enabling the Harith. Next would probably be the Yuzhong. Take that sustainability, that long team fight power away from Kazakhstan and force Lika Tizi on a hero maybe that she's not comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that is going to be, though. Like, I almost don't feel like... I feel like they're just fine. Like, if it is going to be a Yuzhong pick, like, they don't ban this out, they don't take it out. It's like Hanada just being confident after what happened in the previous game that is like, I'll face off and get an XP lane, deal with it, because these are actually already pretty good picks based off what they just did in the previous game. I mean, even the Baksha, way better here for Kana than the previous one, and, able to build up on that and around that. Faramis is going to be the ban. That's a hero that kind of slipped my mind, but we have seen this ban multiple times now throughout the series, so we'll see what the answer is going to be. It looks like they need, I'm not sure if they want to lock in the mid lane now. They already have that roam, and of course we're waiting for that XP, so this could just be Yuzhong picked up to the challenge, but they go with the mid instead. They're going to lock in this Vexana pick. Already this lineup that Kazakhstan has is very tanky and able to provide a lot of CC potential. Could this actually be locked in? I know we talked a decent amount about Chang'e, especially with the way that she's built now. It makes me wonder, like, how are they going to build it here? Is this going to be your typical, like, mage Chang'e, or is it going to be, I don't know what you want to call the
marksman build?
The marksman build, the fun build.
The pseudo marksman build, yeah, the fun build with the Feather of Heaven into the Golden Staff. We have seen the DHS as well come up. I think for
Chang'e's
I actually asked
Sky
Lafel,
Piercer,
right, because Innocent, Sky Piercer. Oh, that's an interesting one, right? That definitely adds a layer into the Chang'e pick. But I think now it should be used as just a normal mid lane, right? Because it is going to be in the mid lane. Up against Amore as well, it'll be very, very tough to actually utilize the basic attack build up against someone like a Vexana. Because the Vexana can actually just force out the Terrify on you if you walk close, and Chang'e doesn't really have a lot of range. Like, her range in terms of basic attack, right? With the Meteor Shower, yeah, you have a lot of range. That's massive range. But on the basic attack, not so much. You can actually be punished by the Minotaur, especially with the Vexana. But now I think they just need a setter. I think something like an Arlet could actually also work out, by the way. They have so much CC. They have like an overload amount of CC. With the Fredrin, Minotaur, and the Vexana, I think they'll find a lot of value on that, but they could just go with the good old Yuzhong and try to play it differently in game number 4 compared to game number 3. And I think personally I like this. That's why I thought the Yuzhong would actually be banned out, because the Yu Zhang pick is still really, really good. It's just the way that you play it needs to be a bit different up against a lane bully. It isn't the same matchup against the Esmeralda, right? And maybe the change of skin from Lika Tizi means that she will also change her playstyle a bit.
It's a new page, basically, right? You know, you can go with it that way. But I think it's just the concept of literally. I feel like after that, Lika Tizi probably wants a do-over. And we'll see if she plays a little more, conservative, especially before that level 4 becomes available. Surely, Yu Zhang can bully too, but this is a classic matchup too, the Yu Zhang versus the Trizla. As we get a look once again of this lineup, we'll have to see really if there is an answer to deal with what we saw previously from Uzbekistan. But it's all going to come down to possibly this, unless Uzbekistan extends the series to that final 5th game. And we'll see if they can pull it off. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MLBB Women's Asian Championships. It's the road, actually, to the WEC, as these teams are battling out for their spot for Riyadh, the WEC. And it starts once again today with us with this matchup. And it's come down to game 4. So far, both teams are back and forth throughout the series. And now it's come down to this one. Once again, if Kazakhstan can deal with this lineup that they have, and I would say even keep things together a little bit better than they have in the previous game, then they're going to be off to a good start. Part of that too is Fredrin, man. We've seen Fredrin just not pop up as we used to. I know I even jokingly said it was refreshing to see him in the African qualifiers come out. That was a half joke, but he's back now.
He's back now, and I hope he's back with actually like a good impact in the game, right? Because it would suck to see the Fredrin, especially after the patch. Like, we haven't seen him at all. Actually, we have seen him just a bit in the African qualifiers, but we've seen him in so little games that I want to see the impact that the Fredrin can give as well now, right? That massive impact in the neutral objectives. For Kanoa, she actually decided to go for the concussive blast, so trying to match the clear speed of Kana, but obviously Kana is going to have an overwhelming advantage when it comes to that. Now, we see a little bit of an engage with the Petrify, and the Furies dive into the Appraiser's Wrath. Kana still able to survive for a bit, but the first blood will be picked up by Lika Tizi this time with a follow on to Kanoa. That's another taunt in onto the knockup, and Hinata this time will be forced to flicker out, and already a rotation from Amore as well from the mid lane. That's going to be a knockup from the side of Omino, and Hirai tries to punish her here with the rotation from Minata as well. They're actually doing a lot of damage with the basic attacks. So Mino forced to flicker out, gets the dash, and is able to escape. And now Kazakhstan will actually be the ones, despite getting the kill early, to be at a man disadvantage. Also, take a look at the side of Amore, right? Was able to deal a lot of damage. Black Dragon form used up, now onto Kana, trying to go for the setup right now and dives in on the slowly with the Dragon Tail too. Now looking for the Furious Dive to knock up, but Kana still able to get the Retribution down. A good Terrify, but a penalty zone connects onto the back, and Hinata will be able to swing the hammer 2 times onto the third, now onto Amore to get her down. A good Appraiser's Wrap from Kanoa though, now turning it around, getting the taunt down in the Minutes Fury, knocks them up, and that's a trade down once again as Hirai and Hinata continue this chase. A good Tyrant's Revenge now as Lika Tizi is forced to rotate back again onto Hirai, but Imuno is still able to escape, gets a dash as well. Now the chase onto Hirai, who pops in the bouncing ball to get a little bit more mobility as Umino pops in that motivation roar and is able to escape. What a crazy fight in the first 2 minutes.
What a fight. Take a breath, because holy moly. That was like a 1.5-minute fight, just all from start to finish, even before the turtle, just duking it out. So with that, again, you still saw how much damage actually Appraiser's Wrath can even provide through with this Fredrin, picks up the Molten Essence early on, but it just looks like, once again, Uzbekistan answered really well with the pressure that was being put forth on them. They did get the objective, so they secured that, and really, there's no big goal difference. There's a lot of bodies on the top lane, though, possibly trying to look for a play up there on the gold lane, but so far, they're just going to kind of stall things out, keep it together for now. There was a whole lot exchanges on the bottom side. They're 30 seconds away from the next objective. And so with that, it looks like Uzbekistan might look to make a play. Again, they have this boxer, they have the setup potential, even from a Kufra. And we'll see, once again, just how good this Changi can be. By the way, has the Weakness Finder emblem. 100% not sure exactly what kind of build path we're going to see. But yeah, maybe it is still that mage, that mid kind of build that they want to go for. But right now, you have this kind of setup potential happening. You can see still Likatizi struggling a little bit with Hinata, and they'll play into this turtle now that it's spawning as it gets set up. They're going to break out and fight.
In the bottom lane they go. Hinata doesn't want to go all in. Minus Fury had the flicker comboed in. Hinata will be knocked up twice now with the Black Dragon form to follow it up. Hinata still able to survive, but the Dragon Tail finally gets rid of her now, as that's going to be a two-man taunt into the Meteor Shower, which Likatizi soaks in. Eternal Guard to get rid of Hirayat there, and they will be able to successfully take this fight. And now the continued chase with a taunt and a knock-up onto Kana and a Petrify as well. Everything used up, and slowly but surely is getting rid of the HP bars. But no, they're not able to really fully execute any of the members, and it's an all-out win for Kazakhstan now as they go onto the turtle and slowly wants to just look for an angle, maybe to go for a cheeky little steal. Hinata doesn't have the flicker, does have the penalty zone though, so let's see now with zoning as well. It does seem like Hinata will not be able to escape, but has the penalty zone to go and turn it around. The Meteor Shower has enough damage to take Lika and Umino out, and it'll be a trade in the end. A turtle for 2 members.
Oh man, you saw the lineup with the Meteor Shower, and that's exactly what they wanted. Slowly with just able... Oh, hold on. Okay, that's interesting. So I think Hanada's going to have some trouble there. Gets executed, but they will continue down that path. It looks like it's possibly happening around, but so far they're going to be punished. Yeah, Soli as well getting punished here. So Kazakhstan will take that, and they get a couple kills on the board.
Whoa, 3 kills just out of nowhere, and oh, that's a first item endless battle. Fun facts. Interesting. Oh, it does seem like Asami with the endless battle wants to just go through the frontliners. I think this is a great build, by the way, because usually we see the Heptases, right? First item for the Clint, but this time around she notices that there's a lot of frontliners, and honestly, even in her lane, she's not really going to be able to use the Heptases too much there. Space Loves Us, able to pop in his Amon Force in time. Now Hinata walking in again, and unfortunately will just be taken down by the turret, and Asami chases her down, and she's still walking it down. In the bottom lane, Likatizi secures a tier 1 turret, and it does seem like for Hirayat as well, she won't really be able to do much, as that's a Terrify to lock her down under the turret, straight into the Furious Dive. Kazakhstan taking full control of the game.
Oh, they are going to continue to get punished here from Kazakhstan. Now getting themselves a little bit of couple thousand gold lead. So this is tough because with the swing back, they're going to punish, continuing to get these turrets, and Space Loves Us all by herself. Going to get taken out in an instant as well. And with Turtle coming up too, I'm not sure what Uzbekistan can do to actually contest this. Not sure if they still want to kind of battle it out, fight it out, but it looks like Kazakhstan is their window of opportunity to continue on, as that turret now will go down, and it looks like, Malefic Gun finally being picked up here.
First time we're seeing it in this series, in this patch, in a competitive match for me as well. I haven't seen it much actually pop up. So the first Malefic Gun, and it is to the Clint. So second item, Endless Battle into the Malefic Gun, as the Amon Force gets popped in by Space Loves Us to actually clear out the waves, and she will be able to do so, but still full control to Kazakhstan as of right now. That's a lot of damage. Grenade Bombardment almost taking down slowly, and she's forced to just run back all the way to that tier 2, as now should be enough damage to take Space Loves Us down, who is in the bottom lane, and now Minus Fury as well. One last Grenade Bombardment should be able to take her down, and yes, with the help of the Glowing Wand, it just takes at her HP bar. Meanwhile, Kanoa in the bottom side of the map picks up a free turtle, and so far, no form of retaliation from Uzbekistan.
Yeah, that's tough. You can see, Kazakhstan clearly just going to go ahead and continue on with this that they have, so... there's not much that Uzbekistan can do about it, because it just looks like they're lacking and even be able to move around the map at this point. So Kazakhstan will push it in. It looks like getting these shields and waiting, but it looks like they're just going to end it here, Mirko.
They're going to have to surrender here at the 8th minute of the game, it seems. Uzbekistan, very unfortunate, but for Kazakhstan, they will be able to qualify to the main stage at WEC 24 Riyadh.
Well, unfortunate that that's the way the series had to conclude. It was going really well, I would say. But unfortunately, things had to kind of go that way. And congratulations once again. But I gotta say for Uzbekistan, they were fighting through and through, and I wanted to see the Changi more, of course, like get to the point, because we saw some pretty good team fights happening actually. But that is going to be the case, I suppose. So Kazakhstan, again, congratulations for winning the best of 5, and we'll see exactly how things kind of fall into place ahead for them in the future. But would have definitely loved to see kind of how things came to place. I was almost thinking we'd go to a game 5, man.
Same here. It really looked like in the early game, at least, it was so back and forth. It was the climactic game that we were expecting for a 4th game, to try to force out game 5, or to try to just give Kazakhstan that win over so that they could actually qualify to the main stage. But unfortunately, it does end like that. No problem though. To Kazakhstan especially, 3-1 victory here for them. They will be able to qualify over to Riyadh. And now I'm actually waiting for the results, perhaps, of the match that's overlapping with this one. But I guess we'll take a look at the highlights first, Naisu, of game number 4.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights here. Once again, this game, tough to see kind of unfold, but because it looked like I would say for Uzbekistan, able to kind of keep things pretty well together, and there was good back and forth between them. But you can just see a lot of this, once again, was just Kazakhstan really kind of punishing in some of these team fights. Hanada, once again, having a pretty good start in a game on this Terizla, even with the fact that she's running the Impure Rage on this. But you can see just how they were really fighting it out. Unfortunately, like I said, things went the way they did, and good setups here from just the Minoan Fury that Umino has, and able to play around that. Kazakhstan able to utilize this lineup that they had. But since this is the first time we get to see the Changi come through, unfortunately, I wanted to see exactly what that full build, if they had gone to the full build for Slowly, what it would have looked like, how much damage she would have been able to pump out. Because even with running with a weakness finder, like playing into that, getting that slow, working with it, this is what I'm talking about. Like that lineup too, very good. There's a Feather of Heaven being locked in. But like I said, it just got to a point where things got out of hand, it slipped out of their hands, and there's not much they could have done from that point.
Yeah, not much at all, right? At this point as well, it does seem like for Hirayat, she disconnected as well, and it looked like, she was going to die to the turret anyways. So, just the sieges overall, and I think mainly I really want to talk a little bit about how Amore just plays really well on the Vixana. Game number 2 and game number 4, on the Vixana, she just is able to find these skill shots so easily every single time, and unfortunately for Space Loves Us, this is the chain CC that we were talking about, even in game number 2, right? But now even more so, even more threatening, I would say, because in their composition, they got a Fredrin, they got a Minotaur, now Vixana as well, and the Yuzong. So many ways to actually go and, chain combo in that CC. And it seems like we might actually go and get an interview as well with a player from Kazakhstan here, Naisu, which is great. Want to hear from them definitely, as to the meta as well, as to how they were able to take that game, especially in game 1 and 2, because it looked like they had the snowball ready, but then in game 3, they got overconfident. So that's my question for them, for sure. I think game 3, what happened? Was it just overconfidence? Did they completely lose track of their win conditions? What was it? Because it looked like they already had a plan in mind, but they weren't able to fully execute that game plan.
Yeah, and that's why, I'm thinking, like, if we would have happened to get to see a game 5, that would have been really good, like, true and tested theory of, like, how they, adjusted from game to game. Because I feel like even in this one, we got to see the adjustments that Kazakhstan made, and it looked like, it would have been a rather kind of good game when it came to the team fighting and how they transitioned from that early to mid game. And Lika Tizi, like we said in the draft, I think she wanted that do-over, to be able to win that lane matchup that she had to go against Hanana, where, the Yu Zhang versus the Terizla. And, I think overall too, like, just what we saw from Kazakhstan as a whole was great. They obviously, from both teams actually, like, they both really showed they understand the meta. They tested things out that typically we haven't seen just yet. But again, this is a new patch that has popped up, so you're going to see some of these new things and experimentations. You had a different kind of draft and ban phase happen, and to the point once again where you have a Fredrin, man, like a Fredrin finally popped up, and it looked like, you know, he was still pretty impactful even in Appraiser's Wrath early on. It's just, again, my hope for that game was to finally see Fredrin dealing with the changes with Lord Dances. You know, like, is he still going to be that guy, you know, that Chad jungle pick that most teams want to pick up because of just how good he is with Lord Dances? And unfortunately, we only got to see the turtles, so we don't know exactly yet. Maybe we'll see him in our later matches today, of course, but, you know, still, I would say both teams really did really good adjustments from game to game. I did not expect the game one to go the way that it did, where we almost hit that 25-minute mark, but it did. And, you know, both teams, I feel like, just adjusted on the fly really well. It's unfortunate, of course, that only one of them gets to go forward, but, you know, I would say that for overall, Kazakhstan did a great job. Can't wait to hear what they have to say about this and their thoughts, because I know you and I have shared our thoughts about, you know, the series as a whole. I thought we were going to Game 5. Uzbekistan, on the other hand, too, I still say they did a hell of a job in the series. It's I like the adjustments, and if I could really give them like a MVP over there, it'd definitely be Hinata, because she was what kept them really in the series and got them to this game.
I've got to agree, man. Hinata was really popping off, especially in game number 3, right? On the Terizla, completely outclassing Likatizi in that lane, and then utilizing that lead to snowball everywhere else. Using a penalty zone to catch all these members, deal damage, as well as soak in damage. And I think you really got to give credit to the changes in the War Axe as well, right? The fact that you can pick up the War Axe and get the War Axe plus the Bloodlust Axe, technically. And you get so much value on that item on Terizla. Usually, back in the day, I remember, you would just go Bloodlust Axe first item on the Terizla, right? And we have seen changes to that as well, especially with the Brave Smite. They don't really go for Bloodlust Axe anymore as first item. Usually we just see a Fury Hammer, and then they go straight into full tank. But yeah, no, now with the War Axe, you get so much more damage, so much more, technically, movement speed as well with that War Axe, and so much more sustain on top of the Brave Smite. Imagine that. Brave Smite plus Bloodlust Axe. Almost, right? With the War Axe there. Yeah. That's what she was able to use.
It's a whole lot of healing that you get, you know, and that's why it's funny too, because I didn't get a chance to talk about it all, but the Impure Rage that was utilized there too, you know. But let's go ahead, and I think we are ready to have the player interview with Kazakhstan. Let's see if they're ready and welcome up. But again, it's just, I would love to hear what they have to say. There they are. Hello. Can you guys hear us?
Hello, guys.
Wait, hold on. I have to unmute my tab or something. I cannot hear them. Can you guys?
Nice.
There we go. Whoa, there we go. Whoa. Can you hear them, Mirko? You good?
Yeah, I can hear him. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Guys, congratulations, by the way, on your series win. How are you guys feeling about game number 4?
Nervous, a little bit, I don't know, and so much happy, I think. We just didn't understand this.
No, you guys played amazingly, and it was great to see you guys play. Of course, I feel like, did you feel like it was a very tough opponent though? Like Uzbekistan was, did you feel like, you know, maybe you guys got to a game 5?
Sorry.
Did you feel like it was a tough matchup?
Maybe. Oh, English not so good.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's all right. Mirko, do you have any questions for them?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, who are we talking to? Who's Amore? Who's Likatizi? Who's Umino? Right? Can you guys introduce yourselves? Which one's which?
Likatizi. Sami.
Okay.
Yoshi is here.
There we go.
And
so we got
Amor
full team
is
here.
Senna.
I see. All right. That's pretty cool. All right. So I have a question for you guys, right? So game 1, game 2, you guys were amazing. You guys played really, really well. But what happened in game number 3? Because game number 3, Uzbekistan were able to win. Was it just you guys making a few mistakes, or were you overconfident after game 1 and 2? What was it? What happened in game 3?
Whereas how to say, we stopped nervous, and and that was our mistake. And in the forests, not so much experience by the children, and we just stopped nervous, and then one mistake, and we like all nervousing and what to do. We don't know. That was so good. What's going on? Like this.
All right. Just nervous right now, Sue. But I have one more question just to ask right after that. Do you guys have a coach, or do you guys draft yourselves?
We have a coach, and we mixing it. Draft ourselves, and sometimes our coach like, stop doing it.
He's guiding you guys. Got it. Awesome. Guys, congratulations again. Thank you for joining us on the interview. Your English is great, by the way. And we will hopefully see you guys in the future. Yeah, congratulations again. And bye-bye for now.
Goodbye.
Bye.
She's there on the side. Man, again, congratulations, Kazakhstan. For some reason, when we started the interview, I had fireworks going off. I don't know what's going on. My bad about that, man.
Are those fireworks, or are those like, is that thunder?
No, that was actually fireworks. That's why I had to like double check. I was like, I guess this is their fireworks for Kazakhstan winning, but it was, I was kind of taken aback by it. But again, great to hear from Kazakhstan there. And, again, we got you guys. We understood you guys. You're English. Don't worry about it. You guys are doing great. And you guys played really well. So again, to them, to Kazakhstan,
exactly.
Congratulations. And can't wait to see what we see from them in the future, man.
Gotta agree, man. For their performance as well, it was just really, really good, right? All the way from game number 1, game number 2, we were talking about how Amore was really, really good, and again for Asami as well. She was able to really understand her role every single time when she wants to go in late. I think even game number 3, I think what's most impressive for me is the game that they lost. Because in the game that they lost, when they started losing, they didn't go to just go for random team fights. They didn't just go to, fight and gamble on that lead, maybe 50-50 at every single time. They actually looked for an actual way to get out of that sticky situation, out of that 10,000 gold lead. They looked to trade in the bottom lane. They looked to mirror. They always sent Asami to the other side, to the far lane, so that she would be able to get farm. And ultimately, she was almost able to do that, right? She got her 3-item power spike, and in the base defense, they defended really, really well. Unfortunately, at that point, they've already lost a bit too much, and they were already behind a bit too much for them to make a complete comeback happen. But hey, that shows you that they have, that gameplay in mind as well. Even if they lose, they can actually just adapt and adjust accordingly.
Well, we'll see if they can in the future for them, but we are going to be taking a short break, I believe 15 minutes, because we are going to be jumping right into the next match, the next best of 5. After that break, it's Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia. So everybody, get your snacks, get your break, and we'll be back after this. Again, I'm Naisu, and that's Mirko. We'll be back after 15 minutes.
Welcome to the IESF World Esports Championship 2024 Roadmap. This year, we're bringing together 130 countries to compete in a tournament that defines champions. These are the game titles that will be the heart of the competition: PUBG Mobile, Dota 2, eFootball, MLBB, and CS2, enriched by 2 female divisions, CS2 Women and MLBB Women. The roadmap is divided into 3 stages. Each stage represents a crucial phase of the championship, starting from the national qualifiers through the regional qualifiers, leading up to the World Esports Championship. Let's take a closer look at each stage and what it includes. In the national qualifiers, athletes within each of the participating countries showcase their skills in their chosen game titles. These competitions, organized by the national federations, are where the best of the best emerge as national champions. The champions from each country then advance to the regional qualifiers, where they will compete against other national champions for a chance to reserve their spot. The regional qualifiers are divided into 4 regions: America, Asia and Oceania, Africa, and Europe. The American Regional Qualifier will be an offline event where 21 countries will compete in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Here is the slot distribution for the American region: PUBG Mobile 2, eFootball 21, CS2 4, Dota 2 3, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 3, and MLBB Women 3. The Asian Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage, where 41 countries will compete for a slot in China and the World Esports Championship 24. Here is the slot distribution for Asia and Oceania region: PUBG Mobile 6, eFootball 40, CS2 6, Dota 2 6, MLBB 7, CS2 Women 4, and MLBB Women 5. The African Regional Qualifier will be an offline event with an online and offline stage where 22 countries will compete for a slot in Casablanca, Morocco, aspiring to secure their spot in the championship. Here is the slot distribution for the African region per game title: PUBG Mobile 3, eFootball 24, CS2 2, Dota 2 2, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 2, and MLBB Women 2. The European Regional Qualifier will be a fully online event with 43 countries competing remotely. Here is the slot distribution for the European region: PUBG Mobile 5, eFootball 40, CS2 12, Dota 2 5, MLBB 3, CS2 Women 7, and MLBB Women 2. Leading us to the final slot distribution for the 16th World Esports Championship, reserved for the best national team of every region: PUBG Mobile Top 16, eFootball 125 countries, CS2 Top 24 teams, Dota 2 Top 16 teams, MLBB Top 16 teams, CS2 Women Top 16 teams, and MLBB Women Top 12 teams. Now let's dive into the competition structure of each game title, starting from CS2. The competition kicks off with the group stage, featuring 4 groups, each with 6 participants. During the group stage, all teams in the group play against each other, culminating in the top 3 positions advancing to the next stage, known as the knockout stage, played as single elimination. The winner of each group directly proceeds to the quarterfinals of the playoff, while the second and third positions face off in round 1 of the knockout stage. The victor of this match advances to the second phase, where they will face each group's top team. This pattern continues in the knockout stage, with the losing teams eliminated and the winners progressing until they reach the grand final. Dota 2, MLBB, and CS2 Women are using identical tournament formats. The competition starts at a group stage, consisting of 4 groups, each with 4 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-1 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to the next round, where they'll compete in a double elimination bracket. The double elimination bracket initially starts with a best-of-3 match between a group's first-place team against another group's second-place team in the upper bracket. The winner proceeds to play in the upper bracket, while the losing team is given another chance to compete in the lower bracket. If a team then loses another round in the lower bracket, they're out of the competition. This process is repeated in the following rounds until the upper and lower bracket finals collide in the grand final to decide the trophy winner. In the MLBB women's tournament, we start with the group stage, divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 6 participants. The group stage is played in a round-robin format in a best-of-3 matchup. The top 2 teams from each group advance to round 1 of the upper bracket, while the third-place team is placed in the lower bracket and is waiting for a matchup against the losing team from the upper bracket first round. In the lower bracket, if a team loses one match, they are eliminated from the tournament. This is the last chance to qualify for the grand final and win the championship. The winners proceed to the lower bracket final, where they'll face a losing team from the upper bracket final for the second spot in the grand finals to compete for the tournament trophy. The tournament pits 16 teams against each other on the battlefield of 3 maps in a thrilling battle royale format. The tournament is spread across 3 days, with 6 maps per day, totaling 18 maps. Competitively, the action unfolds across the dynamic landscapes of Myanmar, Bangkok, and Erangel, providing a challenging environment for the teams to navigate and conquer. The eFootball tournament format begins with the group stage, utilizing the best-of-2 format, with 1 match at the home stadium and 1 at the away stadium. Following this, the top 4 teams from each group advance to the single elimination bracket. If a team loses a match, they are eliminated. The matches in this stage are best-of-3. The winning team progresses, advancing through the bracket up to the grand final. Introducing the point ranking system for the overall champion. With 21 medal-winning teams participating, each gold medal secures a remarkable 100 points. Silver medals contribute 38 points each, and every bronze medal adds 15 points to the tally. Remember, there can only be one country crowned as the overall world esports champion, achieved by accumulating the most medals and points throughout the competition. Who will emerge victorious?
It's time to play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asian Esports Championship on the road to Riyadh 2024 for IESF WEC 2024. And we just passed our first match. That was an amazing matchup, Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan, where Kazakhstan was able to win 3-1 in the end to qualify to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia later on for the main event. Next, though, we have another qualification match, and it's going to be between Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia. This is going to be a very, very interesting matchup, Naisu, you know, because I'm a big fan of the Mongolian team that has been representing Mongolia, but it was it's the men's MLBB, right? So I'm very curious to see how the women's MLBB actually play the game. Are they going to be similar to that Mongolian team, to the same Mongolian team, to the MLBB men's, you know, and how they like to download their game? They like to just wait it out, play game one a bit slow, use it as more of an experimental game, and then game two, they go all in. Up against Hong Kong, China, personally, I don't really have a lot of data of how Hong Kong, China plays MLBB. So it's kind of the same as to match number one, where we were talking about Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. I had data about Uzbekistan, at least the MLBB men's side. Same goes for Mongolia here. But for Hong Kong, China, I guess we've never really seen MLBB from them. Not yet. Yeah. What are you expecting?
Oh, man, that's a good question because I feel like anytime you have Hong Kong, China come in and they're a team or players that, let's say, you don't have pretty much anything to really look back on. This is how we work for the African qualifiers. Like, we're just like, let's see what they bring to the table. You can only theorize so much, especially when you don't have anything to theorize on. You know, you haven't even been able to see what these players can do just yet. And we know that throughout, ISF, traditionally there's teams that have more experience than others, and some might be just getting into the competitive side of the game, and some might have gone through multiple tournaments, and that's part of the thing here, because like you mentioned with Mongolia, they're very well known for a certain play style. But let's go ahead and look at the lineups here.
Let's take a look at Hong Kong, China first. This is their official team lineup with Shu, Anna Hung, Poi Killer Chung, Poi Rabi Wang, Sheng Zeni Wang, and Ming Judy Leung. So very, very interesting to see their lineup right here, man. Anna, Killer, Rabi, Zeni, and Judy. All the names we can read, right? I mean, all the IGNs here, right? Yeah. Very, very easy to read. It's not like the normal names that we see usually from these qualifiers, I mean, shout outs to just last year, right? We got Mr. The guy from the we won't call him. We won't mention his name, but if you know, you know.
Hey, and those guys became basically iconic in their own way, and
Absolutely.
I don't want to say all, but a lot of the competitors from ISF that go through this journey and everything eventually find themselves continuing to compete on in other tournaments, which I think is really great because some of them have really made the name for themselves here in ISF. So I'll give this challenge to you, man. Here you go. Here's Mongolia. Why don't you take us through the roster?
All right, we got Zelana, Ayamest, Mob Psycho, Deja Vu, and Nonaxen? Dude, I don't know what... All right, because for Mongolian players, they love to put X in their name, right? Bebex, Zuxora
Bebex
as well.
Yep.
Those are the two names that I remember instantly. But yeah, I am sorry that I'm not going to read out the names here because I'm afraid that I would just butcher the pronunciation because it looks like it's a bit tough to pronounce it, at least for me reading it. But yeah, very, very afraid to butcher those names, but I can read all the IGNs, no problem.
Yeah, so going back to it, Mongolia is naturally a region that is known for this playstyle that is, I would say, aggressive. They like to play aggressive, and a lot of the times, something that really surprised us before was just how smart they were with that playstyle. And what I mean by that is typically when you see teams that play very aggressive, it's kind of just let's fight, let's battle, and hope that we win out on top of it. But so far, what we've seen, at least from even Mongolia's region, but even the men's teams in the past, is they really know how to play this specific play style. And I think they surprised a lot of people around the world. Now, for the women's teams too here, we have to just assume that they grow up, they end up playing on those servers and they go through that experience that they've adapted that same play style. I act like they're going through, life as MLBB players here. But, that's my point is for Mongolia as a region, we already have kind of a glimpse of how this region likes to play. And maybe it is the same to be said for the women's team. And like we said, it's that going against the unknown of Hong Kong, China. Like, how does this region play? We know that even some parts of the world have just started to adapt, MLBB as an esport and start to really put the time and effort into it. Like, we have seen this firsthand, Mirko, like some of the teams coming in, and we were saying the same things even in past tournaments. Like, man, I wonder how this team from this part of the world will perform. And you're either surprised in some way or another. Either you're like, wow, that's really impressive, or sometimes you're like, yeah, they need some work. Really unique. You can call it that too. But I think at the end of the day, and you can always kind of put this as a blanket statement almost for all these international tournaments, is it's really a platform for these regions, these countries, these players to get their names out there. And at the same time, it is a huge XP boost for those players, those countries, those teams that get involved. Because so far, when you look at some of the biggest tournaments for MLBB, you see that they started to gain those experiences and that journey from, tournaments around the world like this, like IESF. So again, I can't wait to get that question answered as we jump into the draft here.
Well, let's get into it. Drafts for game number 1. I think for the most part, at least when we're talking about Mongolia, right? They're a nation, a region that we've already seen play MLBB many, many times before. So at least for me, I'm expecting Mongolia to already come in with some really, really good, like, understanding of prio, understanding of the core fundamentals. And so far from the bans, that's what we're getting to see. We're getting to see the chip ban, and maybe perhaps the Lo Yi, but again, with the Lo Yi nerfs, maybe they might want to go up against it. Maybe they might want to actually just leave the Lo Yi open and try to punish it, because even here, based on our first match, Lo Yi is still standing at a 0% win rate. But it seems for a lot of the utility picks, Naisu, it has also come back. It has risen so much compared to last patch, right? Because even in the last patch, we were seeing that the Mathildas were being left open a whole lot, even in the first phase of the picks, not just the bans. But the fact that it was always completely ignored in the banning phase and the first phase shows you just how different it is. Just a few changes into the items, a few changes to some of these heroes have already changed so much. And again, we're seeing a Diggy ban in the first phase. So maybe a bit of respect towards Team Mongolia here, but a Minotaur comes in as well. So let's see what's going to be first pick here. If it's going to be still Lo Yi that gets prioritized, or maybe they want to go for some more objective control with the Fredrin that could still be picked up. But technically, Harith is also up for grabs. A lot of different picks, but the Lo Yi will be that first choice for Hong Kong, China.
Okay, so I mean, ban-wise, it's already a little bit different, I could say. Matilda, yeah, there. Chip, like you mentioned. But interesting to see how this playstyle is going to play out here. Lo Yi, I want to see if this is what goes back from what we said earlier, if the diversion change is that big of a change for, this matchup, at least from Hong Kong, China. Interesting that Edith is locked in the first phase, though. This is a hero that I feel like scales really well with some of the new changes to the defensive items even, and I'm really curious to see how this is built, like Edith alone, because this will be at least my first time seeing Edith on competitive play since the patch, I would say. Angela paired up with it. We already know Angela provides a ton of shielding and utility, and great response here, actually. This is going to be a Rafaela with the Barretts locked in. So first phase from Hong Kong, China, I actually like it. They got their magic damage. They have a good utility tank that can be quite tanky, and they also have a good sustain with the Rafaela pick.
Really good stuff, I would say, for the Barats as well. Really good clear, right? Like you mentioned earlier, and now with the mobility and, a Melissa ban comes through. I think that makes sense, a whole lot of sense, especially considering their composition right now is really based on that front to back with the Baxia. And if the front can't get to the enemy backline, can't even dive with a go-away place down, it'll definitely create some big problems, some big hurdles for Team Mongolia. So far, though, I would want to say that also for Team Mongolia, they've gotten a very, very good, very, very strong first phase, right? They got that Baxia, so much clear, so much mobility. On top of that, they have that global presence in the Angela, and the Edith flex is something that will definitely create some problems right now for Hong Kong, China. Because even though the Barats technically could also be flexed, I think for the most part, when we see the Barats, we're already thinking about it going to the jungle more so than the XP, especially now in this meta. But it seems like they're actually going to be going for the CC ban, which is quite interesting. I guess they're going to go and try to look for more frontliners, maybe something like a Tarizla with that CC ban. They want to try to lock down or deny away any pick that can really lock down some of these tanky picks. But if they do want to go for that, I think the X-Borg is also something that could be utilized here by Hong Kong China to just punish that strategy. Because right now for Mongolia, they're playing with a lot of HP bars. Edith, Angela, and Bakshev. They add in a Terizla here. It'll actually give the X-Borg just so much value. They're going to technically counter themselves with that CC ban instead of the X-Borg ban if that's what they want to do. But if they want to go and go for maybe a damage dealer in the XP, that could be great as well. That's another global presence hero that gets taken out of the board. The Moskov that has not been seen at all from our first match. And even in my ranked games, it definitely seems like the Moskov has been a bit has been losing a bit of popularity because of how easy it is to bully the Moskov on these new picks, like the Brody and the Clint and technically even the Roger, and how much damage you can actually place down early on, how much burst you have against the Moskov that needs some time to get going. Harith, though, will be hovered over against the carry. It's a great matchup, and the carry, by the way, amazing pickup as well to go up against the Barats. The only concern is, okay, so Barats is going to be flexed into the XP, something we were talking about earlier, but we did still expect the Barats to go jungle, and it seems like they might want to change it, just a little bit of that, and use the mobility with the Rafaela to give the fast clearing alpha even faster rotations around the map. That's some great decisions made by Hong Kong China. This is a solid draft, dude. And there we go. The Terizla as expected. Okay. Yo, I like both drafts, nice. What about you?
It's hard to pick. I'm going to be biased, though, and I say the Alpha Dog 360. I'm going with Hong Kong China here. One of my favorite heroes in the game. Second most played behind Gord. And it is going in the jungle. So like you mentioned earlier, too, they played with the hat that, they have some flex. We're automatically thinking Barrett's is going to go there, but it's a switch up. And so it's going to be an Alpha versus a Baksha matchup. And so one thing I'm going to be looking for from Anna is really what is that rotation like? And what is the build, too? Because we've seen a couple different builds when it comes to Alpha, whether that's the damage, whether that's more tanky situation. But also I see, again, the Temporal Rain being picked up here from the Angela. So we'll see. We'll see how this lines up. I'm just going to say Hong Kong, China for this one.
All right. Just because you said that, I'm going to side with Mongolia, just so that we can have, 1-to-1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1, though, of the series. Hong Kong, China takes on Mongolia. Winner makes it, qualifies over to the main stage. WEC 24 in Riyadh. And I love the fact that you mentioned the Temporal Rain instantly here, because this is a new emblem for those of you guys who don't know. This is just in the current patch, right after the change, right after the items, all the crazy items that are new here. But I want to just get a quick little scan, and actually we do have a little bit of a change to the alpha, because usually we expect the alpha to go for, I think it would be Brave Smite, just to get a little bit more of that sustain in these skirmishes, but he has actually opted to go for the killing spree. So my guess is Hong Kong China want to play with a little bit more damage in this composition with the Alpha too, right? Maybe a Sky Piercer, an early one at that. But to go back to that Temporal Rain, let's talk a little bit about what Temporal Rain actually gets you, right? Because this actually affects the non-ultimate skills cooldown reduction. When you use your ultimate, all the other skills will be down in the cooldown department. Oh, hold up. There's a little bit of a skirmish here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Judy. Okay, she's going to fire off, but it is an Edith. I don't expect IMS to go down, and yeah, she won't. But, as you were saying, I also wonder, this is probably the first time that I've seen Barrett's with Weakness Finder rolling with that. And I'm wondering how this, and Vengeance, how this is going to play a part in the greater scheme of things when it comes to the team fights. But you can already see Anna planning up here, goes in with a Spear of Alpha, now still looking for the kill, but once again, I missed. Going to be quite tanky on this Edith, so nothing to pick up just yet. And going back to the point, Temporal Rain from Zulana, like you said, when you get that ultimate, it reduces, the first and second skill with whatever hero is going to be using that emblem. And so that time around, it does help out, to an extent. Obviously, it provides a little more healing also to deal with this and the potential to slow down a stun. But they go in again. Okay. IMS will just not go down. That's 3 times now that IMS has not fallen to pretty much a point of Hong Kong China trying to take her down. So now still fighting for the first objective. They're going to hold it in. Deja Vu going to jump in with a penalty zone, and now they have the Heart Guard to help them out too. Still working for the Turtle. It's going to be Anna to be able to secure it. Spear of Alpha in. Multiple targets hit, but some will finally fall. Still going to be battling out into it all. Wing Ovo goes in, gets a double, but they're still looking for more as Zulana gets a pickup. It's a huge trade for both teams.
But it's worth it for Mongolia, definitely here, with the Turtle and the kills, but they're able to go for the purple buff here. And in the bottom lane as well, it seems Mob Psycho is able to survive. But let's take a look at the items here. Tough Boots instantly for Mob Psycho in that lane up against the Harith. He needs it, but you can also see the instant rush to the Warrior Boots, so that, for Deja Vu at least, she can actually look for all these engages without having to really care that much about soaking in damage. You already have that Body Smith, you already have that damage reduction in your kit in the passive. Add in the Warrior Boots, and it makes you just so tanky. And I think definitely we got to see that tankiness in the skirmish earlier. Walks up, goes for the few swings, and then initiates, gets 3 members on the board. And because of that, that was the opening necessary for everybody else to rotate in. But I would say for Zulana, maybe the Heart Guard could have been placed to Deja Vu instead of Nonoxen, you know, because for Nonoxen, she was great too. She had the shield unity. She actually initiated as well, re-engaged or collapsed on that engage that was set already for Deja Vu. But if Deja Vu had survived a little bit longer, it would have been great.
There it is, though. There's the Heart Guard on Nonoxen. They're going to force the fight under the Zaman Force. They're still going to be going. They get the knock up too. Zenny not able to get away that time around, even with the healing. So you're seeing that combination once again, this box shot, how fast it can move around the map. Heart Guard there too. Might want to keep Anna from going back to base, but it looks like they might just continue to put the pressure here, get some of this extra gold in the right hands, and now Nonoxen are going to force Judy back. Not really able to contest into it, so that's going to be the full, nearly the full extra gold just going to the team. Zaman Force going to be dropped. There's the Spear of Alpha. IMS once again running away. Wow. And they'll be fine just with that. So look at all that gold that just went in the hands of Mongolia.
She's definitely got to be the queen of escapes, right? Based on this game alone, she's been able to escape so many times. I think if you add one more into the tally, it's 4 now, after the 3 times she's been able to escape in the early game. But because Judy already used Zaman Force earlier to defend that turret, she won't really be able to fully punish on this turret shield. And actually Mongolia, with the faster rotations, will be first onto the Turtle here. But the Spear of Alpha is already up and ready. And for the Barat, she also already has the Vengeance. Very curious to see what this Weakness Finder does, by the way, but it doesn't seem like Hong Kong China want to even contest.
Diversion dropped right on the Turtle. 3 come through. Non-accident able to get it, but the Spear of Alpha once again. But look at the damage. Zenny has to get out of there. They do get Deja Vu. Heart Guard's still going to be helped. There's tons of damage, even into the rotation, but they can't battle on as IMS now fall. Won't be able to get away. Anna's the one to drop next. 3 for 2 trade, and now next on the chopping block is Wing Ovo. Trying to get away. Rotation going to be dropped right on the turret, but gets taken down by Nonoxen once again, and will take the resources on top of it. So Mongolia really punishing that 3-man diversion on top of the Turtle.
They're just reacting to the mistakes being made by Hong Kong China, right? Just clumping up together with this composition up against Mongolia. Mongolia's composition that really loves it when you actually clump up. The Primal Wrath from Ayamis was able to deal so much damage, and even here in the bottom lane, Judy decided for some reason to go back into the mid lane to help clear the wave, and she had to sacrifice the bottom lane turret up against a weak side laner. That's a weak matchup. That's a matchup that should not be winning up against the Harith, but Mob Psycho is doing really good this game, and she's actually on the road already to a very quick second item, which is going to be great for them, because if they actually want to go for the team fights, it already looks like that's what they're setting up for, by the way. The carry rotating up top as the Turtle is going to spawn up top. So for the team, at least for Mongolia, they might want to use this carry to actually fight around the 3rd and final Turtle of the game. And if that happens, if the Harith does fall behind that hard and the snowball actually hits for the carry, that power spike for Judy really won't be a power spike anymore, right? And especially considering there's already a box in the comp. Diversion up top. No fight, not just yet. They're just gonna hold off a bit. Spear of Alpha still okay. There you go.
Daytona's welcome, going to force the fight. The Heart Guard already going to be used, fighting once again under it all, but it's just too much sustainability, and they will get taken down as the Barrett's going to fall, and now under the turret, Anna's in trouble. Tries to keep them at bay, does sidestep a couple, but it will eventually go down. Another double kill for Zulana with the Waves of Love, and now Deja Vu keeping Wing Ovo down on the bottom side. Judy trying to make her way up here, but she's too late as the rest of her team gets dismantled under the turret.
Man, these diversions have been used by Hong Kong, China, but it seems Mongolia have always been the ones to get the value out of the enemy diversions. Every single time just reacting to these diversions, reacting to these engages, and then punishing them. And they've been able to do so every single time, now with another attempt in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to keep it once again, actually forcing the fight still. Even when that Daytona's Welcome going to be used already, takes the brunt of the damage and will go down under the turret. Deja Vu still going to be alive, not even forcing anything, but the Heart Guard already used. Now still fighting under the tier 2 turret. Zaman Force comes out. Do they actually want to fight this? Hong Kong, China still kind of feeling out, but they keep their tier 1 turret alive. So saving grace. Hey, Judy hasn't died yet, picks up the Feather Heaven. And so now, is that enough for them to keep this snowball from getting out of hand from Mongolia? We're talking about 7,000 gold nearly ahead.
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be enough. Not just yet, Naisu. I think for her, for Judy, she's got to wait for that Holy Crystal, and that's still quite far away. It's the 8th minute of the game. This is usually when you already have the Feather of Heaven. And 3, Anna gets caught.
Is that Earth Shattered? They're already going to use the Primal Wrath here, and now there's the damage. You're looking at it. Wing Ovo will fall under the turret once again, fighting on the tier 1. Mongolia continues on, and they might still want to go ahead and get this. They're a minute, about under the minute away from the First Lord. Waves will now be pushing in, and it's up to Zenny, and Judy. As the Barretts also walks up here, that's the turret finally falling. Zaman Force gonna be used, and now we're 30 seconds away from this Lord here, so a little bit of miscommunication, it looks like, from Hong Kong, China.
For Mongolia, they've just been able to completely dictate the pace of the game, it feels, you know? And it's almost as if Hong Kong, China as well have been playing to Mongolia's pace, even though they're the ones with the creativity. Again, Shield Unity.
Oh, Shield Unity gonna find Wing Ovo. Not much you can do about that as she falls, and now forced to fight once again under the tier 2. There's the damage though being provided from Judy. Spear of Alpha was also going to be utilized there for that. Now it comes out once again, but he's too tanky. Nanoxen, you can't deal with him with the Zulana there as the tier 2 turret finally falls and lords up. So that's Mongolia's signal to go ahead and start this one up. So even with some high fighting spirit, Hong Kong, China not able to really get past the fact that it's a Baksha and an Angela combination. Looking at those two alone from Mongolia, they are stacked here for the team.
At least this time they're able to get a trade, right? It's Mob Psycho. At least they stopped this carry from going full snowball. But still, it only stops them, it only halts them for a bit. Because so far, Mob Psycho, I would love to see the items again, by the way, at the 10th minute of the game. Because Judy, this is the timer. This is the time that you should usually have your Holy Crystal. But so far, it doesn't seem like she's even close to the Holy Crystal. Even though she only actually has 1 kill, and she hasn't been taken down at all, despite Mongolia having 16 kills, which is really impressive. She hasn't been given room to farm. Mob Psycho has been taking care of these waves so well, and it seems they might actually be looking to go for a 3-wave push with the First Lord to look for that value with all the tier 2s taken. Mongolia are building up to a 10,000 gold lead. They already have a 9,000 gold lead, and technically for their composition, this is a composition that actually usually wants to wait.
Judy.
Wait for Mob Psycho to get the 3-item power spike, maybe even the Melphic Roar, but they want to dive into bottom lane, it seems.
Yeah, they dive down there. Judy's still holding on to the Zaman Force. She hasn't used it just yet. She's going to force back to the base. Hard guard already for Nonoxen. Look at the damage, though. Spear of Alpha not able to get the connection on Mob Psycho. Now fighting under it. Penalties aren't going to be used. They get multiple targets locked in and forced back. And now, once again, Wing Ovo goes in with the diversion. Rotation set on the floor. But they have to back off. Deal with the Lord. Mongolia. It was all a distraction. They did exactly what they wanted to do, and they put pressure now on the base. They might still punch it in here, too. They could hop over the wall with non-accent, but they're going to get this tier 2 in the mid lane for now.
And it's a really good distraction. The fact that Mob Psycho almost died there, it already looks like it was a mistake from Mongolia. But then you take a look at the big picture, and maybe that mistake from Mob Psycho was a bit calculated, right? Because that's really what reeled Hong Kong, China into that commitment. If it wasn't for that, I don't think Hong Kong, China would have actually gone for the full-on fight and would have lost that much HP on the base turret up top. And if we take a look at the items for Ana at least, yeah, that's why she went for the killing spree. We expected more damage. We expected her to just be a carry because, you know, she did go for the killing spree, and that's true. She has the War Axe, she has the Hunter Strike, but in this game, I don't know about those items. I don't know if those items are actually going to be good for her because, sure, even though you have a lot of damage right now that you can output towards the backliners, there's technically no shred there. You have built-in shred, I get it, but maybe not up against a composition like this with so much snowballing already, not just on the backliners, but more so for the frontliners. Nonoxen is so far ahead. Take a look at her items right now. Already with the Radiant Armor and the Athena Shield, so Judy and Wingovo will not deal damage to her. On top of that, she's already building towards maybe, I think, an Immortality. At this point, she can even go for Sky Guardian Helmet, Thunderbolt, you name it. There's a lot of different items she can go for at this point, but with the Anti-Cuirass as well, Ana's going to struggle doing a little bit of... actually, even without the Anti-Cuirass, with the Hard Guard, I don't really think Ana can shred through. And Mongolia, on the other side, they have all the damage in the world to deal with Hong Kong, China. They have the true damage from the passive of Mob Psycho, they have physical damage, they have the magic damage coming in from Zulana, and Ayames on the Primal Wrath. It's, again, very, very underrated. You don't really expect a lot of crazy damage from the Edith, but when you start to realize it, oh, here it is!
Oh, they're going to force the fight onward into the Earth Shatter, and that's a fight under the rotation again. Ana going to get taken out first, and now Judy trying to fight the best they can, but it's Varus that goes down. And these ladies just battling it out on this side, completely ignoring the Lord here. They'll finally go ahead and take it, but Ana just struggling with this alpha pick. And even this Barrett's, we questioned the weakness finder, we questioned how this would fit into the XP lane, and so far, it's been a struggle to say the least. So Mongolia now furthering the lead even further than they already have, 10,000 plus, and now the Lord on their side here, Hong Kong, China. The backs against the wall, you can see just the disparity in terms of items, even across each and every lane here.
And she's already on the way to a Melphic Roar. As I was saying though, before the team fight started, right? When you realize that Edith is doing damage, by the time you realize it, you're already dead. And that's what we saw in that skirmish. They were going at it. They were going, thinking, you know, we have a lot of AoE in our composition. We should be able to get some dubs here, especially in a choke point like this. And on paper, that makes sense. But then you take a look at the Primal Wrath. Then you see these two members die. And then you start to think, wait, what's killing us? And yes, it is the carry, but it's also that Primal Wrath. That magic damage just keeps on coming down. And now with the Lord pushing down, they want to look for maybe the end game play.
They could definitely push this in and put the pressure onward into the Earth Shatter. Once again, gets 2 on the knockup. Primal Wrath going to be used into the penalty zone. Heart Guard finding the target as well. They want to fight it out under this Lord. It's finally got to get taken down, but that's going to be the Barretts that falls once again. Unstoppable from IMS, but they might not be able to end it just yet. They still have to win the fight. Judy will eventually run back to base, still alive. It's up to Zenny, but the base is going to be worked on. A couple hits away, and Mongolia will take game number 1 in dominant fashion.
A dominant game for Mongolia for game number 1, and I gotta agree with the in-game MVP. Nonoxen definitely deserves the MVP this time around. The fact that she was already so proactive all the way from the start of the game, despite not getting the first turtle, she instantly knew how to punish Team Hong Kong China. At the start of the game, they got the turtle. Hong Kong China got the turtle, but Mongolia got all the value. They were able, well, for Nonoxen especially, she was able to invade and punish, and you can see from the items as well now building towards that immortality. So that last item was immortality, and she actually sold the Molten Essence for another Ares belt that added into, you know, how tanky she already is. And also, let's talk a little bit about that Temporal Rain for Zulana, because Zulana, that Temporal Rain, we already talked about it, and on top of the fleeting time, yeah, you have your ultimate cooldown decreased already from that fleeting time. Now you get your entire kit all the way from the start of the game. It was ridiculous. I don't know if you paid attention. I don't know if you noticed it, Naisu, but the fact that she was spamming heart waves. Usually you see that, those heart waves in the middle of the game. She was already doing that at level 4. When she got the ultimate, when she got her heart guard, that was all that she was able to do. She was just popping, and even the ties, right? Like every single time. So much utility that you get with the Temporal Rain. And the fact that she also got the Blood Wings, that was just shield day, bro. It's a shield day, right? You got a shield unity, you got the shields coming in from the Heart Guard, shields coming from the Primal Wrath, but it was all because of the layering as well. It wasn't just purely because of the sustain. The sustain was great, obviously, but the layering of damage, the layering of CC, this is going to be a trend now, especially in this meta, where the team with more damage, with more CC as well, just ultimately wins out in the game. It all started with Deja Vu, who took all the damage, soaked it in, and then went in with the Primal Rat, did enough damage. Then we saw a re-engage as well from the Noxon, and obviously IMS, who acted as a marksman technically in the first turtle. And then the second turtle comes around, and it's already completely different, because at this point, at this stage of the game, they're all just ridiculously tanky. IMS couldn't be taken down, right? Not without you using all your resources. And by the time you do that, the Noxon, with the help of Zulana, will still be around to actually deal all the damage back onto you. And you would think, you know, the Baksha, he's a tank, he doesn't do a lot of damage. But if it's a 2-0 Baksha at the start of the game, those second skills, right, when he throws the shields, it's so deceiving. You think it's going to be like not as much damage, you don't think it's going to be crazy damage, but then you take a look at this just here, and the fact that he was able to get all of them so low for Zulana to just pop in those waves to get those kills, this shows you how much damage he does. And I think in MPLID as well, I remember, for me personally, there was a pro player who built Radiant Armor in a game, and there was no magic damage from the opposing team. So I asked him backstage, yo, why did you buy the Radiant Armor? And he said, Baksha. Dude, Baksha does so much damage. Like, you don't see it, but he deals a lot of damage. If you take a look at the damage recap of some of these members, you would be very, very surprised. Because even here in the skirmish, it looks like IMS dealt most of the damage, but that additional damage that Noxon's able to place down, even with the Poissons, by the way, we don't even need to talk about the actual damage dealing ability. Just him walking around and, you know, the opponents just being around the Poissons, that's a lot of DOT that you actually deal. So yeah, very, very deceiving. And in the end, we definitely got to see that Noxon became a threat that no one was able to handle. At one point, it really feels like, at this, who's the carry, right? Is the carry the carry? Is Mob Psycho the carry? Because every single fight, it almost seems like Hong Kong, China were targeting Mob Psycho, and Mob Psycho is always really low. She's not able to participate fully in these fights, yet they still come out on top. Yet Mongolia still have enough damage. The frontliners are so ridiculously tanky, sustainable, and also, I don't know why and how these tanks are able to deal that much damage, but they did. And that's what ultimately ended with this game, ending in the 15th minute. IMS as well, at this point, she could do whatever she wanted. She could onward, forward, she could flicker, Earth Shatter. At this point, I think she could flicker Primal Wrath as well, and it would probably work out, because nobody can really deal with her.
How many deaths did IMS even avoid in the early game? We were at like 4, right, on the counter.
Yeah.
And look at the end, 7, 2, and 12. On that EF. Again, this was prioritized in their first phase, and it shows why. But that's the thing, it was so troublesome for Hong Kong China to get through the front line. I mean, even if you didn't have the Angela, I think if it was just a Baksha and the Edith, like that was enough already. And then and then you add the Angela, and that is a deadly combination, man. Like, to see the way that worked, plus the Temporal Rain, and it makes me wonder, too, how many more heroes you could actually play the Temporal Rain emblem with, because as I was watching that game, I know we talked about this very slightly in the beginning about the Alpha running the killing spree, but I'm wondering, like, what if you even ran, for example, Temporal Rain on a jungle like Alpha or Alucard? Because it resets those cooldowns so quickly that, you know, I'm just wondering, like, and I'm sure there's people out there that are really, really good with the numbers and they break it down, but like if that outweighs having the killing spree, for example, like just having that extra damage like so much quicker, because we know that how much damage comes from the first and second skill of Alpha, for example, right? Who in this idea of Temporal Rain on an Alpha or even an Alucard, we know a lot of the damage is front loaded into those abilities, and if you can get a snowball going. So it makes me wonder, like, some teams, if they've tried that out yet and what more we'll see. But so far, that combination alone, like you mentioned in the highlights, the Angela with the Baksha, who is the carry, you know, and I think that's the best way to put it when I say like this gold lane experience concept. Like, just let them farm up, do their thing the best they can, and then at some point in the game, you say, all right, it's Mob Psycho's time to shine. But really, the whole game was everybody's time to shine. Like it was spread out, like all the kills were spread out so well between everybody that it just was so difficult for them to really find a break point. Like, and that's why I feel like the snowball really built up. And I'm not convinced, man. I'm not convinced on the Barrett's weakness finder. Like that, it was very tough, you know, and I'm not sure if that was just kind of like a last minute, let's flex this. Yeah. Like I almost would have just rather seen the Barretts go in the jungle if that was the case, you know, because it got completely shut down. I mean, throughout the entire game, like it wasn't even really an impact at all, aside from a couple of Daytona's welcomes, which then just forced a heart guard and then a fight, you know, that was very difficult. I do think that the Luo Yi still shows how much damage potential is there. But unfortunately, again, you know, in some of those team fights and stuff, it got out of hand. Like you said, I think the damage from a Baksha is underrated, and that's why we've seen this even in the previous series, where you're probably going to see more of this, where Bakshas pick up glowing wands, because then it becomes even more damage. Like we saw this last series.
Right. Yeah.
Multiple Baksha builds with glowing wands. And you know, it works because, like you said, his damage is kind of like takes you by surprise. You're not really expecting it, and the rotational speed that you get with the Baksha and Angela combo, that's like two members wherever you want them across the map. Probably the fastest way to get around the map, other than a diversion and a spear of destruction landing. I feel like Baksha Angela is just your top lane, your bottom lane, your mid, your jungle, you're everywhere. You know what I mean? Like it's just too much to handle, I feel like, for some teams.
Definitely. And I think for Hong Kong China it was also too much to handle, right? Because actually, you know what, before that, I want to go back to your temporal rain point, right? You were talking about temporal rain. What other hero would actually benefit? And instantly what comes to my mind is Leomord, right? What I want to see Leomord on temporal rain. Imagine just go for your ult, riding the horse, and then getting all your skills cooldown wise, at least, like reduced by such a big amount, I would say. And then
I don't know if it's 50%, but it's it's huge.
It's pretty big. It's massive, right? So I would really love to see that. Maybe in the future we get a temporal rain Leomord, but there's so many different emblems to choose for as well. Even if you go for Leomord, any pick, even the Warcry. I would love to see the Warcry. We finally get to see the temporal rain, but when are we going to see the Warcry, right?
Aweless jungle.
Oh, the Aweless jungle.
Whenever it comes out.
Yeah, we haven't seen Aweless, not at all. I really hope we do get to see Aweless, but based on the matches I played as well in ranked games, my friends have actually tried to play the Aweless. It hasn't really worked out too well. Aweless seems to be still in a very bad spot, still in a very like weird spot where it's just tough. I definitely get the push that Moontown wants, you know, for Aweless, but not yet. I guess we have to see more of a buff. I think the best way to bring Aweless in has to be give him a better ult. That ult is so, like, I would say one of the most irrelevant ults in the game has to be Aweless's ult, right? It does nothing.
His ult just like extends the range and does damage, right?
Yeah, like dude, it does nothing.
Yeah, it needs to like have an additional thing to that. I think increased range and damage is cool, like with his melee attack, but like there needs to be an additional thing there. Like I don't know what it would be, but I don't know. Whenever he does get that change, Mirko, like I will play Aweless in the jungle because you know I'm all about them dwarfs.
And he's fun to play. He's really fun to play.
Is.
I think the best way to change it, right, as we go off tangent here, before we go back to the match, would be just to go do what they already had in his kit before they released him. Like in the advanced server, he had an anti-CC ult, so you would just be immune to any sort of CC for that duration, which is cool. Really good.
Right?
You could
familiar.
definitely see it for Aweless, right? That kit, that kit will be really good. So, yeah. Now going back to the match, by the way, Hong Kong China versus Mongolia. Mongolia, we were expecting them to be really good. I expected them to be really good, and it turns out they are really good, right? Coming into this matchup, Mongolia definitely have had definitely an advantage when it comes down to their region just being way more developed when it comes to MLBB compared to Hong Kong China. We haven't heard a whole lot about Hong Kong China. We've heard so much about Mongolia. So I was actually really impressed by Hong Kong China with their performance in the previous game, because even though they lost, that first turtle setup was great. The fact that they had the setup, the fact that they were able to also kite back and forth, and the fact that they were actually so brave to take these risks. The diversions were actually really it got to a point where I think even Mongolia were questioning these diversions, right? Because the diversions were literally in front of them. So they were like, wait.
On top of the turtle.
No way they would take this. There's absolutely... And then they see 4 members just pop up and they're like, wait. So I like that. I like the fact that they're actually using that as kind of like, it's so ridiculous that it is true. It's so ridiculous that I can actually get it to work. I love that style. And maybe that might just be the way to actually beat a team like Mongolia, a team that actually knows how to play the game the normal way, a team that has the core fundamentals down to a T. You gotta come in with some curveballs. You gotta come in with some shockers. So maybe that's why they also flexed the Barats and picked up the Alpha after seeing the Baksha, after seeing the Terizla. Well, not the Terizla, sorry, because Terizla was last pick, but after seeing all these tanky picks.
Yeah, I think I think the Alpha was great. It's just... The Barretts was just off for me for the
no vengeance, yeah.
The Barretts was off for me. I think they just could have changed that a little bit, and maybe they would have a better chance for Hong Kong China. But again, I'm not against them. trying things out. It is a game 1 in a best of 5. Who knows? Maybe this was just completely like, let's experiment, see what works. And I don't know how far the Barretts is in that experiment, but this obviously is enough to tell them, like, for game 1 at least, they have to change things up, because Mongolia, like you mentioned, this is very, I would say, reminiscent of watching their men's team play. Like they play with a very distinctive style. And when we first saw the men's team play back even last year, every single lane, like every single role was just covered so well, and they played really well as a team. And so it almost makes me wonder, especially some of the insights that we got from the African qualifiers, where we learned that, there was a lot of overlap in terms of like coaching and preparations from some coaches from going from men's to women's teams and helping them out. I'm wondering like how much of the impact there is from the Mongolian like men's training side to maybe possibly over here to the women's, because when you watch them play, like I said, reminds me a lot of them. And of course with their own style, even to a sense here, but overall I think I can't even pick out one single lane that I would give like an MVP performance to, because they all played it so well. Like IMS, I want to see what else she plays, because this Edith was very good at just staying alive for one, and then like switching gears and being a huge damage threat as the game went on. So I'm wondering exactly what's going to change here for both the teams, and we'll see, because jumping into the draft here for game 2.
Let's see if they can actually adapt to game number 1 and fix those issues for game number 2. Hong Kong China this time on the red side. So already a better side to go for those reactive picks. If they want to try to go for the counters, this is the side to go for. They already decided to go for the counters, to go for the flex picks on blue side. And if that's what they have in mind as well, this side should be able to enable that kind of style, right? But we still see the Diggy and the Vixana banned out, but this time it's from the side of Mongolia, and it's still going to be the Martis ban. So I don't know if they're actually going to go for the same exact route to game number 1. So far, yeah, it's Mathilda as well. So Martis, Mathilda, it was Diggy banned out by Hong Kong China in game number 1, but now it's Martis and the Mathilda. Maybe we'll see the chip banned out by Hong Kong China, because it seems for Mongolia at least, they really respect that hero. It was the first ban for them in game number 1, and if it's left open to them, I think there's no, they're definitely not going to doubt that pick. They're going to go straight for it, because they're already setting up for it. They're taking away the Lo Yi, putting the pressure on Hong Kong China. Do you want to ban out this pick? Do you want to ban out the chip, or do you want us to pick it up for ourselves? Let's see what they go for here, because one change in the ban is the Minotaur. The Minotaur was actually banned out by Mongolia in game number 1, and now it's been left completely open.
Okay. I want to see what their last ban is going to be, but like you said, and that's the thing, we've seen teams like mostly sleep on the chip. He popped up on there, they banned him out, but they even when he's open, like some teams just don't opt for him. And I think again, you have to be at a certain comfortable level to pick the chip up. Now this is interesting, because I'm not used to seeing a Minotaur first pick. This time it's locked in right away. So this is already saying like they're actually they're okay with giving up some of these other picks that we see prioritized quite a bit. This time around, though, the fact that you lock in a Minotaur first, feel like this still leaves you a lot of leeway to move around. I mean, even with the Angela open, and they don't go that route. So I'm really wondering why the Minotaur first pick, but maybe that'll be answered as we get through the rest of the draft. Now, the answer with 2 picks here, what do they take? There's a lot left on the table. Rafaela, Novaria. I think this is better. Like, the Novaria is great for Hong Kong, China. Gives that vision, gives the poke, and they have sustain still, too. I'm just not sure for the Rafaela, but Alpha seems to still be the play over here, too.
Yeah, and I think...
Or no, the swap.
Yeah, they could definitely go for the... I think at this point, they can actually just go for the Angela as well, right? But they'll go for the safer choice, which is the Terizla, because they already have a roamer. But yeah, I would actually expect, especially with this kind of composition, that an Angela would still work in their composition as a mid laner. We saw that with the Temporal Rain, you get so much of that cooldown off of your other skills when you use your ultimate. So technically, there are still ways for you to deal damage while on the Angela. Maybe even more than before, right? Now you can actually deal more damage because you have the Temporal Rain, you have that cooldown, and you can just go for full magic damage on the fleeting time. We also saw the Blood Wings from the Angela last time. So, a Gato Kacha. Whoa, a debut pick here coming in from Hong Kong, China. We were talking about how maybe some of these teams might be able to replicate that kind of crazy brawly style that we saw in the Africa region. And I'm glad to see this. I'm glad to see the Gatot Kacha make its way into the scene, into this draft. On paper, it's great. It's kind of like a pseudo Minotaur, right? It's
almost like a Belric.
Pseudo Minotaur. You kind of like want people to jump on you, then you get the taunt, and then you get your ult. Yeah, and then you have that vengeance too. But this time, they will ban out the Angela. They will take that away. That was a bit too much for them to handle in game number 1. The Xborg, though, this time will be banned out as well. That was something that we were talking about in game number 1 for Team Hong Kong China to try to counter that tanky lineup that I was actually quite surprised that they didn't go for, but they ended up going for the Alpha and swapping the Bronze into the XP. Let's see, though. Last few bans coming in from Team Hong Kong China into mid and gold lane. I think with this comp, by the way, like the Brody still is great for Mongolia. If Mongolia want to go for Brody, it's going to be so good.
Mongolia goes Brody. I'm so how isn't Gatakacha Indonesian? Is it Indonesian?
Yeah,
folklore
hero. Yeah.
So what's the correct way to say it? I feel like I've said it wrong the whole time I've played MLBB. Honestly, I just say Gato. Gato-kocha.
Gatot Kacha.
Ah, okay, Gatot Kacha. Okay, I was wondering. So I just had to ask, since I have you here. But yeah, it's a pick that is going to be interesting to see how it works, because at the same time, I feel like it's usually picked up to deal with a lot of like the marksman choices, and especially like, for example, that Moskov that was shown on their side. You see this kind of picked up either that or the Belric, kind of even dealing with the Claude. But one thing I'm really wondering is also what the build path for this is going to be, because with some of the changes like we've been mentioning, we don't mention too much about the defensive items, right? But even I think was it the Twilight Armor that now acts differently? Like there is no, is it the Twilight Armor that doesn't have that cooldown anymore on dealing with some of the damage? But I'm just curious what that build path defensively for the Gatakacha is going to be. Nathan hovered over here, not locked in just yet. Also the Faramis, if this is locked in, we've seen this hero banned out consistently, but they go with the Nana and the Nathan.
Interesting. Nana and Natan here picked up, and that was going to be the Fredrin. Barat hovered over as well. I really like this Nana pick, by the way, considering, at this point of the game for Hong Kong China, they want to go for a lot of the dive with the Gatot as well. Technically, they want to get in these skirmishes with the Moskov too. I really like the Nana pick. The Nana pick actually adds in another layer of CC, another layer of burst damage, and technically with their combo, this is a pretty disgusting combination for Mongolia. Yeah. They got a Minotaur that has so much AoE, crazy AoE, and I think the Baksha would actually kind of struggle up against this composition. I really hope they don't go for the Baksha up against the Alpha Minotaur and the Terizla. That neutral objective battle will not be good for the Baksha. Even for the Fredrin, it's going to be tough, but I think it'll be a bit better compared to the Baksha. So they go with the sustainable option instead of the brute force dive option, which is pretty good. You already have a Rafaela as well to help you, but I don't know how this is going to play out, right? Because you have a Rafaela and a Novaria. Nana and Minotaur will definitely have more mid control, more mid prio over the Novaria and the Rafaela, especially in the early game, right? Later on, maybe it'll be different, but early game, neutral objective contest, it's going to be really, really tough for Hong Kong and China. And it seems the Gatot Kacha will be going to XP, by the way. So, yeah. If the Terizla already had a good time against the Yuzong, the Gatot's really not going to enjoy this lane. Not against the Terizla.
I don't know who to like say that I like their lineup better here. You know, I mean, it's so interesting with some of the changes that have happened, especially the fact that now you're gonna have this Gattacacha playing a part of this, and it's mostly like I got to see how it kind of plays its role in this whole thing because, again, they struggled specifically. You know, when we saw the Barretts in the last one. So let's see how it plays out.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Into the land of dawn we go for game number 2. A chance for Mongolia to make a match point here in game number 2. And for Hong Kong, China, it's all about how they can try to equalize. With more of a late game composition, they're going to have to wait out a little bit more. Meanwhile, for Mongolia, they've got a good mix. They've got that early game, crazy neutral objective control, crazy clear speed as well on this Alpha. Compared to Anna, by the way, on the Fredrin, you can already see the difference. Oh, a very cheeky little steal there planned by Zulana. Unfortunately, unable to get it, but it was a nice try, and it did force Anna to actually use the Retribution. But back again to my point, the fact that Anna went for Brave Smite, not Concussive Blast, and he's already in a matchup against the Alpha, they're definitely going to try to go for the invade here, and you can already see it. IMS already setting up for it.
Okay, yeah, they're not going to... Oh, they actually might fight this out. If they get caught out a little bit, though, Mob Psycho going to be fine, but they're still on that side of the jungle. Not Oxen forcing them out of this side of the buff because Anna, she wants to make him work for it. So still fighting for this orange buff. It's not going to anyone just yet. Mob Psycho going to be the first one to go taken down in the instance. Now not Oxen. This is a mistake coming out from them wanting to fight for this, all for that first orange buff.
Way too aggressive from Mongolia. They got the win so early on already. They were able to invade. They were able to stop Anna from hitting level 4. They should have just been happy with that. Considering they don't have the strong lane in the gold lane, they should have actually played a bit more safe. But they tried to gamble with that early lead. They tried to multiply that lead, and it didn't work out for them. Now, Wingovo, the member that we were talking about in this game that would actually struggle quite a bit in the mid lane up against the Minotaur Nana combo, has 2 kills. So if she's able to stabilize in the mid lane, if she's able to actually utilize this lead and go for neutral objectives, this might actually halt Mongolia's plan in the early game to snowball. That neutral objective control might be a bit tougher to pull off now that they are behind, but it does seem like they still want to go for it. They still are on top of it, and it seems the Fredrin wants to contest.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Turtle secured, though, by Non-Oxen. Now they're going to find it out. Still going in. Huge Minoan Fury. Spirit of Destruction going to be used. Not going to follow it up, though. Judy doesn't want to appear in that fight. And so this could be also the buff taken as Judy makes her way down in the mid lane. So now Mongolia fires back, gets an objective and some kills, and even gets a small gold lead in the exchange.
Well played to Mongolia and all that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, up top, right, Mob Psycho is able to pop into Entropy, getting 200 gold, and she's staying a bit too long here. She does have the flicker, and she won't be able to use the Entropy.
Yeah, she flickers out, but now Zenny's there. There's the Holy Baptism, and a couple hits will take her down, like you mentioned. Mob Psycho staying a little bit too long. I guess just happy to see the numbers rise up on that gold, and she gets taken out in the exchange. So now she's got to deal with Judy getting a little bit of a lead now, working towards it. IMS going to jump in, takes the shot. Now Zulana, though, this Nana, look at the damage, comes in with a flame shot as Judy will fall in that exchange. And also the glowing wand just picked up now from Zulana. So still, look at Non-Oxen. Even with the exchange that happened earlier, with the overstay in this enemy territory, she will still go ahead and try to take more, but right now, Mongolia happy with that.
Great snipe with the flame shot and great calculation as well. The fact that she was able to get that Molino Blitz in, very, very well played. And now they look to gank up top once again. IMS!
Oh, IMS gonna jump in, get some Minoan Fury under the turret, into the Spear of Alpha. Non-Oxen will get Judy once again. Judy having a very difficult time dealing with all this being thrown. Zen Zeni will get back to base, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and take that turret on the tier 1 top side while they send Deja Vu in the mid lane to try to hold it down. But Mongolia, this is what we saw them kind of do last game, and it looks like it's going to be a trade on the map down bottom. So they might set up for the objective, try to get this turtle, second one of the game, and try to look at some of these macro plays. This is where we have to see if Hong Kong China is able to deal with some of the macro style of play. So far, they've done a good job at staying into the game, but that will be a objective secured once again for Mongolia.
It's going to be very, very tough for Hong Kong China to actually, come back from this kind of snowball, though, from Mongolia. Because take a look at this. Even Mob Psycho is getting so much value on these turrets. He was able to pick up 220 gold, I think it was, up top. And now he actually even gets the X Speed Crab at the bottom side of the map. So even more of that snowball, despite him being 0-2-0. She's a level ahead of the Moskov, and she's doing great. I think in terms of gold, she should be doing a bit better than Judy. And it seems Nonoxen.
Oh, Nonoxen wants to kill Judy again. Just in the sights. Nonoxen now going to go 1 versus 3. The rest of the team's a little bit too far away to help fight for this, but will take out Anna. Spear of Alpha going to be used. Almost got Wing Ovo on top of it. Man, Nonoxen, she was on fire there. No wonder she's so confident on this Alpha pick.
An absolute beast on the Alpha. My goodness. Able to win out technically in a 1v4, right? That was a 1v4. She beat Judy in a solo kill because that was a 1v1, and then continued to a 1v3 where she got a kill as well. So she got a 2-for-1 trade in that skirmish, and she didn't even drop the shutdown, right? Oh wait, she did, I think, because she died once and then she got those 3 kills. But even then, the kill was given over to Wing Ovo, and still, even though Wing Ovo can build up to become a threat later on, she's still behind, despite getting the 3 kills. We were talking about how... Oh, wait, Mob Psycho?
Mob Psycho might be in trouble here. The Gotcha goes in too. Not able to find the connection just yet.
Ooh.
Won't be able to get the kill. How did Mob Psycho survive all of that?
Oh, super unfortunate for Hong Kong China there. That should have been a free kill, but Mob Psycho was able to just flicker out and entropy out as well. A little bit of a miss there from Gatot, not able to get that taunt down, but in the mid lane, a bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, Zulana has the passive. Now they're going to force a fight. Spear of Alpha in the mid lane. Multiple members will get taken down. It's a double. Spirit Destruction comes in. They do punish him, but it's a triple kill. For Noxoxen, she's still alive. How did she survive everything?
That's a good question, Naisu, because even I can't answer that. Nonoxen!
What?
What an absolute alpha! We were talking about her being a beast on this alpha. No, she's just alpha. And this time with the same build that Anna went for in the previous game, but making it work with the killing spree too. It's the War Axe and the Hunter Strike. And man, that additional sustain that you get from this new War Axe has really been doing her so much, man. So much value she's getting off of this item. And it seems right now with this snowballing alpha, it's very, very hard for Hong Kong China because they're playing purely for their front to back composition. They're playing for Judy and Wing Ovo to be in the back while Anna soaks in as much damage as she can. But at this point, I don't even think she can... Whoa. By the way, Judy with the Windtalker, is she going for a critical build? And that's a free turtle, by the way, coming in for Mongolia. But an interesting build. Would love to see the items there to see if Judy is actually going for a crit build instead of the attack speed build that we are very, very used to. For Mob Psycho, she should be very, very close to getting her item power spike as well. If that Holy Crystal gets built up in the 10th minute, this will be a very scary game for Hong Kong China because they will not have a front line with an Alpha, with an Ana, and with an Atan all snowballing like this.
Yeah, oh wow. Judy actually followed up in the mid lane, so just wanted to go ahead and farm in that bottom. It goes up to the mid, and we'll rotate back down most likely, but still interesting for Hong Kong China. I mean, they find themselves, hold on, mid lane once again. Zeni will be taken down in an instant. Avatar of the Guardian going to go in and now caught under it all.
Ooh.
Tries to get away with him. New Fury cuts him off and bouncing back on. Double kill though for Nonoxen. Able to get more. This alpha is online. And now they'll continue on looking for the next kill. No Lord going to be up for another minute or so as they rotate. Judy there. Judy, you got to be careful here. They might jump in once again. Nonoxen has the Spear of Alpha available, and it looks like that's all they get from now.
But it's all good, right? For Mongolia, at least. At least in the 8th minute of the game. Let's take a look at the items. And yes, Judy is going for the crit build on the Moskov. We'll see if that actually works out. And they
Spear of Destruction, perfect timing, but not going to follow up on it. Anna, though, keeps him at bay. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I was almost expecting Judy to go and follow up through.
Oh, that was definitely a missed opportunity, man. I thought for sure Judy was going to take that Spear of Destruction, especially with this crit build. When they're all so low like that, Mob Psycho.
Yeah, all so low. I mean, but I guess, again, Hong Kong, China able to at least get a tier 1 turret. Is this going to set themselves up for a Lord dance? Are they actually going to dance it off with Mongolia despite some of this difference in terms of items and economy? Looks like they jump in once again. Zenny has to flicker out, but this is a good chance for them to fight. Minoy and Fury already going to be utilized as well. Deja Vu holding on to the penalty zone. Still has the flicker available. Going to get spotted out, though, by the Echo. And so they'll have to back off. But Hong Kong, China actually showing some signs of fight here.
Despite being 5,000 gold behind, yeah, they're still really, really good. They actually have a very, very good chance in this game to come back. And for Hong Kong, China, it's all about not clumping up. If they can actually somehow force out some of these resources and layer their abilities, they're actually going to come out on top.
Oh, man. That even with that, though, Hong Kong, China just cannot get into these objectives. And so they're going to find themselves having to defend, but decently so. They should be able to actually clear some waves pretty well, but they're going to be forced to fight under the turret. No one goes down, though. At least they have some of the heals from Zenny. Echo going to be dropped down, and Wing Ovo looking for some more poke damage, but so far, they're just going to have to get ready to defend as that Lord makes its way down the bottom side. And they'll go ahead and just continue on trying to get Anna these resources for now as they get prepped and ready. Is Judy capable of defending and keeping this base together here for Hong Kong, China?
I think so. Like, at least for the first Lord, they should still be able to defend this, right? Judy has good wave clear. That piercing shots of the Moskov should be enough to actually clear these waves, especially with the Novaria. 3-in-1. She has a lot of kills. Whoa, Menuhin's Fury from Mayamest, but not into anyone there. I guess it was a preventive measure, but in the bottom lane, it does seem like for Gatot Kacha, she will be able to just hold off the Lord all alone to prevent all the tier 2 turrets from being taken down. And so far, actually, no tier 2 turrets have been taken down. So Mongolia are actually struggling to go and siege down the turrets from Hong Kong, China, but they'll eventually be able to do so, and it's right now. But take a look at that poke from Wing Ovo. She's gone to a point where she does crazy damage with the poke, and that should be a sign to Mongolia. They gotta end it quick. They gotta end it very, very quick. Some of their heroes in their composition will actually get outscaled, will find it a bit hard to play around in the later stage of the game. Meanwhile, for Hong Kong, China, they're actually going to be very, very comfortable in the later stage of the game with a hero with global presence. Technically, I mean, they got that. It isn't really global, but you have a lot of mobility.
It's like half the map.
It's half the map. Yeah, it's not bad. And with the healing constantly coming from Zen, it's a bit different to game number 1, right? Because in game number 1, I think for the Rafaela, she became kind of irrelevant because of the Baksha. But in this game, there is no Baksha. They're going to have to rely on landing their skills to get the anti-regen down onto Rafaela, onto the members as well of Hong Kong, China. So Rafaela should have a better time. Zen should have a better time actually, healing up the rest of the team. And for Mongolia, they're going to have to start to think about allocating some of that gold that they've been getting to go for magic defense. I think they're getting a bit too overconfident about their damage, about how far in the lead they are, that they're completely forgetting that Hong Kong, China actually still have a chance if we do get to that late stage of the game.
Not only that, but a good... Oh, hold on. Look at that damage, though, too. They gotta watch out from that. Melina Blitz gonna be dropped down. You can already see how much damage Zulana has, but that's the thing. Avatar of the Guardian, this ultimate from Gatakacha, if it's landed on the right timing, especially when we're talking about these Lord fights, that could be a game changer, especially with the Unbreakable, right? The taunt being able to kind of hold people down if it's all landing the right way. So this is up to really utilizing that ultimate, locking this down, but right now it's going to be Mongolia that starts up the Lord. And this might be just a dance-off between these two teams. It looks like it's going to be just that. IMS goes in with the Mayo and Fury, gets 2 locked up, knocked up, but no one goes down just yet. And now they're getting cut off, split off here. Penalty zone finds Judy. Judy's in trouble, has to get away, able to dash out, and will survive while Mob Psycho goes down in the exchange. So Mongolia actually, even if they force Hong Kong, China back, no one fell, so they can just go back to base, heal back up, and get back in position.
Great team fighting by Hong Kong, China. You can see the mechanics shine for them. And now, Spear Destruction actually connects as well, but let's go back to that team fight, right, where Judy was able to deal so much damage, also escaping, and man, for Wingovo, these Astral Echoes have been massive. Just getting the vision onto all the members of Mongolia means that nobody can really flank. Nobody can really get close to Judy and Wingovo without Anna and Gatot Kacha, and technically for Zenny as well, to stop that from happening. So for Hong Kong China, they have a way. They need to stop this Lord from being taken, though, because it's no longer a Lord dance. Once they go for Lord, it's a Lord commitment.
Oh, they're going to have to. Anna trying to get her way up top 2, trying to get in the zone. Echo going to be dropped. Deja Vu holding on to that penalty zone, waiting for the right moment, and there it is. Non-Oxen will be able to get the Lord, but can they win the fight? Judy gets a kill. They're still doing the work. Anna could be in trouble as she does fall. Spirit of Destruction not going to land. Point blank, though, too. So now that's the 1-for-1 trade mid for the jungle. Lord was secured, though, but it looks like Hong Kong China still wants to run it down mid and try to do something about it. Spear of Alpha going to find them. Judy, there's the entropy. Mob Psycho doesn't have enough damage. The sustain is too much from Zenny. So Mongolia will get the Lord. They'll have that advantage, but they're losing these team fights, these skirmishes, because of the sustainability with Zenny. And now Judy is online here. They should be able to make quick work of this Lord, even unless they want to collapse down, and it looks like Non-Oxen wants to do that. Deja Vu holding their attention. Goes in with a Revenge Strike. There's the Spear of Alpha. Jumps in with a huge penalty zone. And now Judy firing off of the backside. The damage is huge. And Anna will get knocked up. But still, safely in the back, they're going to fire off. Iamest is going to be the next target. As the Lord already went down, Zulana dropped the Molina Blitz. Able to get Judy a double kill. A huge ultimate coming out from Zulana on the Nana. And now it's only Wingovo here. Mongolia looking to eye the base. They'll work on the turret with these enhanced minions. And Wingovo has to buy enough time for the rest of the team to come up, but this could be it. Mongolia looking for the base, the crystal, but the waves still need to push in a little bit further. They clear them out the best they can, and that's going to be it. The crystal's worked on, and Mongolia will take game number 2.
It took them a bit longer to secure game number 2, but they ultimately were able to end it with poise, composure, with their calmness. Very, very well played towards the end of the game. And even though Mob Psycho, I was actually wondering, right, why isn't Mob Psycho dealing enough damage to take any of these members down? And you said it during your play-by-play, it was just the sheer amount of sustain that was held by Zenny on this Rafaela. And you could definitely see it wasn't a problem of, you know, not having enough anti-regen, because they already have a glowing wand, they already have 2 dominance ices, they have 3 anti-regen items, and yet that flask of the Oasis, the healing, came through constantly. And maybe that's why we don't get to see a lot of the Mathildas, we don't get to see the Diggies, because if they do show up, their shielding may be even better, especially considering, you know, for the Mathilda, you can actually bring players with you. But man, well played to Zulana, who played that game really, really well. I think in the end, getting Judy was the nail in the coffin for Hong Kong China in game number 2. If it wasn't for that, I don't think Hong Kong China would have actually lost. They would have been able to actually out team fight for the most part in the late stage of the game. We entered that portion of the game in game number 2, because I think we were talking about it the entire game, right? The snowball is going to be great for Team Mongolia. They have multiple dimensions to play with in their composition as well, because they can play for the early game, they can play for the mid game, and they can also technically play for the late game. They have all the heroes to play for every single part of the game. Meanwhile, though, for Hong Kong China, it was kind of them banking on the fact that they will make it to the late game, to mid to late at least, right? To their item power spikes. And when they got those item power spikes, Judy became such a big threat. Not just Judy though, but also Wingovo. And I think for Wingovo, it's a bit unfair to say that she just scaled to weather the storm, because she snowballed from the start of the game. She got 2 early kills because of the skirmish that was forced upon them in their own jungle by Mongolia. And I think we're ready for the highlights as well. So we're going to take a look at the highlights here to talk through exactly what happened. And this was it. Non-Oxen, she already got the green creep earlier, right next to the orange buff. So that should be like, they should be happy with that trade already. The fact that they still forced the orange buff fight, even though, again, the Natan is not a winning matchup against a Moskov, means that the Moskov will be able to rotate quicker, will be able to help and participate in that team fight, and that's what ultimately went down. Even for Wingovo, right? Able to just clear out the mid wave very, very early on, use that Astrosphere to get a kill on Mob Psycho, and for the Natan, for the most part, you never want Natan to actually participate in the early skirmishes. You want Natan to actually stay in his own lane, just farming up until those item powers, at least up until Starlium Scythe, right? If you have the Starlium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven, then you're pretty good to go for skirmishes. Then it would be more okay. But even then, I would actually say the best way to play the Natan should still be wait for Holy Crystal. Once you get Holy Crystal, then you look for the fight. And I think that's really what played into this game. The fact that they were able to take Mob Psycho down so much in the early game was one of the reasons as to why they were able to actually take control of that mid game. Now, Noxen, a few of these times going in way too aggressive, but finding proper value with it. So we won't really, nitpick there, right? That could have been, a better, just a 1-0 and then an escape instantly, or maybe not even a 1-0. Maybe they didn't even need to go for that kill because she had more to lose with the bounty. But in the end, she got 2 kills, no problem. And then constantly Mob Psycho was just the target on the board, but all these creative angles from the side of Mongolia has activated the alpha so much more. Unfortunately, though, this is the crazy escape. What a beautiful escape. It was a Spear of Destruction. It was an Appraiser's Wrath. It was everything thrown at her. And she still was able to survive. But, again, back to my point of the angles. Attacking from different angles is a big strength for Mongolia's composition, right? And then obviously using it to combo together with that Minion's Fury, with that Flicker. But in the later stage of the game, in the later portions, like this 13-minute fight here, they weren't able to look for these creative angles anymore because they were playing around the Lord Pit, and it enabled Wingovo to get these Astral Echoes on like 4 or 5 members. And when they're revealed like that, it just makes it so readable, so easy for Hong Kong China to read where they're going to look for the flank, and so that Judy and Wingovo can position accordingly. But then this fight happened, right? It looked like Judy for sure was going to go down, but yeah. This is where I was questioning, Mob Psycho, does she have enough damage? I'm not sure about Mob Psycho's damage there. Turns out she does. She just, doesn't have enough burst to get through that sustain. But the fact that Hong Kong China played the gamble, played the risky move here, was a bit unfortunate. I think they could have just let go of the base turret and cleared it within the realms of their base, right? Because if they did that, I think they would have a better chance of actually surviving and maybe going for another team fight. But they didn't want the Lord to crash into their base, and that's what kind of costed them the game, right? They saved the base for the whole game to be taken over by Mongolia.
It was interesting game. I mean, the way that it kind of unfolded altogether. The lineup too, the fact that you see Nanoxen pick up the alpha this time around is almost a way to say, like, I will play this just like you did in game 1, but I'll do better. And I think she just really kind of she was a big component for them winning, that entire game. And even in the highlights, you can see just how much it was part of the lineup. I mean, aside from some of the miraculous escapes too that we saw, but IMS, even for IMS, I think the part of it, just having the Minoan Fury available, the little bit of heal that came through it, it's not enough to really like match, for example, the healing or sustainability of like a Rafaela, but just to have that and the help at some of the team fights, and then you get basically that double CC that kind of pops up, I think is a big part that helps them because of the Minoan Fury. So overall, like the lineup was just really well. It's just, I think like Mob Psycho was not able to pop off the way you expected a Nathan to for it to work, but still they got the job done. And I think, it at that point, especially at the end, when they won some of those decisive team fights, that's where it really started to make a difference. And then, Hong Kong, China, I feel like if you look at this game though, they did better here. Like
way better.
I know there was, I know there was like some issues and everything with, the way that they kind of approached the game or whatever, but Hong Kong, China did a better job at like keeping it together and then trying to turn the tables. But unfortunately for them, it was a little bit too late once they started finding their footing. And Judy also, I feel like when you called this out in the draft, the Nana pick, that was like it was a very good just sign that Nana is always a threat because of the fact that you have Molina Blitz. Like, and when you're in these like crazy team fights, and then it's just like you're not paying attention to like the ground, Molina Blitz gets dropped down. Like you saw that double kill at the end, which played a part. And it was unfortunate because Judy, like, that's just a ton of magic damage being dropped down on you. You can only move so much. You can only get so much heals. And like you said, they had all the anti-healing items that they needed for the lineup. They had everything solved. So eventually, again, those team fights, those interactions, especially towards the end of the game, it was really just down to some of the positioning and even some of the timing that they chose. Because honestly, there was mistakes on both sides. Like Mongolia didn't play this perfectly. They had some mistakes, they had some issues, but they were able to end it before things got out of hand. And you called this towards the end of the game. Like they had to end it before things got too crazy, basically.
Because they didn't, right? And these skirmishes, if they continue to go for these skirmishes, especially the skirmishes that in the later stage was way more beneficial to a team that just wants to purely play front to back, with the Astral Echo revealing some of these flanks that, kind of denying some of these flanks, not revealing it, but purely denying some of these flanks. It was just so advantageous to them. But yeah, that gamble where they tried to clear the Lord before it actually charged into the base. Yeah, they did save the base turret in the end almost, right? But they ended up losing the game. That's definitely something that they have to work on as well. The discipline needs to be good. They need to be able to be more... I think they need to be more clinical when it comes to the calculations that they make in the game, right? It's something very easy to say, but very hard to do. But I really hope for Hong Kong, China, that's something that they can improve on instantly, because they're going to need it in game number 3. Mongolia looks super clean in the early game, all the way to the late game even. I think even when it does get dicey for them in the late game, their individual decision making carries them. Because the fact that the fact that 3 of them, they were down 2 members, both the backliners, both of the damage dealers were down, and yet they were able to make it happen. They were able to make the 3v5, if you count the Lord 4v5, happen. Yeah. They beat out Team Hong Kong China 1 by 1. Because I think even for Hong Kong China, they were in a bit of a dilemma. Some of them didn't want to play with the Lord, didn't want to, defend the Lord so far up, but some of them did. So they ended up isolating their own members. They ended up isolating their frontliners, and then Judy and Wingovo, without those frontliners, ultimately ended getting it was not a good time. It got burst down by the Blitz, and the Nana turned out to be a very, very great pick. And at this point, I don't know. Nice. Do you think you have to ban the Nana? No, you don't have to ban the Nana, but I don't know.
I don't think you have to ban it. I was going to ask you, what do you think of the Gattacacha? Like, what was that?
No.
That's just no. Just no. Yeah. It's unfortunate because none of the Avatar, the Guardians, like the ultimates really changed the course of any of the team fights. It's just like even the taunt, the Unbreakable wasn't enough to like win some of the skirmishes. Like it did not work out. So I'm hoping, there's like an adjustment that can be made just for the XP later here, because from Barrett's to Gattacacha now, that has been sort of a weak link for the overall like team composition so far from what we've seen from Hong Kong, China. And, I'd almost like to just see her pick up, I don't know, Terizla or Yuzhong. Maybe Yuzhong is a little more technical, but like even just a Terizla, like lock that in, get that penalty zone ultimate at least, because either way, like you can have a bad game on a Terizla, but penalty zone, a good timed penalty zone that gets multiple targets can change the course of a team fight throughout the entire game. Because no matter how gapped you are in the XP lane, if you land a penalty zone, it doesn't matter how much defensive items you have. They're still locked into your penalty zone, and then your team can follow up from it, So I think that's one thing, is really, for Hong Kong, China, if they want to stay in this series, because again, this is a best of 5, and I believe it's only for this region, it's between these 2 teams to lock in that slot to WEC. So if they want to extend the series, they have to have an adjustment. I think that one of the biggest adjustments they can make is getting some more impact from the XP lane, because I think that's something that's definitely missing. Because if like the Gattacacha or even the Barretts from the first game, like if you miss your ultimate, or let's say you use your ultimate, then really, and even more so if it's a Gattacacha and you miss the ultimate, where like your impact goes far below, what you can do on a typical XP laner. And I'm all for Gattacacha. I love him. I love that hero. I usually play him in the roam, not so much the XP lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, your whole, like, I feel like I almost wanted to see it in the roam, because it would have just allowed you to kind of roam around the map, landing the ultimates, and that's really what you were kind of going for. Otherwise, in the XP lane, you're just kind of forced to sit there and be in that lane.
Well, we're going to go straight into game number 3. Let's see if the adjustments can be made by Hong Kong, China, because at this point, it's now or never, right? It's now or they get eliminated and Mongolia move on to the main stage. They qualify to WEC 24 in Riyadh. So for everybody watching right now, this is the game for Hong Kong, China to do something, to get a game back at least, to force a game forward, because if not, it's going to be a 3-0 clean sweep to Mongolia, who will qualify straight into the main stage. Navaria going to be banned out this time. They get that respect out of the way. They saw what Wingovo was able to do, that Astral Echo as well. Those crafty Astral Echoes denying any sort of flanks from happening, any sort of off-angle attack, which is great. I love the adjustment from Mongolia. I love the fact that, you know, they're already 2-0 up, but they still show that much respect to their opponents, who are still, by the way, going to go for the Martis, and now the Mathilda, and... Is it going to be the same exact bans from game number 1 that we saw?
Could be. Could be.
So, right? Diggy is next.
So
go for it.
Yeah, Diggy. Yeah, there's the chip. So I don't know, man. Like I feel like either way, Hong Kong, China, because they have the first pick here. I'm just wondering what their comfort is, because so far they've kind of changed things up. For the most part, I mean, other than the Rafaela, you know, not sure if Zen's still going to go ahead and pick this up, but let's see. So, also, we got word here about some important information, Mirko.
All right, for everybody, Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan match 4 was remade, but the round ended with Kazakhstan winning anyway. So entire round ended with Kazakhstan winning the best of 5, 3-1. It was off cam, so for you guys earlier that witnessed the match, yes, there were some disconnects that happened throughout game number 4, and that's why it was remade. But it seems with the remake, it was still the same outcome, and it was still Kazakhstan who were able to come out victorious 3-1. So yeah, there you go. We fixed the controversy. No more controversy. I hope everybody can accept that as well. Unfortunately, it was off stream. You know, it would be great if it was streamed as well. But yeah, there you go. Some fun facts.
Now they know. Fun facts, yeah. Oh, fun facts. Angela picks up for the first pick. Interesting too, because I was almost thinking like they would go the Baksha Angela pick, but they actually are the ones that banned it out. So they decided to do that. I'm wondering what they want to pair up with the Angela here. There's actually a lot of great options still available that they could go with. Minotaur still going to be the answer though, to lock in here first pick. IMS has had a heyday on it, so they locked that in. And now for the question of, do they go for the jungle already? Because we can see some of these bans already coming out. Fredrin still is up. We saw the Fredrin pop up a couple times. But nope, it looks like, why not? She is a monster on the alpha pick. So she goes ahead and locks in the alpha for non-Oxen here.
It seems the Barat's going to be hovered over. This is a flex
is
pick
XP?
they've been able to utilize. Hong Kong, China? Yeah. They've been able to utilize this as flex into the XP. Although, I think at this point, right, they should just use it in the jungle, knowing that it was a weakness finder and a vengeance Barats that really didn't work too well. Maybe going to the jungle would be better. But then, now still, trying to use what made them able, well, at least in that game too, right, they were able to hold on for so long. So, hopefully now with the Moskov, they can do the same thing. Wait for that item power spike to hit, but they're only giving over that crazy neutral objective combination, that crazy CC combination still towards Mongolia. Minotaur, Alpha, and Terizla. Penalty zone into a knock-up, into a Minions Fury, into a Spear of Alpha, or any way that you can combine all those abilities together, right? It could be the Spear of Alpha first. Anything could work, and that's why this composition is just so nasty. Oh man, I guess for the Barats at least, this is a better answer compared to last game, because
Yeah.
compared to the Fredrin, because the Barats actually has anti-CC within his kit, right? So you can technically get out of some of the CC, but that damage is still going to be overwhelming, man. That base damage, especially in the early phase. If Ana falls behind early, it's going to be real tough. And the Loyi does get banned, by the way, so they are already respecting the mid lane prowess here of Wingovo. 3 mid lane bans to Wingovo.
Okay. Interesting that they go this way. I think too, like we're just gonna assume, right, that it is Ana playing the Barretts and not in the XP lane this time. So I think that this plays a better part, but so far I could see if Hong Kong, China learned from game 2, where remember Mongolia went in for that invade early on. If they try to do something similar here, I hope that Hong Kong China plays around it and is ready to punish it, because I think that's one of the key components for them for this game is punish that early aggression from Mongolia that they've done twice now, by the way. And they actually try to like maintain. So if Hong Kong China can have a plan to punish it and get a lead early on, I'd love to see them play around that lead. Interesting ban that they actually ban out the Gattacacha here. I wasn't expecting this last ban.
I think that I like it though. I really like the ban. You know why? Because I think at this point they're trying to force the Bharati into the XP, right? You've only played 2 different heroes so far, and both have been going on vengeance. So might as well take out the Gattacacha and maybe force out the Bharati to go XP, or maybe force her to play something different again, something completely different, maybe something that she's not really comfortable on. And now it's going to be the Faramis and Lilia, so we have a total of 5 mid laners banned out. None of the meta mid laners are up, technically, unless you want to count in the Valentina. They could still make an appearance, and would be very, very good, by the way, if she could actually steal the Angela ult and give it over to an Alpha or a Terizla, or maybe even whoever they decide to be their gold laner, would be very, very good. But who's it going to be? Last time they went up against a Bharati, they went for the carry, so the carry could still come through, but they go for the Valentina first, lock it in. They want to deny this pick away, as well as, you know, picking up a hero that can take some big ultimates away from Hong Kong China. The hard guard, you can even go for the Detono's Welcome, to be fair, right?
Yeah, you could. Here we go. Is this going to be locked in? I'd love to see this. I said this earlier. Pick the Terizla or the Yuzhong even, and we might see it happen for Hong Kong China's XP later, so hopefully she does lock this in. I would love to see her get a chance at this, but possibly CC2, some hero that still relatively does pretty well, is just not picked up as much anymore. Even the Valentina, like I feel like in a way, Valentina's kind of fallen aside a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. So, looking at the Nana pick and the CC pick here, I guess for the Nana, it has to be just like, there's no other mid laner, right? It's like kind of a forced pick upon her to play this Nana, and that's going to be an Ixia pick as well coming through. So I remember the Ixia was actually banned out in game number 1, Naisu. It was also it was already respected over. So the fact that they went for the Ixia now, that's the combo that they were looking for. Let's see if it actually can work, right? Because technically, for the side of Hong Kong China, they have a lot of ways to attack from different angles as well. A lot of ways to enter these team fights and maybe possibly enter those skirmishes. So for the Ixia, she's going to have to be very, very careful in the lane and in the game. I think in the lane, she's actually a bit safer. Never mind, you know? This matchup is great for the Ixia. She outranges the Moskov, can outsustain the Moskov, so even if she goes all in, it's going to be a win for the Ixia. Unless the Moskov goes Inspire, but here you can already see that it's going to be a Purify on Judy. So we'll see this matchup play, and so far, I am personally a big fan of Mongolia's composition, Naisu.
Yeah, you're feeling the Mongolia's composition? I think I do too. Like, I feel like this is a better, I would say, like, refined version of what we saw from the previous game. I think it's a part of it. So let's find out as we jump in here to a match point. Mongolia versus Hong Kong China. Can it be an extended series from Hong Kong China? Have they learned enough from the previous games? And we'll see if they can actually take this next game against Mongolia.
Let's see. In game number 3 we go. This is a possible 3-0 clean sweep, ladies and gentlemen, for Mongolia as they continue. And it seems like for Terizla, for Deja Vu, it's a dagger start. So very, very confident early on. Let's take a look at the rest of the emblems, though. It's going to be an Impure Rage for Zenzeni. Not the Temporal Rain that we are expecting here, especially after that game number 1 performance from the side of Mongolia as well. But in the bottom lane, it does seem like with some help in the bottom lane, Mob Psycho will actually be forced back. And this is some good moves, man. Giving Judy enough space to actually get farm. She was one of the, you know, winning conditions in game number 2. She was actually one of the members that actually helped them to get to a point where they almost came back. So imagine if Judy actually snowballs. That would be great for the team. And here in the skirmishes, Mob Psycho in an all-out skirmish.
Wow.
Be careful.
Okay, Judy. Who wins this 1v1? Is it Ixia? Like, does she actually win the 1v1 versus Moskov?
Yeah. So if it's a trade, it'll be Judy. Like, if she just walks up, Abyss Walker, and then uses the Spear of Misery, she would win in the trade. But when it goes to an all-in, Mob Psycho actually outsustains all the damage that Judy can place down on the Moskov. So as long as it's an all-in, as long as Mob Psycho can force it to be a bit longer than it's supposed to be, then yeah, it's a win for the Ixia, especially after that full barrage, by the way. Once she gets that full barrage, she will outrange Judy completely in this lane. Maybe can go for the execute play with that ultimate.
Oh, that just made me think, of the Piercer with that, the SPA. That might be an SPA play from Mob Psycho with the Ixia, you know? That could actually work out really well. So we'll see if this is her idea, her plan. There's a lot of attention here. Once again, I feel like, you know, you got to be careful in the CC. You don't want to be that first blood right now. Look at the setup, though. Already going for it. Nonoxen going to go jump in with the Spear of Alpha. Tons of damage on the backside with the Melina Blitz. Wing Ovo goes in the backside, and Nonoxen will fall, and they find another as well. The 1-for-1 trade for now. CC now here goes in, pops the yo-yos. Look at the damage, but it's Deja Vu on this turret. Is the body of Smith. Going to keep her alive and healthy, and not to mention IMS there as well. But they will get this turtle. So Hong Kong, China happy with getting this objective and even across the board for the kills.
Great stuff from Hong Kong, China this time around. Able to poke around onto Mongolia, force the issue, and get Nonoxen down all the way from the start of the game. Now Anna holds the lead on the Barats, and that's going to be great for her, especially considering she already has a concussive blast, right? So we were talking all the way from game number 2 as well. For the Alpha versus the Fredrin, it's going to be very, very tough for the Fredrin because the Alpha clears so much faster, especially in game number 2. Because for the Fredrin, she actually went for the Brave Smite, so she wouldn't be able to fully contest in the farm speed, and that's why Nonoxen was able to get such a massive gold and XP lead at the start of the game. This time, though, it's a bit different. Anna has concussive blast, is on the Barats as well. Barats on a like hero level, she already clears, I think, kind of similar to the Alpha. So the fact that she already has the concussive blast as well should be able to match up in that clear speed 100% of the way. And Nonoxen, very, very aggressively entering the enemy jungle, will be able to take that away. But here in the all-in up top, it seems like the CC is already winning it out. Ooh.
Oh, this could be the moment. Penalty zone under the turret, though. The punish.
No way.
Just when you thought there was going to be a change of course, that happens, and now on the bottom side, they're in trouble once again. Minoan Fury and the Flicker combination under the turret. Judy in trouble with the full barrage, but not able to get the kill. They stay alive. They might try to cut him off. Judy has to be careful alongside here with Anna. It's going to be the sandwich play. They have nowhere to go. IMS will get shoved back. Gives in with heal. There's the Spear of Alpha as they finally clean up the kill under the tier 1. And once again, Heart Guard going to be used with Wing Ovo, dropping down the damage. And they'll finally get Nonoxen. So at least Hong Kong, China holds on to the tier 1 turret.
Well played to both these teams. Honestly, the hold from Hong Kong, China, even though they had to, you know, get a few of those members taken. Now Spear of Misery.
Oh, good sidestep. Mob Psycho might just have to give this up. There's also going to be a trade, most likely for the turtle, but Mob Psycho doing her best to just kind of hold this down, was trying to clear the waves, but won't be able to. Doesn't have any mana left either. So we'll just recall, but it looks like at least for a little bit longer, Turt will stay up. They will be able to take this one down, though. No one committing to that turtle. Looked like there was some focus in the mid lane as well, trying to get that turret some knocked down a little bit, but they will just hold on. Once again, this fight, Nonoxen going to spot them out. The rest of the team could possibly rotate in. Nana holding on to that Nana ultimate for Zulana, that Molina Blitz, and we'll see where they make the play. Once again, as they rotate up, Revenge Strike going to be used. Won't be able to have enough to get the damage, to get the kill. But actually, I think she's still going to push it in. She's keeping her from recalling. Going to take a couple shots. Pops the Vengeance, it looks like, too. While Turtle's going to be worked on. Nonoxen gets it. She's still alive. Penalty zone finally comes in. Has to flick around defensively. Whoa. Judy, meanwhile, on the bottom side, gets 1v1'd. And now on the top, still, it's only Judy that fell. And the CC still alive. But it looks like they're still working it on the top side. Mob Psycho will be able to get this turret. They just can't get away. So everything everywhere happening at once right now for Mongolia.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for Hong Kong, China, man. They had so many wins earlier, just on the objective level, right? They were able to deny the turtle take from Mongolia, whilst also simultaneously taking the bottom lane turret for free. There was no trade, and then Mob Psycho lost a whole lot of gold there. But I don't know what happened. Mongolia, they took control of the game instantly. Just back there with taking a turret down below, getting a solo kill as well. That's the full barrage advantage that we were talking about, man, for the Ixia. Right as you get the full barrage, you go for these small little trades, and you just get the Moskov to half HP, then use that full barrage with your flicker, and that's also what Mob Psycho was able to do to catch the Moskov off guard. But even in this game, Judy is still going to go for the crit build instead of the attack speed build. So maybe this might be a new trend, right? This might be a new trend for the Moskov. Maybe just go for the Haas Claws into the Windtalker, into that crit build. But for Mob Psycho, she's still going to go for the attack speed build. Let's take a look at the other members as well. Dominance Ice built up already. The War Axe onto both of the Alpha and the Terizla. And the Glowing Wand first item. As expected, IMS.
IMS wants to fight Minoan Fury into the full barrage. A great placement. Will get the passive out. Zen going to be the one to fall, and then Anna is next. What a setup now again from IMS on this Minotaur. There's a reason why it's prio each and every time, and they lock it in to Mongolia, furthering the lead they had here. You're seeing how much damage potential even Mob Psycho has with this Ixia.
That full barrage is nasty, man. Even with the Molina Blitz here, you're able to get it down, but it's not enough damage to really threaten anybody. Wingovo is the only deathless member, and that shows with the damage, but I'm not sure if Mongolia will actually clump up together so that Wingovo can actually deal this damage with the Molina Blitz, or even any of her skills technically, right? With the boomerangs too, it's going to be very, very difficult to land. And up top, I don't know about this, man. Caught in the Spear of Alpha.
Spear Destruction going to be used. Not sure if Judy wants to follow that up even further, but still now Heart Guard going to be used on this CC. Trying to extend the fight a little bit longer. They are going to be held at bay. Judy and Anna now makes their way to the fight. They'll back them off further. So a whole lot thrown here by both teams, but more ultimates up for Mongolia. They'll take that information and start to rotate towards this Lord. Looks like Mob Psycho also has to be rotating forward and has the support of IMS. So Lord's going to go ahead and start up here, and we'll see if Hong Kong China wants to contest it.
Let's see. It doesn't seem like they need... I really don't think they have to contest this, right? Because if they do, it's a 50-50 gamble, and it should just be a full win for Mongolia. They have the gold lead. IMS is actually looking for a play. He has the flicker, by the way. But he doesn't decide to go for it. Is she going to do it again?
Oh, she gets dragged in. Minoan Fury flickers in, gets multiple members of the full barrage. What a setup again by the same combination with IMS. What a play in Mob Psycho with the full barrage. Mongolia comes out swinging again and again and again. And now they'll work with this Lord push up top.
What an absolute crazy combination. We thought we saw it already. We thought we saw these combinations work out in game 1, game 2. But Molina Blitz.
Molina Blitz. Spirit of Alpha on the defensive. Non-Axon still going to be alive, and now mid lane trying to hold it together. Spear of Destruction not going to land, just whiffs on by. So they'll have to deal with that push. Now in the mid lane, tier 2 going to be worked on. IMS once again doesn't have the flicker or the ultimate available for the Minoan Fury, but they will walk this Lord into the base, trying to possibly get some more damage on these base turrets, get the shields even popped. First Lord of the game still being worked on, so Hong Kong China up to it. There's the shields being popped, and now they might just make work of the Lord. It looks like Mongolia still wants to take the discipline route for now, but now that they have the ultimates available, same combination could happen to Hong Kong China if they're not careful.
It's going to be really tough for them. Hong Kong China 2-11. Take a look at the gold lead as well. It's a 7,000 gold lead for Team Mongolia, and they still have that combo.
Same combination once again. Minoan Fury into the full barrage, finding multiple members. Shield's going to be popped once again. Only 2 members this time went down, but Hong Kong China trying to hold on the best they can to these base turrets. The top one will fall, and now still want to find it out. They're going for the CC. She's taking the brunt of the damage, but she's going to get whittled down, and just like that, Mob Psycho will get another kill. So now Wingovo and Judy left to the whims themselves, but the rest of the team will be back up. So it looks like they'll only lose that top turret for now.
As if it wasn't deadly already, as if it wasn't lethal already. Mob Psycho just picked up the Sky Piercer. Naisu, this is the absolute SPA moment, the Sky Piercer abuser moment, and Mob Psycho definitely wants to utilize it, man. You can already see her, right? She's walking up, she's telling the team, go, engage. I want to see this. I want to see the 5-man execute that I can get with my full barrage. And it seems, they're all going to be clumping up. No, they're good, okay. It looked really bad there if I actually got caught by all 3 of those shots by the Molina Blitz, because they were clumping up real good. But Hong Kong, China, I don't think they had anybody there to even like follow up either way. But yeah, I'm really curious now to see that combo, bro. All I want to see is that combo now. The Sky Piercer is ready. This is something that we were already talking about. You mentioned it in the draft, right? The Sky Piercer, this SPA could be a thing for Mob Psycho on this Ixia, especially with the full barrage. It took some time for her to actually go for it, but hey, after the 3 core items, actually technically 4 with the Melphic Roar I think she built, now she has the Sky Piercer. So, man, you're technically already bursting, right? Your DPS has gotten to a point where you're almost bursting, and with that combo, if they all fall in the full barrage, this will be the most satisfying full barrage in MLBB, I think. If it actually happens, if it actually works out, and here it is.
It could happen. It's like a boiling pot. Spear of Destruction not going to land. IMIS does have the flicker, but it looks like, they're going to be just held and stopped in their tracks with the Molina Blitz. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see that combination come through. But as soon as that Lord makes its way to the base, you can bet Mongolia is going to want to make that play and trying to get that set up. The more members, the better, obviously. And really, it's up to Hong Kong, China if they have enough to kind of deal with what's about to happen as they get approaching to this base here.
And now we have to take a look again at the item builds, right? It doesn't... Okay, so no Melphic Roar. She actually went for the Rose Gold Meteor. And
I missed.
Okay, she's gotta be careful.
She's alright.
Alright. So far, so good. They still want to use this Enhanced Lord, and for all of them, they're already tanky enough. They can all actually just dive in even. I think if they all make the sacrificial play for that full barrage moment to hit, it would all actually be worth it. They would wipe this entire team. And they're actually not going to be able to combo in the waves together. Penalty zone.
Deja vu. There's the full barrage, and the setup comes through. Multiple members getting hit by it. And the Sky Piercer isn't enough. It's a double kill, though, for Wing Ovo, but the base will be worked on. And they'll sweep the series as Mongolia defeats the opponents, Hong Kong, China.
And they qualify straight into the main event. Ladies and gentlemen, Mongolia will be able to qualify straight to WEC 24 Riyadh. So we will see them at Riyadh together with the winner of the previous match, Kazakhstan. Already 2 nations securing their slot for WEC 24. And it's very unfortunately for Hong Kong, China. They showed crazy plays, amazing potential, and we really hope to see them later again, maybe in the future, to improve again, because man, the potential was definitely there, especially for Wing Ovo and Judy, the 2 core members, the 2 core pillars, and even the performance of their XP that really improved from game 1, game 2 to game 3, right? Just based on the series alone, we saw the improvement. But in the end, it's gotta be Team Mongolia, the team with, it seems, way more experience. They understood how to utilize their drafts, and here with the Ixia, no wonder it was banned out. Yeah. No wonder. Naisu, that was a disgusting combo. Minotaur into the penalty zone and into the Spear of Alpha. That in itself is already disgusting. Then you add in the full barrage. Layer it on top. Every single member getting hit, and my god, the damage was real. We didn't get to see the Sky Piercer though. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the, ultra crazy satisfying moment, one of those moments that would be going down in the highlights of every single video. We didn't get to see it, but hey, close enough. We got to see a couple of 5-man full barrages.
It was close enough, and I know we're going to take a look at the highlights here in just a second to see this game kind of unfold, but it's too bad we didn't get to see it, but still I think just the combination alone of what we saw between the Minoan Fury setups plus the full barrage and even the penalty zone, they were a beauty to see. And I mean, even watching this, it was a good start like for Hong Kong, China. I think they really held their own this time around. It's just like, even this was tough to see for, the XP laner of Hong Kong, China for CC getting into that penalty zone. That's a classic move, by the way.
Yeah, it looked so good up until it didn't, right? I mean, she was diving already, but gets caught in the penalty zone. But all throughout, after the level 4 power spike of the Ixia, she was able to utilize the full barrage to just nail them down under the turret, and then they went for constant dives back and forth onto Judy. Even here, right? I think this was the kind of the nail in the coffin at the start of the game, because for Judy, it was already such a good lane. She was able to win out in a few of these skirmishes. Then there were trades happening here and there, Nanoxen got taken down, but after this, we'll see Mob Psycho, I think, solo killing, Judy in the bottom lane. as you can see, pops into full barrage, has the flicker as well, and she decides to go flicker there. If you're paying attention to the bottom side of the map, that's what happened. That's why she was able to pick up the solo kill. And then also, they were able to get a turret up top. It looked so good at the start of the game. Judy got the turret. They had so much prio on Judy because she was one of the carries for game number 2 that ultimately almost was able to pull off a comeback for Hong Kong, China. And after that play, after that turtle, straight into the turret, into the solo kill, it just looked like Hong Kong, China never really found their, never really stabilized after that. And obviously, this combo kept on hurting them, kept on destroying them. IMS with the initiations, and she's a super selfless roamer, right? She just goes in inside of the base turret as well, doesn't care. As long as Mob Psycho, as long as the rest of the team will be able to fully capitalize on her engage, she's completely fine doing it. And it just happens constantly, back and forth every single time. The frontliners are doing such a good job this game. Deja Vu, IMS, both of them, very, very good initiation. And after those few engages that went really, really good for them, they didn't even really force any fights until the Lord was already in. So all these skirmishes that they forced upon Hong Kong, China, it was all calculated team fights. It was all calculated initiations that they took. It was never really a 50-50. Even a lot of the Lord, they were actually doing the Lord dance. They're making the Lord dance work. Nice. Constantly using the aggro of the Lord, going back and forth and pushing in the far lane to give, technically to take it for free. In the end, it didn't look like Hong Kong, China were able to contest at all, and it was because of that, because the far lane was constantly pushed, because they had some of the people zoning, and the Lord was, again, just being aggroed back and forth. So I'm an LDE. I definitely enjoyed that Lord dance performance from Mongolia, and hey, we get our 3-0. We got a 3-1. We already got like a 4-game series, and apparently that's enough, right? Nice. So we get one game that doesn't go clean sweep so far. The entire qualifiers.
Technically, they played like 5 games, right? Like, technically they did, because they remade and did another game. Yeah, we almost got it, but just again, congratulations to Mongolia, a sweep here, like you mentioned, and. I don't know, man. I know people are going to have their eyes on Mongolia, the way that they played here and the way that they played every single one of those compositions. They knew exactly the game plan, and it seemed like, it was kind of different from each game 1 to game 3. But the way that they executed the lineups that they drafted were on point. They had a couple mistakes, but obviously, no one's perfect. They're not going to play a perfect game. And I just think overall, Mongolia, it's clear that they have the comms, the strategy, and the aggression even. Like that's the style that we were talking about from Mongolia, just from recent experience with them. And it was a very apparent here, as they got prepped and ready for even the jungle rotations. The fact that you had non-Exana, like the way she played the alpha time and time again, is very confident, in terms of like the playstyle and the aggression into the jungle. But I don't know. I think if we had to do, I would say like a series MVP, I would almost lean for IMS. She just was on point on every single roamer that she played, and that was the Edith and then the Minotaur twice, right? So very, very solid performance from them all, but IMS obviously a huge component and roamers to their teams. So great job to all of them.
I gotta agree. My personal MVP for that series is also IMS. She played a really good game on the Edith, 2 games on the Minotaur, and now I loved the result of the series, right? We get to see a lot of the foreshadowing as well at the start of the game, where we got the Ixia ban, we got the Minotaur ban, and we were thinking, all right, what's up with these bans, right? Are we gonna get to see it? Because in the African regional qualifiers, for the most part, every single time we saw those bans, we didn't really get to see it, right? The Hanzo mainly, we didn't get to see that, man. We got teased so many times, we didn't get to see the Hanzo, and he had the opportunity to actually pick it up, right? But he promised us. Nice. So he promised us later in the African, the AEC
Casablanca
later on. All right. Well, we'll see in Casablanca if he does fulfill that promise. If he doesn't, nice. So we have to play a ranked game with him, right? We just gotta see.
We go to the backstage.
We just have to see the Hanzo somehow, some way. If you don't want to play it in the tournament, play it with us. All right. We want to see it. How good is this Hanzo? Because man, it was banned out so much. But I bet
he's an SPA.
Yeah, maybe. I think he's an SPA for sure. On the Hanzo? Yeah. No. Oh, his Hanzo's going to be even scarier. I think he'll fulfill his promise for sure. With the SP. Maybe he won't, because maybe it'll just be banned out, nice. Maybe
by that
now
time,
we just never get to see it. Even in ranked games, when we play with Kilowane, maybe in the future it'll just be everybody, even their opponents, will always
They'll
know
ban it
that
out.
Kilowane is there. Even in classic games, even when it's blind pick, bro.
It's either that.
Monton bans it.
Oh, no, it's either that or they just increase the price of the Sky Piercer to like 4,000 gold or something.
Oh. All right, 4,000 is a bit much, right? Maybe 3,000. 3,000.
Let's double
3,000 will be pretty good. 3,000 would be pretty good. Yeah, double it. 3,200, right? I think it's 1,600 right now. Yeah, so
1.5. I think it's 1.5.
1.5. All right, so yeah, 3K.
Yeah.
3K would be, I think, the sweet spot there because you get so much value out of that item, and even then, we got to see a DPS character, an Ixia. All right, played with the Sky Piercer. We didn't ultimately get to see the crazy execute onto 5 members, but it's possible, right? If she got it earlier, it would have been a savage. One of those full 5-man engages would have been a savage had she gotten it earlier.
If there was no nano passive too.
Can you imagine, Naisu, if she went for Heptases, Blade of Despair, Sky Piercer instead of the attack speed build, right? Because, all right, maybe she wouldn't be able to get that many attacks out, but one skill 1. A skill 2 that gets them all in the, all in that AoE. Boom.
Yeah.
They're all gone. Disappearing, man. And you'll see the 999s all pop up everywhere in the text. It's 99999s.
That's just the dream moment. One of these days, like in the tournament, that's gonna happen, and then everybody's gonna clip it, and then everybody's gonna use that as a reason why that item probably should be fixed.
No, that's why. No, I for sure. Moonton are already gonna nerf it. There's gonna be a hotfix coming in very, very soon, right? We gotta see it before it gets nerfed. We have to see it. Some of these teams need to start utilizing it. Just SPA, guys. You gotta be abusers of the Sky Piercer, all right? Join the SPA gang. Sky Piercer.
Join the SPA.
Gang. You gotta show it up in the tournaments before Moonton gets rid of it, man, because it's going to change. It's not gonna be here forever. The item's too broken.
It's already been talked about online. It's already everywhere, so it's too much, man. It's too much. Yeah. But what a series. It was a sweep, and we have one more match today.
One more match, and we'll have a very, very short break between this one and the next one. Next match incoming is Indonesia versus Brunei. So come back very, very soon, or actually just stay tuned. Go get a snack. Go get a refreshment, as Naisu likes to say. It's been Mirko and Naisu. We'll be back in 11 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for joining us now for the last match ahead of us to open up day number 1 of the Asian qualifiers, the road to the WEC for IESF. Again, I am Naisu, joined here with Mirko, and we have seen 2 matches so far today to kick off MLBB Women's, and we are going to round it out with, once again, a matchup between the MLBB Women's, and that is going to be against the team of Brunei versus Indonesia, a team that, Mirko, you probably know pretty well and a lot of information about. So how are we feeling about this matchup? What do you think? No bias. Okay. All right. Yeah.
What I'm expecting now is for Brunei, actually. But okay, back to my point. I'm very, very sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Indonesia,
now we hear
they are the favorites. Nice to heard me. That's all that matters. Yeah. Indonesia have been the favorites in women's MLBB for the longest time. Back when they were Bigatron era, now they're Vitality, and now they're actually, going to be representing Indonesia again for IESF 2024. And I'm really excited for them. I think what to expect from Indonesia is they're definitely going to be the favorites. A lot of teams will be looking to them as the best team in the women's scene, and same goes for Brunei. So Brunei got a very, very tough matchup up against them. But again, Brunei will be able to take this to learn from them and to come out on top maybe in the next time. Maybe.
Okay. I got plenty of that, so hopefully the viewers did as well, of course. But, you have high hopes for this Indonesian team from the MLBB Women's. And, of course, let's take a look at the lineup here for Brunei. We're going to start it off with Shah. And, I'm just going to say this is CT. And then we have Bella, we have Naz, Superstar, and then we have Cha. So, this is a lineup, once again, like I'm saying, when a lot of people that are not so familiar with certain teams, you're kind of just wondering exactly what their play style is up, how will they play, especially against a team like Mirko mentioned, a team with a lot of experience and probably is one of the teams of tournament favorites to win it all, possibly, or to of course, to qualify for WEC, and then who knows what's going to happen out there. But this is a tough team to go up against. And Mirko, I'm going to let you do the honors. Go ahead and take us through the roster from Indonesia.
All right, here it is. It's Cindy Sini Siswanto. We got Vivian Indrawati, Michelle Chel Siswanto, Benny Fumi Eko Lim, and Viorel Vival Chen. This is the lineup that we've been talking about, man. They're on a 30-something win streak. I lost count.
What?
Yeah, they've won. They haven't lost a single tournament since 2021.
Jeez, I'm just wondering. I see the trend for all their names and IGNs, but then we just have Vinny Fumi Eka. Like, that doesn't sound like first name. So she's like the odd one out there of the names, of course. But yeah, I think that's insane. And we're jumping right into the draft here for game number 1. But wow, a 30 win streak. Is that just like internationally? Is that like?
Internationally plus domestically.
Locally?
It's all the tournaments that they participated in. So yeah, they haven't lost a single tournament since 2021, I believe. I think it might be even like before 2021. I think 2020 maybe, in the middle of 2020 when they actually reformed their roster. But hey, I like that you caught that, right? Because Fumi Eko, technically, she is the odd one out in this roster because she wasn't a part of this roster up until like I think a year and a half ago. So she's still technically a new member compared to the other 4. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see. With a win streak like that, I don't think there's, much else you can say. But this team is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I can personally think of a team that would be good competition for them, which is also in the same group, which is obviously the Philippines, right? Who is also a very well-known team, Omega Empress, and we'll see how they all compete against each other. Again, if you guys have been watching also the previous 2 matches, they were best of 5s because they were the only 2 teams in their kind of like region battling out for their part of Asia. This is a best of 3, right? Because we have multiple teams that are in this, part of the Southeast Asia group that'll be facing off. So this is the first of that, which is going to be, of course, Brunei versus Indonesia. And we're getting to the bans, of course, already. First phase nearly done. Matilda Roger taken out, and then you have the Harith and the Chip. So I'm wondering what, because of Indonesia and their power level here, if you will, them being a pretty strong team, I'm wondering what their answer is going to be based off that first pick blue side, because of the fact that there's just, this is the time where really when you're, I would say even when we opened the matches today, it was already a good glimpse. Like there's already a different kind of step or flavor going from Africa to, Asia, the flavor of play that I'm talking about, and like the meta. That's interesting. Hayabusa is going to be ran out here, but I'm wondering exactly what the play style is going to be from Brunei. Because Indonesia, I can already make a guess, So let's see how they want to start this off with their first pick. The Angela was the last ban for the first phase. I like that the Hayabusa was banned because this is mostly what I've seen is so much Hayabusa and actually Ling popping up and utilizing the SPA that we talked about earlier, that Sky Piercer. And this time around, since that Hayabusa is taken out, I'm wondering if we will see from Indonesia an assassin jungler pop up. And that's why, they could play around the fact that a lot is open on the table. I'm wondering if this is Luo Yi priority still, even for Brunei. I just wondering if we're shifting gears in terms of the priority for Luo Yi, because even the last series, man, we saw Minotaur like first picked up a couple times and then building the lineup through that. So Fredrin, it's been a minute, since we've seen the Fredrin first pick on the blue side.
Yeah, but it hasn't been a minute since we've seen a Terizla first pick. And I was about to say, right as you were mentioning the Ling, in Indonesia, especially in the ranked games, Ling has been first pick prior, like even without the Angela. Usually you would go for the Ling if you have an Angela, right? Especially on the red side, Ling Angela, Angeling. We all know how good that combination is. But Vival, I think this has got to be why they went for the ban onto Hayabusa, right? Vival is a really good assassin player. She's really good on the utility too, but her main was the assassins before, the whole utility meta came in. So the fact that the Ling is up for grabs, yeah, they'll for sure go for it first pick. And there you go. Now with the Ling, they have to play for Brunei at least. They have to play in, I think, front to back kind of manner with the Fredrin they've already gone for, right? I think it'll be kind of tough if they actually go for more dive. So that's what they have. They have two very good peel/cover heroes that they have up against the Ling. But again, this Ling, first item Sky Piercer could be an option to go for. And I don't know about the Chang'e picks. They want to utilize this as flex pick? We've seen it go in the gold lane. We've talked about the marksman possibility of using the Chang'e, but I am not sure. Maybe Chang'e has really risen up because of the items too, huh? Wishing Lancer? No, they're just gonna hover over and pick up the Luo Yi. So even for Indonesia, the Luo Yi is still prio despite the nerfs.
Okay. I think we still see that eventually, maybe, because that's, again, we only get a glimpse of how it would work currently in the match that it was our first match of the day, right? Where we missed the Chang'e, and unfortunately we'll see if Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. So this time around though, like I would not like, before the patch, the Fredrin versus Ling matchup, I would automatically be like, all right, if the Ling wants to be successful here, you have to be able to secure the buffs, number one, like especially the purple buff, which is normal for assassins. And then like the rotations have to be on point and dealing with the Fredrin, because Fredrin was so, the guy was like on a 99% contention rate, for the longest time. Like he was first pick for the longest time. I'm talking about like a year plus almost. And this time around, I'm not so sure about the Fredrin because of some of the changes that have gone here. Where I'm saying like the matchup between the Fredrin and the Ling, I think the Ling here, especially in the hands of Indonesia, will actually be able to perform pretty well. I think too, having a Luo Yi helps with that problem, like being able to set things up, being able to help reset, if you will, or even kind of use the diversion. Now, we've talked about this extensively just today, the diversion being a little bit longer on the cooldown makes it a little bit more crucial on how you want to approach some of the fights or utilize that ultimate. But with this, it's already very impactful having a Ling being able to move around the map just alone, and then you have a diversion possibility there too, and a Terizla who has been just a monster so far since we opened up today. And we'll see exactly what the XP lane option for Brunei is going to be, because we saw so much Yuzhong going against the Terizla, and there's still a couple of options too open, which is the Xborg. I'm not sure if they want to play the Xborg into the XP lane. Brunei, again, there's still a lot here left to kind of question and kind of formulate on how they want to play this, but I will say that their first 3 picks are pretty solid. They have good, solid, kind of rounded first phase draft already, and gold lane I think is going to be where a lot of this focus is. I think too, if they somehow can get, let's say they get the Brody, because there's already a lot of gold laners banned out. You know, I'm wondering if they want to lock it in, because this is now the Claude right away locked in for Indonesia.
All right, so already a completely different prio level that we're seeing from Indonesia compared to the other teams, right? We were talking about how earlier, at least, we were talking about the Clint, we saw the Harith a couple times, but we've never seen a Claude, at least not today, not yet. So this is the first time that we're actually seeing a Claude and a Ling. We got the hover over the Ling, but now the Ling and the Claude makes an appearance, and now I guess this should be the real gauge as to like what the meta is going to be, right? Because Indonesia, they're definitely the favorites here, and Brunei, they're definitely also a team that understands the meta. So I want to see what they go for now, and like how they react to these picks coming in from Indonesia with the Ling, with the Loyi, and the Claude. What's their option? What's their choice to go for here? Are they going to go for the Brody or the carry? All right, so seems like they're going to lock in the carry. It's also a very, very good pick up against a Ling. You have a lot of mobility, that instant sidestep with your second skill, and the Yuzhong. So still, the matchup up against the Terizla, it does seem like for the most part, people enjoy the Yuzhong versus Terizla matchup. But this is another hero that we're not used to seeing, not today at least. That's the Grok for Vivian in Rome.
Okay. And I feel like this is very like their identity for a lot of the picks that Indonesia probably rolls with. Like this is very probably what helped them get to that 30-win streak. You know, I mean, in terms of how they execute this. So I think a big part of this again is really just kind of dissecting what Brunei has and how they're able to utilize their picks against this lineup, specifically even controlling the Ling. And based off those picks that they have, I think they have the tools, Mirko. Like, I think the big part for Brunei is, like, they have the tools to be able to pull it off. It's just really, I need to see how their rotation is in comparison to a team like Indonesia. And I think that's what a lot of people want to look out for and see how it rolls. Oh, interesting, too. That's Carry with the War Cry emblem. And also with Ling. Ling has a War Cry for Indonesia.
Interesting. So they want to go for long team fights? Is that what it is? With the War Cry?
I guess so, you know, because this is, at least for us here at IESF, this is going to be the first, like, I think it is the first time that we see War Cry. We saw Temporal Rain pop up a couple times. So, you know, we were wondering how good would War Cry be, because we know that, like, it works off basic attacks, right? So all the damage dealt, it's basically increased by a certain percentage. If I remember, it's like 6 to 8%. I think it's 8% for 6 seconds. So this is interesting because this, I feel like that paired up with, let's say, for the Ling, for Vivio, like if she gets the Sky Piercer, like that already helps you in this. So, hey, we'll find out and see exactly how it ends up working out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 here. Again, the last match of the day for the MLBB Women's. It is the IESF Road to the WEC. As again, they're all these women, all these men that will be playing throughout the next few days are fighting for the slots to WEC in Riyadh. They're going directly there. And this is the match of Brunei versus Indonesia. And now we'll take a look here at things falling into place. Of course, like I said, I'm going to be very interested to see how the Warcry emblems work. Now that this is the first time we're seeing them in IESF anyway, I'm sure you guys have probably seen them in your own games or, you know, online in different tournaments. But the fact that this is going to be on a carry and a Ling, and what kind of impact that'll have throughout the game is what we want to pay attention to specifically too. And for Brunei, like I said, their lineup is quite solid. They have a lot of good front to back positioning they can use. And look at that. I mean, even the poke potential is already pretty good. So this is a big thing for Indonesia kind of to deal with. And it looks like at the same time, it depends on Vivian's rotations on this Grok. This is a typical hero we see lined up in the roam. And some of the best roamers out there will play this Grok to a T and make huge plays just with the wild charge alone, whether or not you have a flicker. So same thing can be said for the Minotaur. Oh, Bella actually takes a lot of damage just from Sydney, the mid lane all by herself. So so far, nothing, no one going down just yet. Everybody getting those level 4s online. I think this is where we see if Brunei can go toe-to-toe with the first objective take eventually once it does spawn up.
Bulldog, though, does seem like it's going to be contested there. I don't know who actually takes it, but yeah, so far so good for both of these teams, right? They're just playing around these skirmishes, but whoa, that's a lot of turret shielding taken away already in the mid lane. I think it was all Cine? Was it really all Cine that took all that, you know, all that gold from the turret? That's actually quite a crazy amount for, you know, the first 2 minutes of the game, and it's an instant rotation to the bottom lane as they now start the turtle. It's actually Vival, who is the assassin, on the turtle first. Very uncharacteristic, you know, on assassin, but it's going to be the diversion as well. Into the back, bringing Fumieko over penalty zone, going to be able to lock the Fredrin down with a Vivian as well. All the damage coming down with the dispersion to claim first blood for Indonesia as Vival claims that turtle. A good wild charge to knock him up, straight into the Finch Poise, and now with one more Defiant Blade, has the Tempest of Blades as well, and Bella will be forced to flicker out. Now Cha looking for a trade, going out to Vivian right now, but it's going to be a flicker out still. The passive taking down to take Vivian out, and it will just be a trade. 2 for 1, make it 3 with a turtle.
Okay, Brunei able to get at least 1 kill in the whole exchange. I'm glad at least they were able to make that play from Cha. So, you know, keeping it from being a total disaster now early on, because the reason why I'm saying that is early on before that fight even happened, like Miracle mentioned with the gold and everything else, the farming, Indonesia found themselves nearly 1,000 ahead just from macro decisions. So with that team fight as well, they get that little bit further, and you're going to see this is where that compounding effect from teams with this kind of experience really builds up. Sometimes alone, they don't even have to fight. Even with a lineup like this, you think Ling is going to be there, you know, Vival's going to want to fight, but looks as, oh, Cha could get focused down here once again.
Just with the dispersion and the rotation, good setup on that penalty zone, and they're on the board once again. 1 more kill up top. There's a bit of a skirmish, but a battle mirror image will get Chell out, denying a trade from Brunei, but they are still staying up top. 3 members. And a bit late, what happened to Bella? Gets taken down by the assassin. Now Chell going to be targeted, taunted up, and knocked up as well. Has a battle mirror image, but will be locked down as a Purify, and also a Mutan's Fury with the Appraiser's Wrath. But Chell's able to escape, and in the mid lane, it does seem like it's going to be a mid lane tier 1 taken down instantly by Indonesia as they look to collapse now onto the Fredrin, who's going to be very, very low. Vivo with 1 more dash and the barrier gets him down with the Finch Poise now into the back line. Has the Tempest of Blades, but will use it in the end. 1 more Defiant Blade to get it, and picks up all the blades and gets out with the Finch Poise, while Cine picks up the last bit of basic attack to take her down and goes for the diversion back towards her own jungle. Chell given all the space to go and munch on this turret shield.
Oh my goodness. What an exchange. And just for Indonesia not to really give anything up in that entire interaction, basically. It looks like Fumi should be able to get the kill, as she does. So again, we've seen this. We've seen this Terizla just time and time again tonight alone, really dominating. But you know, you can really see here, Mirko, and I'm sure you're seeing it in the team fights too, the power of the Warcry emblem. I mean, especially for Vival early on, it's really easy to get those 3. What is it? I think it's 3 attacks to trigger it off. And bottom lane.
Wild charge right into the dispersion. Eternal Guard does catch Vivian, but she's able to flicker out of the Curse Blast. And again, it's Cine and Chell who are munching on that turret shield as the purple will be stolen away. Fredrin not given the space now. Onto the back, that's a Petrify used up, but it's not going to be able to really lock anyone down. Vival picks up a killing spree in the 5th minute of the game, and that's another turret taken by Indonesia.
Oh, as I was saying, Vival just picks up the Berserker's Fury. So, this is what I was saying, man. Like, the damage from a Warcry is very apparent. 8% is quite massive, especially this early on. They might still just force Brunei out of this turtle. There's really nothing they can do here, of course. Wild charge, not gonna be. There it is.
Yeah, with the penalty zone as well, that's a good terrify, but there's no connection on that Minion's Fury as that's the dispersion almost catching them. Eternal Guard to cover again. Bottom lane as a blazing duet shell looking for a soul kill. Oh my god, Dexter with the last few hits to take shot down in the bottom lane. Now Vival again with the Tempest of Blades, able to use it. Now goes for the Defiant Blades, but will not go all the way, will not commit under that turret.
Oh. I just, at this point, when you're looking at this, I'm really just trying to think of what can Brunei do here with this kind of snowball in effect. If there's any team that we talked about, like, throughout the just IESF in general, look at the bottom. Hold on. I think they're going to force it.
Two-man penalty zone right as Vivian waits for the wild charge and now connects it onto 2 as well. Right into the hammer, swinging down from Fumi Echo as the Black Dragon will be forced to run all the way. Flicker City goes into the bush, takes him down with the dispersion. 3 for 0 again.
Cindy knew, she wanted to make the athletic play. She made it, but this is what I was saying. If you're Brunei or any team that's going to go against a team like Indonesia, and you're in this position, it can get demoralizing. I mean, we're talking about 10,000 gold difference at 7 minutes, Mirko. Like, this is the biggest so far lead that we've seen, and it might look like Brunei wants to fight.
Can't even use the Minus Fury in time. The Eternal Guard doesn't connect onto anyone, and Indonesia now continue Defiant Blades. Again, that's going to be Bella taken down without a problem. Will charge onto the Fredrin, as that's going to be the tank. Soaking in a lot of the damage. Tempest of Blades once again assassinating the Fredrin inside of the base turret right as they juggle the turret aggro. Naisu, absolute dominance.
Dominance. And it looks like, once again, Indonesia, even 7.5 minutes into the game, they still got a third turtle to get. And they'll go ahead and take that and they'll start it up. But once again, you can see this. And it made me question, like, Fredrin being picked up against a Ling. This is not typical back before, right? Back before in the current meta, or the old meta, I should say. It would be a different ball game. But again, this could also just be between the two teams. We'll have to see more Fredrin in the future. But right now, it's Indonesia just not letting up at all as they further gold lead. They get the shields down even before they have this Lord. So that means that that first Lord that eventually they secure. Hold on, Seal.
To zone them away, man, and now it's gonna be Chell right now. Oh, the damage could be in the penalty zone. Flicker from Fumi Echo as the Tempest of Blades gets used up again onto the back. Vival trying to go for the blades, but gets cancelled out and finally gets shut down. But take a look at the base. 2 base turrets already taken down as a Black Dragon only used up, but she will be gunned down from the skies. Chell and Cine takes her out of the skies, and now the base is wide open. The Fredrin wants to go for the cancel right now as they go all the way to the back. Chell with the blazing duet wipes them out completely. Everyone falling. Only Bella, who's respawned, gets the Eternal Guard, knocks from the Echo up, who's still able to sustain back up onto the minion waves, and Chell again goes back towards this base. They want to end the game before minute number 10, and it seems like they will be able to do so even before the 9th minute.
My goodness. Before the 9th minute, no Lord needed for Team Indonesia.
What?
And a great showing for the first time that we get to see the Warcry emblem as well locked in for this Ling. And it just, you could see it, right? Vival, the way she played around this and easily bursted just multiple members down. I mean, there was no opportunity for us to see Shah utilize the Warcry emblem, unfortunately, because the gold gap, I mean, even mid-game was just too much to handle here. You can see it across the board, everything just coming together for Indonesia. And, like I said, this is a draft that you kind of expect, aside from maybe the Ling. The Ling was probably the biggest surprise for me, just to pop out, not in the sense that first game is brought out right away, but also into a Fredrin first pick. Like, that was the thing, and you could just see the confidence. But Mirko, I'm sure you're not as surprised, but for Brunei, I mean, they knew obviously what was ahead of them and what they kind of had to deal with it with Indonesia. And shortly when they get prepped and ready for game 2, I feel like Brunei has to do, I don't know, a lot of adjustments maybe, like when you think about it, because really part of that was just, remember when I mentioned before the first turtle even broke out, the lead was about 1,000 gold for Indonesia, just based off the macro stuff, like the macro plays, the macro decisions. They weren't even forcing fights. They were actually just taking as much gold as possible. Sometimes that was even just in the jungle and stealing camps or stealing crabs or whatever it was, whatever it happened to be. And that played a part, giving them that bit of an advantage when by the time they reached the turtle, that they, collapsed down and then it started from there, So for Brunei, when I'm thinking about the answers of what they can do for game 2, I feel like a big part of it is, if not the Fredrin, and you just think, okay, it's probably, let's just say Indonesia picks up an assassin again, then maybe just try to do it. Assassin versus assassin, But we're going to take a look at the highlights here for game 1, and this is going to be a very dominant highlight reel for Indonesia because Brunei was not able to really kind of keep up with the pace that was set here from them. So let's see. Again, it started here early on. You can see even with the gold difference, like it quickly goes to nearly 2,000 gold just after this exchange because they had 1,000 gold ahead already. And at 2.5 minutes in, when you have this kind of collapse down and that kind of lead, it really gets tough to deal with. And I talked about this in the draft too. The way that Cine would utilize this Luo Yi pick, diversions, it was, and we said we have to be a little more calculated on using this Luo Yi diversion. And Cine did it really well. A lot of the times it was really just good placement to sometimes rotate around the map to get out. You see this again, Fumi Echo just holding down on the Trizla and really just allowing the lineup to shine for Indonesia because just, I think across the roles, there was, honestly from Brunei, I feel like the times that they were trying to set up fights and rely on Naz Superstar, like she couldn't really get the Minoan Fury setups. Like, I don't even know. I wouldn't even call it correctly. It's just she never really got the chance to set them up. And even if she did, they didn't have the firepower to deal with the snowball. Like, this is 6.5 minutes in. We're talking about a 7,000 gold lead here. So even if you get a great setup, there's not much that you can do in that exchange. And this is a lineup from Indonesia that if you try to defend in your base, you'll get pushed in anyway. Because that's what Lings do. And not only that, but a Grok. Like, if you have any Grok on any lineup that knows how to utilize that hero, they'll force you to fight. They'll throw a Guardian's Barrier behind you and flicker in and wild charge. And you'll fight. Look, just like this unfolded. It was a forced fight. Vivival goes down, but still, it looks like, they just wanted to end the game. So they're taking some of this risk, forcing it basically into the base of, Brunei. And then you don't have any choice. And this was still good. Like, this was a good attempt to defend. And clearly they had some damage there, but by that point, again, you're talking about 13,000 gold difference. You just don't have the itemization to deal with this juggle around. And you see it, like, even with Chell. Chell was just fine. She's farming up. She's doing her thing. This Claude is untouchable, nearly, and I think that's why a lot of teams still like the Claude pick in the gold lane, because of the fact that you can actually just leave a Claude alone in the gold lane, and even if you send 3 members up to a Claude, they rely on BMI. Like, BMI is good enough to keep them safe enough in comparison to some of the other gold lane options. So this is a really good executed lineup that just ends up making them work out well.
Probably the best weak side gold laner of all time, right? The Claude has always been a reliable pick in the gold lane. If you need someone to play solo, to just play, if you want to focus more on that trio mid, on the XP side of things, on the turtle neutral objectives, and yeah, the Claude. We haven't really seen the Claude at all. I think
we haven't.
In the African qualifiers, I don't remember seeing the Claude, right? So
I don't think so, man. Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen the Claude in the IESF qualifiers, at least, and it's still very, very impressive. And yeah, I really like the Claude. I think it's because, for the Claude especially, it takes a certain level of mechanical level, right, to pull off the Claude. Because even though, yeah, you're the best weak side, but you need to understand how to utilize this Claude. If you don't, it's going to be really tough. You can actually end up, inting some of the times. It's a very difficult hero, a very high skill floor, I would say, and also very high skill ceiling. And that's what we got to see. The calculations on the dive as well, right, Naisu? Use the dice in the Blazing Duet, and then running out with a battle mirror image, but having Dexter there to deal the last few hits necessary. It was just crisp clean from Indonesia. And maybe in game number 2, we'll see them do the same thing again, just on different picks, because I don't think that the link will be left open after that. I don't think they'll let that go. But even if they do, technically I understand. They have to ban the Hayabusa as well. They have to ban the heroes that they did ban in game 1 already. Mathilda was banned out as well, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I understand. I understand some of these bans that just need to be taken out. Mathilda, Roger as well. Roger, super snowball. Imagine Indonesia were able to snowball on the Claude, on the Link. These 2 picks that kind of need, a little bit of that mid game, a little bit of that, at least one item to get going. Imagine Roger on their hands, maybe even in the jungle, to snowball even harder with a Windtalker, War Axe, and the Sky Piercer. That seems like a disgusting build to have early on the Roger.
I'm almost wondering if, this is just a thing where we see Warcry more for, the assassin junglers. I'm not sure how many of them it would fit, work well with, but just out of the case, even Roger, I could see the Roger jungle actually utilizing it really well. Because think about it. I mean, I was actually just thinking about this too. Like, what if you had the Warkai emblem on an assassin jungler, and then you have a focusing mark with your marksman? Let's say it's an Angela, and then that's 8 plus 6% extra damage. Because the Warcry gives you 8, and focusing mark gives you 6. So, like, there's some devastating combinations that can actually happen eventually when we get more experimentation with a Warcry emblem. But that's the thing. I almost wanted that game to get a little bit longer too, just so we could see it finally in a gold laner's hands, with the carry. But unfortunately, that Indonesia just didn't give Brunei a chance to get to that point. So, that's what I'm thinking. And I don't even know if you would want to actually like ban out too many assassin jungles. You possibly could. Like I said, we saw the Hayabusa. Maybe this is the thing too. Like, yeah, I think maybe Hayabusa, Ling. What else would you ban out? You know what I mean? Like, at this point, it's the assassin. There's so many assassins that now I feel like could be a threat once again in the jungle. And whether that's Ling, Hayabusa, Hanzo, we have Karina, we have even the Harley jungle, dude. Like with the Sky Piercer, Harley jungle could actually work. So I don't know. I'm actually liking the way that we're going with the current meta. I know there's still plenty of time for them to shift things, but this is exciting because of, and I'm not going to say this because, I think Fredrins, Barretts, Marches, they all have a place. They still have a place, even with some of the changes that are happening, even with this Warcry emblem thing, Sky Piercer thing. I think utility junglers are not gone. I know some people have been debating online, like, is this the end of tanks or tanky utility junglers? And I think that's still up for debate. I don't think it is the end, though. I don't know. What do you think, Mira? Do you think this is the end of tanky junglers?
I don't think it's the end, but it is the beginning of the end, right? I mean, if they continue to update the game in this fashion, if they continue to add these busted items for damage, I think it is the beginning of the end. Maybe we'll see marksmen come back in the jungle. Maybe we'll see assassins just dominate again, just like we did in M3, right? That would be pretty cool as well, to get a glimpse or to get back at that meta would be pretty cool. Just a bit of a throwback. But I think where we are at right now is already pretty healthy. There's a good mix of like assassins. You can still make the assassins work, but you can still make the utility jungle work. You can still make the tank jungle work. You can even make the fighter jungle work, right? So it's a very, very healthy meta, I would say. Maybe healthy isn't the right way to put it if we're talking about the Sky Piercer, but everything else in terms of like the different picks you can go for,
it's refreshing.
The Sky Piercer is definitely not healthy. It's a disease right now, and
it's a little toxic.
Hopefully it does get changed in the future, or just very, very soon. I hope
don't get rid of it, but just like change
exactly
it,
change it in a way, make it more expensive, make it maybe do less damage. The unique passive is already a good selling point, you know what I mean? Like, the adaptive attack is just the cherry on top that makes it super, super crazy. You either nerf the passive or you nerf at least the adaptive attack, maybe even give it a little bit of inflation, just make it a little bit more expensive. That will work too.
Inflate the price.
There's a few things that you could do with Sky Piercer, but I think right now, in terms of like meta, in terms of picks, we're at a point where it's pretty healthy. Every pick could technically still be viable, except maybe pure tanks. Like the Akai, it might already fall off completely in the jungle, but I can still see certain situations that you can make it work,
I think the way that I would look at it, especially right now, is it's a refreshing change of pace, and it leaves a lot of room for creativity and surprises and stuff like this once again, where I think even the best teams in the world are going to be pushing the limit of this new patch. I think some people don't realize like how much this can actually change for the esport as a whole, right? Because obviously people in like their regular ranked games, they're going to do whatever they want. They're try things out the way they want. But I think on a competitive level, this is a really refreshing thing, especially if it does change the course of those longer, lore dances and stuff like that. Like I also enjoy those, but I think it's a nice change of pace to have an option of a lineup that isn't that and can be competitive, because we were in a place for a while, Mirko, that if you weren't set up to go toe-to-toe in these lore dances, you had a lesser chance of winning, I feel like. You almost had to have like in a series, you almost had to have one of those lined up, and that was usually the Fredrin that was picked 90% of the time, or the Barretts, or Martis, or whoever, Akai was the go-to. So now that you have this opportunity where you can pick up some of these picks like the Assassins and bring them to the jungle, and still play around with the fact that you have flexibility when it comes to like roles and lanes, this is interesting, because I feel like even as we go through the Asian qualifiers here for WEC, things will obviously change by the time we get to the WEC, and I think they'll take a lot of what's happening in other tournaments, global tournaments going on for MLBB, and by the time we get to the WEC, the stuff we're seeing here will highly change. It'll definitely change for us. So and whether that's like, to be fair, I will say this is probably one of the first times that I've seen the Indonesian women's team play. Now I've seen glimpses of them, but like this is the first like full game that I've really watched, and just watching them, like the way that they move, the way that they even pick the lineup. Dude, they like these women mean business, man, and I can see exactly why they're on a win streak. And it's just again, as a whole, MLBB women's is a growing thing across the world. I know Philippines, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and everything else has had these leagues for a while and whatnot, but I like that the competition is rising, and through the interviews that we've had so far through ISF, we know that there's a lot of inspired women out there to compete and play MLBB, so that's awesome, and we do jump into the game number 2 draft here. Indonesia is going to be on the blue side, so I want to see what they take first pick, and this is Brunei's opportunity, to go ahead and take something here to hopefully give them the upper hand in this next game.
It's a very interesting start to the banning phase, right? It's an Arlet and an Xborg. We didn't get to see the Arlet or the Xborg banned out in the previous game, actually. Not at all. But it was a different side completely. It was blue side, right? It was blue side for Team Brunei. So last game, they actually banned out the Chip, the Harith, and the Angela. And I think this is technically what you have to do on the blue side, right? Usually, even in MPLPH in your region, it's probably the same, right? The blue side is used to dictate the matchup. So you kind of want to ban as many respect heroes as you can on the blue side, so that you can force out a lot of the prio picks, like the Chip, the Harith, the Angela, the Roger. So many different picks, and they decided to go for the Link. And we didn't anticipate this. We were talking about how the Link should be banned out after game number 1, but then it leaves a lot of other heroes open. That's another respect ban going through from Indonesia towards Brunei, and that means there are 3 prio picks that are up for grabs. Again, Arlet, Xborg, and Vixana, they're prio, but they're not prio. They're not first phase ban prio. And now they leave all the heroes that we've been seeing in the bans open. Now it puts Brunei in a very tough spot. Do they want to ban the Chip but let go of the Angela? Do they want to ban the Angela but let go of the Harith and the Chip? There's so many different picks to go for here for Indonesia. And my biggest concern now is Brunei going to be comfortable on these picks? Because technically, they could decide to not ban any of those picks that I said earlier and maybe trade 1 prio hero for 2. But they have to be comfortable on it, right? It doesn't matter if it's prio. If they can't really utilize it completely, then it's still going to be very, very tough, and they decide to go for the Hayabusa. So, leaving the Chip, Harith, Angela, and the Roger, and technically the Mathilda open. A lot of big picks here, Naisu.
A ton. And I was wondering if they would do this. So okay, Indonesia grabs the Angela. That's a smart, safe option, I would say. But I was wondering if Brunei would do that, and they do exactly that. They take out the Ling and the Hayabusa, but this also still leaves open quite a bit of options, obviously, in the jungle. But at this point, you just kind of have to take what you get, and get what you take, basically, from both of these lineups here. So with the Angela being across from Brunei, I'm wondering what they're thinking. Like, how do they want to deal with this, with the fact that we could possibly see the combination I was talking about? I'm not sure if we will, but the focusing mark with the Warcry would be very interesting combination of emblems to see utilized in a lineup. And for Brunei, it's like, how do we deal with some of the shields, some of the sustainability, and that healing coming through? Wondering if, okay, wow, this is not what I was thinking. I was like, one of the last heroes in my mind was a Joy. I know it's been a minute and a half since we've seen a Joy pop up, but the Lilia's obviously going to be locked in, secured here. And on the flip side, this is what I was wondering if they would park in the jungle, was the Roger. So what if, this is that Warcry Roger I was trying to theorize in my head. So this is locked in. And then the CC, obviously still a solid XP lane. It's funny how little we saw CC pop up in our, so far in our journey throughout IESF and the different regions even. It's really just been Terizla and Yuzhong, which are still open, by the way.
Both are still up for grabs, technically, but on the Joy, do you really... Technically, yeah, you know what? I could see the Terizla, but even then, the Terizla definitely does struggle a bit against the CC in lane, especially in all-ins, right? That's what we kind of saw as well. Even in the previous match, the CC almost took the Terizla down until she got penalty zone inside of the turret.
In the turret.
It's going to be the Claude, it seems. That is going to be picked up, and technically for the Roger and the CC, what's great about these two picks is that it's flex. For the CC, even though we don't really see it a lot in the gold, it can still be used in gold, especially if you have a marksman in the jungle. And again, for the Roger, same thing here. You can actually flex it into the jungle, you can flex it into the gold lane. Both of them work, and especially against the Claude, it works even better. Now they have so many more flex picks to utilize. But oh my god, no. The Angela is also flex. They have 3 picks in the first phase that they can flex. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Brunei, they got 3 picks that can only go to one lane, right? One role. We know that the Lilia is going to go to mid, we know that the Joy is going to go to the jungle, and we know that the Claude is going to go to the gold lane. So this will definitely confuse them in the draft, and you can already see it. They're taking their time with their bans. They don't know what to get rid of, right? If they ban the Faramis, then maybe the Angela gets used as mid, and then they could go for Grok or even Edith later on, and there's going to be a chip ban there from Indonesia. Very interesting. We didn't get to see the chip at all. It's completely ignored. It's been completely ignored the entire day.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, it has been ignored, and I'm surprised. It still is banned, of course, but I feel like since the patch, I don't know if teams are just struggling to play around the chip, or if it's just one of those heroes that it's very niche still. I do feel like that probably fits that category. Like, chip is still niche. You gotta have the right composition, you gotta have the right execution for it, and so instead they just go ahead and ban it out. The Lui, the chip is those that I think about. Funny that Indonesia actually bans out the Grok here too. They don't want the possibility of dealing with that Grok and the Claude combination that they used in the previous game. So this time around, that's taken out. They also just don't want to get basically as much as the CC that you get from Grok, for example, or the Vexana. That's why that was also banned out, because there's the knock-up that comes from the Eternal Guard and everything. As much as possible, you want to allow the Roger to just be able to move in and out the best way possible through the jungle, not get knocked up or CC'd or dealt with any of that. This is crazy. Is this actually going to be locked in? I was not... Like, there's so many picks here so far that I wasn't thinking about, okay, it's the Terizla. They're just kind of teasing us for a little bit. But Terizla's going to be locked in. You were mentioning, too, I agree with you. The Terizla versus the CC matchup is a little bit hard to pull off. But there is always room for outplay and, of course, utilizing the penalty zone regardless of where you stand in the 1v1, right? So this time, man, I'm wondering, too, where the heck is Paquito, like, lately? Like, I'm as a fan of Paquito, and just the XP lane in general, he hasn't popped up like at all. But wow, Lunox locked in here. Is this going to be a Ruby? Lunox, another hero, by the way, that I think would work out really well with the whole Sky Piercer thing. Just the way that she bursts down so hard, but then you have Ruby now locked in. This lineup is great from Indonesia, obviously. You can see a lot of plus sides here, but Brunei, I really want to focus on them and how they can possibly get to a Game 3 against this lineup from Indonesia, especially with what happened in Game 1. To round this up, they need a solid... What do they need? They need a roam here, a good, solid roam choice. Tankiness would be great. Not sure if they want to battle sustainability with sustainability. Raphael is still open. They actually took out the Faramis. I feel like it's, if they had that available, they could have locked that in. But what are we thinking here for this last pick for Brunei?
It has to be, I don't know, for Rome. I think Minotaur would be a safe option, right? Something that just gets some CC down. But the Mathilda, it has been, I think for the entire day, that's been the most prio hero. That's been always in the banning phase. So the fact that it was left open in the banning phase, I completely forgot about it. Yeah, it's up for grabs. You can get a lot of disengage on it, and technically it does fit into this criteria. They need a little bit of utility to play with. They already have an initiator on the Terizla. But my question now is, okay, Angela's gonna go to Rome, so it's Roger jungle, and it's Lunox gold lane.
Interesting.
It's going to the XP, and it's Ruby mid for Cine.
This is, well, I would say this is refreshing. This is a refreshing meta, Mirko. And it is the war cry, by the way. Oh, it is the combination that I was talking about. Oh, Theory crafting confirmed. War cry, focusing mark. That's 8 plus 6%. That's a 14% increase.
That's a lot of increase, bro. Especially now. Well, I mean, for the Angela, especially, you're gonna be on the Roger.
Yeah, you are. That's what I'm saying. That's the perfect one to pair it up with. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what happens in this next game. It's a best of 3 between Indonesia and Brunei. This MLBB women's matchup, again, all leading to the WEC 2024 in Riyadh later this year. That's where these teams will be headed. And again, a very strong showing game number 1 from Indonesia. And now we have game number 2. We're going to find out exactly how those emblems, wow, they're feeling pretty confident here, Mirko. Cine, especially on this mid-Ruby, by the way.
Yeah, and it's up against Lilia. It's up against what Eternal believes to be the best mid laner to control the mid lane, and Bella is getting out-traded by a Ruby and the Angela. And it's a Mathilda Lilia. You get a lot of sustain, you get a lot of base damage early on, and in the gold lane even. Chell's actually winning out that gold lane up against the Claude, right? So far, they've actually kind of drafted for 3 winning lanes?
Yeah, it's a good test, too, for Brunei to be able to play into this, I would suppose, but... You know, for this, I don't think, like, with Cine just charging up here, just really trying to cut the XP off, too. Child's actually going to go ahead and rotate up. Interesting rotations here from Brunei. Vivial?
Yeah, she's walking up now. Donor Wolfking going to be used up. Cine able to flicker out. Electrifying Beast dealing a lot of damage, but now it's going to be Vivian is getting caught very, very low. It's a pullback, and it should be first blood over to Brunei very early on, as that's the Angela punished in the mid lane.
I don't know. Was that a little overconfidence? I mean, to be there, and then Cha comes up, and they gets that revenge. I think it was a revenge strike that got the kill. Oh, Chell.
Oh, might see another. Chell very, very overextended. Should be taken down as well. 2 early kills to Brunei in game number 2, but a turtle spawns in the bottom lane, and it seems for Indonesia, the rest of the team are ready. Roger, Vival, straight onto the turtle she goes, and it should be a free one. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, Cha doing a lot of damage, has the penalty zone, doesn't decide to go for it just yet as Cine picks up level 4. And it seems like it's going to be a trade for the purple buff here, as Vival should be able to finish this off without the retribution, and the purple buff will be stolen away by the Joy.
Okay, they steal it, but do they want to fight this?
Curtain call over to Bella, now with the I'm offended. No, doesn't even use the I'm offended, just goes for the donor on Wolfking, and Vivian picks up the kill. That's Indonesia on the board in the 2nd minute of the game, and somehow they're actually still ahead in gold.
Yeah, which is crazy because Brunei was doing a good job, especially finding their own picks around the map and working with that. So, interestingly, again, this is showing how the Indonesians really find gold around the map, even if it's not in terms of these kills. And now this is, again, a lot of extra gold going in their pockets they'll be able to work on here. And now Superstar doesn't have the level 4 just yet, waiting for that to come online. And even, look at this Sky Piercer rush from Vivil. First item.
Yeah, that's the SPA, man. She's a Sky Piercer abuser here, and I think it's confirmed there as she picks it up as first item. But the Joy is very, very good so far. She's actually 1 level ahead of Roger, of Vivon, and she's doing a very good job at pathing and invading as much as she can. Umi Echo clearing out in the bottom lane, and Cha will be able to clear this wave together. Curtain Call gets placed down there, but the Joy is able to use the rhythm to escape, and that's actually going to be still the XP wave proxy. Meanwhile, up top, Cha gets a whole lot of damage and is forced to use the flicker even. Wishing Lantern for the Lunox. All right, that's the technology.
That's the tech tree that they're going for. So very interesting lineups here, but we also know that Lantern, it's quite deadly. Hold on, Chell. Okay, they're going to back off. But that's the thing. The Lantern, some of these newer items that we have to take a look at, and you can see the damage, actually from the damage department here, where things are kind of falling in place here. I think that is a good point, though, for Brunei. You have this Joy. She's doing a pretty good job at keeping farmed up. She actually has that, very minor lead that she had earlier and might be getting away from her. But at this point, You know, you want to be able to fight or at least get these kills. If you're going to trade the objectives here, like they're going to give up this turtle, then you want to get this kill, and that looks like they want to do that for Chell. But it's so hard. This is such a hard target to go for.
And it seems up top, there's still going to be some backup from Cine. Vival straight into the enemy jungle, straight into the enemy purple buff. Will be able to take this away even without the help of any of her teammates. And it seems for the Joy as well, she just did the same thing over to Indonesia's purple buff. And both of them are just spreading across the map up top. Circling Eagle gonna be used up, but look at the chaos damage from Chell. Flicker as well, right into the Brilliance. That's a Ruby Didi combo. City goes over to Donor Wolf King, able to stop a little bit of that damage from coming through from Chell. And now she has no mana. She's forced back. But what a combo from Indonesia.
Yeah, great combination. Utilizing, you know, everything that they could do, even under the turret, is just showing quite a bit of confidence once again from this lineup from Indonesia and working around it. So now, you know, Brunei is going to find themselves that they have to be kind of decisive, because if they continue to let Indonesia just make plays around the map, then they're going to find themselves in a similar situation where it just kind of snowballs out of control. So at this point, we got to have Brunei making the plays, and that's got to be up to maybe Cha even, in a sense, to kind of rotate here. And it looks like putting pressure on Fumi Echo. They might make this is they're going.
A three-man gang, and she pops into Vengeance now with the Rhythm placed down as well. Fumi Echo still able to escape, as that's the Rhythm's not ready for an electrifying Beats move, and Fumi Echo have just outplayed a 1v3 in the bottom lane just with the Vengeance. Unable to get the kill. Meanwhile, up top, look at the tick damage. Just barely taking him down. Able to use the regen and the Guiding Wind to escape from that lethal ignition. But take a look at Vival, was rotated up top as well. Battle Mirror Image already going to be used up as Vival goes in for the invade first, and will just use this position to zone Sha away from that lane, getting Chell a free turret up top, and that's a tier 1 now. Straight after the Skypiercer, Vival has decided to go for the Windtalker, and now it should be a free invade for Indonesia. That's a Retribution, and Vival collects it, but look at the timer. Turtle spawning up in 3 seconds.
Oh, this is crazy. So at this point, like I said, you know, they're going to continue to snowball scale up really well, and this is, look at the setup here. Are they going to force a fight?
Damage with the curtain call, but it's just the curtain call and a few of those yo-yo strings bouncing back and forth for damage. Not enough to take anyone down. I think they just really wanted to bait out some of the resources. But even then, Brunei, they decide not to go for this turtle. It's going to be free for Vival despite her not having the Retribution. What happened up top? Superstar, Superstar just got taken out 1v1 by the CC. And now Cha's getting kited as well, losing half of her HP. And that's going to be Chell, who rotates down below. Now a Guiding Wind taken by Bella, as that's the Joy running away like a bounce onto the back. Bella gonna be very, very low, slain under the turret, and that's gonna be the tier 2. A full dive under the tier 2 with the tier 1 still up, still intact. They dive and they don't care. They get a tier 1 down below as well. Full control for Indonesia.
Oh man, we didn't get to see it, but I think that was the Skypiercer making it to work with that double kill in the mid lane. And, you know, it continues on here. That's going to be another kill as Cha falls right under the turret. And it looks like Indonesia has decided to go ahead and flip the switch and keep the gas going now as they continue on. They're still going to get this tier 2 turret down. They're still a minute away from this next objective, the Lord coming up. But you can see Brunei really struggling to be able to fight and withstand some of this. City confident the entire game will sit in the base, it looks like. And are they going to fight it out?
Yeah, Sean just disappeared. Now it's a tick and the flicker forward with the chaos. The last bit of damage to take her down. A double kill picked up for Chell. And in the bottom lane, Cha still dealing some damage there, trying to defend. Cine goes in for the Donor Wolf King onto the Joy. And it's going to be Fumi Echo with the curtain call, locking them down with the yo-yos as well. Slowly but surely depleting them of their HP bar. But Indonesia stays disciplined, stays now composed, goes into the mid lane to pick up the tier 2. 8 minutes in, no Lord, but they got the tier 2. Mid and bot.
Okay, they get that. Now we're 15 seconds away from the Lord spawning up. Indonesia, they've done this before. They get themselves a nice big lead, 10,000 ahead. They can work around this too. You can already see things kind of falling into place once again in the item department, and look at the gap between this, of course, especially jungle-wise. Again, there's a couple items, Starlium Scythe there and the concentrated energy, but it's really not enough to fight some of these team fights. And it looks like Brunei is just going to have to give this one up and get ready for the defense. And the problem with that is there's a Ruby across from you. You don't have the flicker just yet on Cine, but that's a forced fight, especially with a Heart Guard, and then you have a lot of tools to actually just force a fight into the base, regardless of if they try to turtle up around these turrets and everything else. So for Indonesia, they just have to wait a little bit longer for that Lord to make its way up and spawn in. And with the lead that they have for themselves, again, this is a very difficult defense to pull off for Brunei. We'll see if they can hold it together at 10 minutes into the game. Even with that, though, they're not really, like, even Shaw's not where she needs to be in terms of the damage department on those items for this Claude. And Bella really can only just do so much to clear these waves out. But here comes the Lord. Indonesia gonna march it in.
And it's only just the first Lord, but they've dealt already with a turret splash damage. And now it's going to be a free turret in mid lane. Nothing traded back just yet. Cine losing a lot of HP. That's going to be the I'm offended into the flicker combo. Right into Fumi Echo does some damage now, as that's going to be the electrifying beats as well. But look at the Lycan Pounds from Vival. And that's the Sky Piercer doing work into the back. A double kill. A full dive now into the fountain. Another Sky Piercer, maybe proc. But no, he's unable to find the final proc. But they will be able to find the game in 10 minutes and 31 seconds. Indonesia with a clean sweep against Brunei.
Oh, man. From game 1 to game 2, very decisive games, of course, from Indonesia. But I think a lot of people, again, as a tournament favorite, they expected this very strong showing from Indonesia in this lineup here. And again, it was a very tough task ahead of just for Brunei to deal with. And we could see that time and time again. You can see, really, Shaw was not in capacity to farm up at all for her. I mean, even in game 1, she kind of struggled here, but this is just what happens, especially when, teams like Indonesia, they get this kind of chokehold on some of these teams, and it sometimes, like I said, it doesn't even happen in terms of kills. Like, it happens on a macro style, and, regions that really have mastered the macro to these games. Sometimes it's not even about the kills, and if they can start the kills, they start it a little bit later or towards that first turtle, or sometimes they're just farming. But the timings and everything else are really on point from teams like this from Indonesia. And interesting too, because I don't think we got the closest look to it because we missed a couple of those, but the interaction once again between the war cry and the focusing mark, I think, was very apparent for some of those kills. And now I know, it's a little bit hard to guess as much because once things snowball, it gets kind of out of hand. But I think too, like, if you run that combination, the snowball gets even more dangerous because of the fact of, like, think about it, like an extra 14% damage on maybe one of the hits, as we take a look at the highlights here. And not only that, but you pointed it out earlier too, the lantern that was picked up early on for Chell. Like, I think that's a 10%. If I remember right, that's once you do like a certain amount of damage, like 800 damage, which is easy to do with a Lunox, especially with the Chaos Bolts. It does like 10% of the current HP. Like, there's so many percentages now that come into play, especially with some of these emblems, and I think they're quite devastating, especially in certain games like this. So for Indonesia, they really kind of scaled up. They made a couple little overzealous mistakes in the beginning, little confident mistakes, but look at this. Like, you're seeing the burst damage come through here, especially with having the Angela first pick. This is that double kill. Boom. Right? And here's the next one. Boom. Yeah. There's the Star Piercer, right? The Star Piercer. The Sky Piercer comes out. And this is the thing, man. So I think there's obviously at some point going to be some changes here, of course, for the SBA people out there, but this is, again, just a very strong showing from Indonesia, and again, a tournament favorite. So we'll see exactly where they kind of end up throughout this whole series on their journey to the WEC.
I don't know, man. Look at this. Looking at this final skirmish, they just played it so well. I can't believe Cine survived that, right? Because she went in. She was supposed to be the sacrificial lamb, the main initiator. Went in for the I'm offended flicker, gets caught in the penalty zone, gets caught in the blazing duet, gets caught in every single bit of damage that Brunei have to offer, and she still survives. They wiped them out almost, right? There was one member left standing in the base, and they don't lose a single member. Not even the one who initiated so far out, the one who soaked in all the damage. And they made a Ruby mid work, bro. It's a Ruby mid with an Angela roam. Remember, it's not a Ruby roam and an Angela mid. And it was a Lunox gold.
It was a Lunox gold. So it's like, I'm not gonna say gone are the days of only gold Harith, but like, you know, Lunox gold was a thing back in the day, you know, not like back in the day, like, you know, patches ago or whatever. But now, like, this is actually pretty devastating. And I feel like this is once again what I was saying, where, you know, you have a lot of room once again for some experimentation. And by experimentation, like, this is it, like changing some of these heroes that are known for going in certain lanes and then flexing them into others. I don't know how many teams would pull that off, you know, the Ruby in the mid lane, but that's mostly also because you have an Angela locked in there. And you can actually swap those around too. Angela could be roamer mid. Ruby could now be roamer mid. You know, that could work. And the Lunox ends up going in the gold lane. And it was not a good time to deal with, because once I think the first item was the Wishing Lantern, wasn't it? It was locked in like right away. So, and like I said, with Lunox, it's easy to trigger that 10% damage with the current health, the way that passive works. So again, congratulations to Team Indonesia here. Very decisive win so far against Brunei, and that's game one was under 10 minutes, and the second one was about 10-ish minutes. So wondering exactly what team is going to be able to step up against Indonesia, because with this is a very it's a very big statement, I feel like, from Indonesia, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see exactly what happens here, you know, moving on, and some of the other teams, if they can be competitive with them.
We'll see, man. I think based on, you know, it was the last SEA Games, I believe, the grand finals were Indonesia and the Philippines. So maybe the Philippines might be able to, you know, go up against Indonesia, but we'll see later on if that continues to be the case, right? Because this is, I think, the first time ever that we are having an MLBB women's division for IESF. So it's already very interesting to see all these new teams come in, all these new nations, and I really hope that somewhere out there, right, outside of Indonesia, outside of the Philippines, outside of Southeast Asia, hopefully there's going to be a team out there who can actually suddenly rise to the top and at least give them a run for their money, if not win it all anyways, right? It'll be really cool. It's such a cool story to have, and it also will bring a lot of attention, a lot of new eyes to that new region, and it'll just show that development of MLBB is all around the world, right? It's not just in Southeast Asia, not just in Asia, but even in the West. Maybe we might see the North American women's women's team later on. Very, very excited.
Hey, you know what I'm excited about is the fact that even throughout here for ISF, like, we have new teams, new people competing as well. I think I'm not sure exactly. I think maybe this is tomorrow when we get to the men's or the mixed. I think there's even like Oceania now, and this is going back to the new league that was basically open, which was, I believe it's the OCC Australia League or something like that, if I recall correctly, which, you know, there's new leagues and new countries joining in on a lot of these tournaments and joining in. And I think that's the thing, is like, obviously you're going to have these regions like Indonesia, for example, here for the women's, that is very dominant, just based out of the amount of experience that they've had, you know, as number one, the amount of time that they've had into the esport and practice, and the amount of support that they have. And, you know, if you are in certain parts of the world, then I feel like you get to completely focus on MLBB. It's a luxury that some of the other people, like we heard, you know, through the interviews, that they don't exactly get to dedicate, you know, 4 to 6 to 8 hours, sometimes 12 hours a day that some of these players do to MLBB. But, you know, it nonetheless, the progress is there from the other regions, and that's like what we've seen so far, like throughout IESF. And actually, I think even if you go back to your time I think the first time you were casting IESF was 2022. Like, I'm sure the same thing. Like, you got to see a lot of first time competitors, or even regions that maybe you didn't even know had an MLBB scene in it. And you're like, whoa, what's going on here, you know? And then you actually see that they actually surprise you in some aspect or another. I mean, I feel like you and I shared that sentiment just watching this year's African online qualifiers, like the way that some of those players and teams played, and then hearing exactly how they prepare for that. So, you know, overall, just very great to kind of see here. And now that we've opened up the Asian online segment of ISF, it's great to see. But I think we are ready for an interview. And it looks like we're going to be interviewing Vivel here. So how do you say her? Virel. Virel. Let's see. Hello, Virel. Can you hear us? Wait, I gotta unmute. I always forget to do this, man.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. All good.
Awesome. Congratulations, first off. Very strong game 1 and game 2. I think under 10 minutes and then a 10 minute and a half game for game 2. I have to ask, I'm going to ask this first question here right off the bat. Interesting composition for game 2. Great to see this kind of mix-up where we have Lunox in the gold lane and now we have Ruby paired up with Angela in the mid lane. Is this just something new that you guys are trying out, or is it something that you guys have practiced a lot? Because it's an interesting lineup.
Our lineup just now for both games, we have been practicing it for a very long time. So yeah, we used it in our games today.
Awesome. Yeah, it was. You guys executed it very well, obviously. Mirko, go ahead.
Yeah, I think my question is like a little bit more personal to the team, right? I mean, you guys got a new analyst in the team. I know your coach is Susugaja, but you guys got a new analyst. You know, you got Dewa. How good of an analyst is he? You know, just yeah.
We got our new analyst from a lot of recommendations. So I know it's not. He's been here for a while now, not for a long time. So he is also still adjusting with us. And now I think, yeah, we have bonded. He has bonded with us pretty deeply, and yeah, he's a great analyst.
Okay, I'll add one more question on top of that, right? Because right now it does seem like, again, Indonesia are the favorites coming into IESF 2024 for MLBB Women's. Which country, which nation are you most excited to go up against later on?
We are of course very excited to face every region in IESF, since before we have not faced a lot of regions. This is the first time we have faced Brunei, so it will be very exciting to face every region.
Oh, might have lost her for a second there. We'll see if she gets back to us. But I think she was saying, yeah, they were pretty much excited to go against all the regions. You know, it's the first time that they get to go against Brunei, and there's a lot of, like I was saying this earlier, man. Like there's a lot of new countries and everything, representations joining the IESF, and I think that's the exciting thing. It's good too that. I don't know if she was leading into it, but she's going to say like they're excited to face off against the Philippines, you know, eventually. But I think either way you look at it, like it's just, I think everyone shares that idea of it's nice to see these new competitors come into the scene and compete. You know, I think that's the beauty of it.
For sure. I think the fact that, you know, IESF has given a platform to everyone, has given a platform to so many different countries that are even like very, very new to the game. The fact that we have that is already really, really cool. And it might look like, you know, maybe they're kind of like, oh, not on the same level as the other teams, but yeah. The fact that they get a platform to perform, the fact that they now have like something to work for, right? That makes it so that that region will be able to develop later in the future. They get some more friends going on, and then they'll become a whole community like in the African region. Because again, in IESF 2022, it was very, very new in Africa. Namibia was we had Namibia as the representative of Africa, and they weren't able to perform at all in the main stage. But what has that created? We take a look 2 years later, and now the African region. We just casted for the African regional qualifier, and everyone seems to have stepped up. Like they have all stepped up, not just a notch. They've stepped up a whole different level. We saw a Yin Rome and a Helker mid. Yes, I'm always gonna bring that up. I will never stop bringing that up. All right, every single time, I'll always bring that up, bro.
It's never that's never dying down.
Never. And then we had so many interesting facts. Kilowane with his Hanzo. Obviously, yeah. And Egypt getting through it with Tunisia. Both those teams looking super, super strong. They don't just look like, you know, they don't look like an average team. They look strong. They have very, very good macro and micro. I'm very excited to see them on the world stage, man.
You know, I'm wondering too, like the way that the current patch has like set in. I feel like this benefits a lot of the growing and newer regions, like more than anything. Because I feel like this is naturally just like the teams that first pick up MLBB for the first time, I feel like this is more their play style is like they just want a team fight. They want to clash it out. They want to pick, they want to go in with these heroes that just essentially like lets them play some of their favorite heroes and not have to conform so much to this certain typical, like this very set play style, which is what the utility jungler type playstyle was for the longest time, and it still works. I would say it still is a viable option, but I think now once again you have this option where you can opt for stuff like this, like we just saw from Indonesia. Very interesting lineup to bring to the table, and you heard it from Vival herself. Like they tested this out multiple times, and they brought it out today. So just awesome lineup to see, and I'm 100% we're going to see more, especially with, of course, tomorrow. But today was as we look at today, and everything that we experienced today to open up the Asian qualifiers to WEC here for IESF. Once again, we started it up. Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, and that was a best of 5. Again, those first 2 matches we had, if you guys missed them, we had first 2 matches were best of 5s because they're the only 2 teams in their kind of subcategory region. So the first team from that to win it would automatically qualify for the WEC. So if you guys are curious, by the way, and you want to follow along, you can actually go to iesf.gg. I believe Nightbot on the stream for YouTube is constantly putting that out there, so you guys can check out the bracket there. And you can also check it out on Liquipedia as well. You can check out either of those. But isf.gg is the main website, and definitely check it out. It's updated the fastest. So with that, again, Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, again, it was a great series. Finally, we had one where so far we have, like us personally casting, we haven't had a
sweep,
game
right?
go past the sweep. Yeah, so that one was the first one that we finally got to a game for, and unfortunately, they had some issues with it, so they ended up remaking it and doing it offline. Same result though. Kazakhstan ended up winning. Second match, we had Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia, of course. Mongolia came out swinging. It was almost kind of what we expected from Mongolia as a region. Their women's team does it just as good, and they came out with a 3-0. And then, of course, here, I guess the same can be said about Indonesians, Mirko. The Indonesian team, very strong, tournament favorite. They go against Brunei. It was great to see them, of course, play it out in this best of 3. But for Indonesia, they did have a very dominant game 1 and game 2. And, so that's what we had to start us off here for day 1. Mirko, any final thoughts about day number 1 here as we opened up?
I mean, my thoughts on day number 1 is so far it's been surprising, but it's been, I think, the same level of like we've been surprised, but we've also been expecting some of these games, So yeah, it's a good mix of surprising and also expected matches. But for tomorrow, I think we're gonna have a whole load of different matches, a whole different kind of matches as well. There's gonna be a lot of matches that we don't really expect to go to a sweep, but will go to a sweep. A lot of matches that we expect to be a sweep, and will hopefully give us a full series. We still haven't seen a full series. Not here, not yet. But tomorrow I have hope. I've said this every day, but tomorrow I really have hope.
Tomorrow you have hope for a full series?
At least one of those games, right? We got 5 matches tomorrow. If none of them go full, it's so sad.
Yeah, I was going to say, tomorrow we have 5 matches. We start a little bit earlier tomorrow, too. So you guys that are watching on the stream, tune in a little bit earlier. We actually start tomorrow also with the MLBB men's. We will also have one MLBB women's match, I believe, at the end. I think it is, but I know we open up the day with MLBB men's, and I think we start off, Cambodia versus Myanmar is actually going to be the first match. So we have, again, if you guys are watching and you're wondering why some are best of 5s, some are best of 3s, they're basically depending on how many regions or sub-regions are in that category. So again, I highly suggest you guys check out isf.gg to better understand it. But tomorrow we have a mix, actually. Most of them are best of 3s because it covers the round robin area for especially Southeast Asia. And then we have a best of 5. We have one best of 5 tomorrow. That is the new region that I was talking about for men's, especially because I'm not sure if you've tuned in to OCC Australia, but that's where New Zealand came through. So we have Guam and New Zealand. Like, this is like a new region for a lot of people that will see this for the first time. And then, of course, we have we end it tomorrow with, it looks like the Indonesians playing again for MLBB Women's, versus Laos. So 5 matches tomorrow. And I'm not sure if we're going to be joined by another caster Mirko tomorrow, but if not, we'll find out. So if we do all 5 games, hey, we're ready. Hey, maybe they're all going all the distance. Maybe you just cursed us, by the way.
I really hope I did, because I've been trying to curse these games to go all the way, right? It hasn't worked out. So maybe it's been a bless, technically, right?
Mere bless.
Mere bless.
Mere bless. Mere curse. We'll find out. But that's going to wrap it up for us, guys, here tonight. Thank you for all joining us on day 1 of the Asian qualifiers here, the road to WEC. We have more action for you guys tomorrow. Of course, like I said, it starts earlier tomorrow. So keep an eye out for the schedule on the socials. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko. Thank you for joining us. And we will see you guys back here tomorrow for day number 2. Until then, get some rest. Bye-bye.